Welcome to the clown show, everybody. Let's fucking go. We are not getting straight into it. It will be later on, like second, third hour maybe. So we got some stuff to cover at first. So.
Oh man.
Good morning, sir.
Hi, good morning. It's okay if I film you, sir. I'm just kind of nervous around police officers.
No, sir, that's quite all right. The reason I'm stopping you is for speeding, sir.
No, sir.
Were you aware you're going that fast?
No, sir, I didn't. Let me ask you something,
Yes, sir.
officer. Are you aware that today's National Donut Day?
I'm sorry, sir?
Are you aware it's National Donut Day?
No, sir, I'm not.
Yes, sir. Today is National Donut Day.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Great.
So, is there anything we can do? Warning? Anything, sir?
No, sir. No, sir. We strictly enforce the speeding rules out here.
Yes, sir. I understand.
May I see your license, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No problem. Hang on just 1 second.
Is this legit? This is just fake?
I don't know. It might be. It kind of looks set up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Here you go, sir.
Some propaganda, maybe.
I can't seem to find my license, but
Yeah, this is definitely propaganda. Okay. See, okay, we figured that out. Thanks, Daily Mail, giving us propaganda. Very cool. Dislike. Fuck you.
What do you think's a better C tier? Cuck or cringe? Spoiler alert, I already decided it's cuck.
You thought your days are numbered, the base bros are here. But then you said, I'm not a hoe.
I need a
look like what?
I need a meme word that starts with A. I could only think of awful.
We'll keep thinking on it.
No, don't give me that bullshit. I know you know what you're doing. So actually,
I'm confused. What's the issue here?
Oh, so like this is Benny Johnson, right? It's like Benny Johnson. I was just like, there's certain Benny Johnson clips they'll show me, and it's like, wow, bro, cool. Like being a dick to people at the gym is like cool. And it's because there's this conspiracy that they've been hatching that like girls want to have like drama and reactions to go viral at the gym.
Look, it does happen, but this is like a specific thing that has been happening where girls will be going to the gym and like
guys
filming.
will just tell them they're pieces
No.
of shit.
No. The girls will be like filming teaser OnlyFans content in public gyms, and it is an issue. But I don't think that's what this is. Now, like, she's got the medicine ball. If you look at how she's sitting, right?
But then you said, base bros are here.
It is a warm-up. I do this.
Yeah, this is how you practice to take it.
I like when I'm doing leg warm-ups, I will sort of bounce at the bottom of the squat, but I fucking hang on to a fucking post generally, or a pole, like a rack or something like that, because I don't have the stability to do it. So I don't know, because this is like, I wouldn't look twice at somebody doing this.
I mean, I figured you're the gym bro, so you'd be able to decide if it was cringe Benny Johnson content. Which, if it's Benny Johnson, I guarantee you, it's going to be cringe.
It's cringe, yeah. This guy's being a dickhead. This is unnecessary. Now, I've seen ones where girls are literally basically rubbing themselves on barbells. That ain't on.
Have you seen the video about the snail girl?
Shit.
The girl who talks about how she has snail trails everywhere?
No, I haven't, but that's gross. Why?
Dude, that's just like, she just, I guess, has a lot of active fluids there.
Sure.
And And so she says that she's like always like trying to hide it and like clean it up and stuff, but she'll go to work out
so it's
and
not
stuff.
intentional.
And like
Okay.
people have called her out for it, like in yoga classes and stuff.
Damn, okay. That's kind of rude. Okay, if she can't help it, what can she do?
I don't know.
Yeah,
It might have been just like a meme. It might not have been a
Could have
legit thing.
I don't know.
So actually, you're actually wrong with girls. You're actually wrong with girls.
Are you bringing up?
Dude, like, and this is where it's like, okay, you could argue that it's like, what, like, come on, filming that way, right? And then he goes into like this weird rant, and I think it's because she was smirking at him because she couldn't fucking believe what was happening.
Man, am I right?
Like, you realize that you are actually what's wrong with girls is what this guy genuinely says to this girl. A random person in the gym.
Uh-huh.
Weird.
You're actually wrong with girls.
Are you bringing up?
Don't come to my gym. Keep it alive, man. Don't do this. Don't come.
Wow.
Like, that is
You're
pathetic.
using this meme wrong.
You are. And that, like, what he did is pathetic. That's pathetic.
He said it was his gym too.
Yeah.
Wow.
No.
Like, as in, this is
I get
my
the
gym,
sentiment.
as in I'm the owner, or like this is my gym.
It's like he pays to come to the gym. And look, like, I get the sentiment, and
my
I get the sentiment
territory.
when it's like people are not putting their dumbbells back the right way. I get the sentiment, but when it's this kind of thing, I don't know, it's kind of cringe.
Pictures so real, you won't believe your eyes.
Oh God. They renamed him Phil and Lil.
Prologic surround sound so exciting your eyes won't believe your ears. The ultimate home cinema televisions from Philips, including 100 Hz flicker-free pictures and widescreens. Philips, let's make things better.
Were those planes as well there? Flying by the towers at the end?
That's awesome.
This is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Guilty. After 3 weeks of testimony and less than 12 hours of deliberation, a Manhattan jury has found former President Donald Trump guilty on all 34 felony charges of attempting to influence the 2016 presidential election by falsifying business records to cover up a hush money payment. Sentencing has been scheduled for July 11th, just 4 days ahead of the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. Trump, the presumptive Republican presidential nominee, is the first former U.S. president to be convicted of a felony. The maximum penalty is 4 years in prison, though Judge Juan Merchan could decline to send Trump to prison and instead impose a fine, probation, or supervision. Trump's expected to appeal.
It'd be funny if he gets house arrest. That would be hilarious.
He spoke to reporters outside the Manhattan courtroom after the verdict was announced.
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt. It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here.
Yep.
Yeah, and what's even funnier is how cringe this reaction has been is going to push people even further away from Trump. They're going to be like, "Ooh, I don't want to be associated with those people." Ooh,
bro. So just to be clear,
Lord,
when we say a jury of his peers and how fair this jury was, okay, just to be clear, most men rate me an 8 or 9 out of 10. There was a juror that was like, because they let both sides pick the jurors, right? One of those jurors said that his only news source that he used was Truth Social.
that's hilarious.
And that guy still voted him to be guilty.
That's very funny, actually. I didn't know that. That's great.
You have a
Imagine your only news source being Truth Social. God damn. Good Lord. Oh my God. The brain rot that guy must have.
Still, that's
Still
how open
voted.
the case was.
Still said yes. Crazy.
DA and the whole thing.
I saw an interview with the lawyer. Maybe you sent it to me. And they were just like, yeah, this was like pretty much we had no chance. It was like hung jury was the best we had. That's how fucked it was. He was fucked.
We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man.
We'll have more on the historic conviction
OJ
of Donald
was-
Trump after headlines. Israel continues its
It's crazy
unabated
that
attacks
O.J.
across
Simpson
the
killed
Gaza
Jessica
Strip.
Simpson.
Overnight airstrikes on the
I
Bureau.
thought about that dumb joke earlier, and I said, I hope I remember to tell this. And I would have forgotten it if you didn't just bring up OJ.
At least 11 people. Mourners grieve their loved ones at Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital.
Also, what do you think about a potential new soundbite test?
in Barej camp from the Al-Sus family.
Well, let's see what's at the bottom today.
And her children. She is their daughter-in-law.
Because some of the stuff
whole
that's at the
house
bottom
was martyred. The Israelis bombed the house.
is like stuff that we actually
Her
use.
children, her father-in-law,
Because it
her
hasn't been balanced
mother-in-law,
yet.
her sisters-in-law were killed. The whole family was killed. My darling, my daughter.
A separate attack in Nusayrat camp struck a car carrying a family that had been providing free meals for displaced people. In northern Gaza, Israeli troops say they've retreated from Jabalia after 3 weeks of utter destruction. Displaced Palestinians returned to their homes, which in many cases were
For
no
now,
longer
I guess I'm gonna. If I want to bring it back, I can always bring it back. I guess, but I got rid of the Frost Nixon one.
Okay.
Even though it's probably going to be relevant today more than ever.
Yeah.
But so like this is one of those ones that's like how it's their dynamic where you can pause them. You know, like sometimes I'll just do bomb them and not play the rest of the soundbite.
Yeah.
Isn't that cheating the public? Isn't that betraying the public's trust? Isn't that cheating the public? Isn't that immoral?
But we also have this
I did everything right and they indicted me.
That's even funnier now.
I was displaced to the camp on the coast when the occupying forces came to the Jabalia camp. When
I'm
we heard
definitely
that
going
they
to
have
keep
withdrawn-
the whatchamacallit. What did I just delete? When the president does it, it's not illegal.
Yes.
We came back. When we came back to the Jabalia camp, we were shocked by the scenes of what has happened to it. Destruction.
I have to test it because
Homes have
there's
been
2
completely
versions.
razed to
So well, it's processing. So keep going. I'll just play it when it gets there.
Okay.
the ground. And what was not leveled to the ground was burned down. And what was not burned was completely destroyed.
Meanwhile, the charity Save the Children says Israeli strikes have killed at least 66 people, including many children, over a period of 4 days this week in areas of Rafah that were designated as safe zones. On Thursday, Hamas said it's ready for a complete agreement, including the exchange of hostages and prisoners.
That when the
if Israel
president
stops
does it,
its
That's the
war
one.
that means
immediately.
That's
An
the
Israeli
one.
negotiator dismissed the proposal as delusional. Israel's far-right finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, has threatened to turn the occupied West Bank, quote,
Like,
into ruins.
I don't know about anyone
like
else
in the
who's
Gaza
using
Strip.
Neil Breen sound bites, you know? And there's like so many that we like, you know, like that's not even the best one. Like, I cannot believe you committed suicide. How could you have committed suicide is also just, you know, the perfect one. Then there's also like Neil Breen bits that like are just visual gags, like the laptops and the coffee and his hair in the wind in that one scene and every scene.
Turn the occupied West Bank, quote, into ruined cities like in the Gaza Strip. Smotrich, an advocate for illegal Israeli settlements, made the remarks in a social media
guess what
video
that is?
Thursday. On Thursday morning, Israeli forces stormed
Guess what we
the West
classify
Bank
that
city
kind of rhetoric
Ramallah
as?
in another violent raid,
Yeah, that's
igniting a
I have no idea.
I mean, they're advocating for destruction of an entire people now, not just both West
straight
Bank
up.
and both West Bank and Gaza. They said they're going to make West Bank reduced to rubble like Gaza. Isn't that what they just said? So it's not even so like these people are not limited to just Gaza now. It's the entire Palestinian people and all their territories. You know, that's an expansion of genocidal rhetoric.
Yeah.
threatened to turn the occupied West Bank, quote, into ruined cities like in the Gaza Strip. Smotrich, an advocate for illegal Israeli settlements, made the remarks in a social media video Thursday. On Thursday morning, Israeli forces stormed the West Bank city of Ramallah in another violent raid, igniting a devastating fire on a vegetable market. Dozens of stores were destroyed by the flames.
Oh, but there was Hamas there.
We're not going to look at it today, but you know that one Arab comedian?
They're already coming.
You know the one guy?
They're
The Arab comedian who like is like really knowledgeable. He's an Egyptian.
Already here.
I know, I saw it. You know who I'm talking about though?
No.
He's done like Piers Morgan and he comes on and he just jokes and does stuff, but he's like very knowledgeable about Palestine.
Okay.
That comedian, he was just on, like I said, we're not going to watch it. I have to look up his name, but he was just on Mehdi Hassan. Really good interview.
Okay.
He pointed out that like, he goes like, he asked Mehdi Hassan if he knew about the Gaza mushrooms, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, no. And he's like talking about how these people basically had to learn how to farm mushrooms. Yes, this guy, Bassem Youssef. So he was talking about how they had to learn how to farm mushrooms and they started creating a mushroom business and like basically how Israel came in and made it so it's impossible for them to even have that business, just to equate about how much they're broken down. Like it's not just like militarily or even taking of homes and stuff like that. Like it's like they have any type of autonomy that they try to obtain is like broken down from them. It was a very good interview.
Interesting. Good. I hope so.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Hopefully it's the ICJ that does it. That would be excellent.
And damages as firefighters combated the blaze for hours. Humanitarian groups are condemning an Israeli
Trump
bill
won
to
election
designate
2020
UNRWA as a terrorist organization. Doctors Without Borders called it, quote, an outrageous attack on humanitarian assistance.
Didn't win 2016,
and an act
really.
of collective punishment
One could
against
argue.
the Palestinian people, unquote. The group added the bill, which is making its way through the Israeli Knesset,
I just need an A
would,
word.
quote, amount to a free license to attack UNRWA facilities and its humanitarian personnel, unquote.
Oh, no, I got
UN
it.
said this week aid to Gaza
You
had
gave it
dropped
to me with ass, though.
67%
Definitely-
since May
definitely
7th
ass.
as Israel launched its invasion of Rafah. Yemen's Houthi movement said joint U.S.-British strikes killed 16 people and injured 40 others in Hodeidah province Thursday. The U.S. acknowledged launching 13 strikes against Houthi targets in Yemen as Houthi fighters have intensified attacks on freight vessels in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden, including an attack earlier today on the U.S. Eisenhower aircraft carrier. The Houthi
Oh,
movement
shit.
is vowing to continue its maritime strikes as long as
Where are they
Israel's
stepping
war
up?
on Gaza is ongoing.
Where did they hit? They hit
Slovenia
what?
has become the latest.
They hit the Eisenhower.
I thought
They went
Eisenhower
from
was in New
Eisenhower.
York.
Apparently not. I guess it's in the.
Eisenhower was. I thought it was just in Fleet Week.
Maybe not.
Let me tell you, the Eisenhower could already be back over there with how fast U.S. ships can move.
They took down another Predator drone.
Yeah.
Which that was sick. Like, good for them.
Like
Fucking Houthi W.
Army, you know, like they had an Air Force at one point. They had at least 3 like F5 clones, right?
Predator drones.
And, like,
You will never see it coming.
If like IRGC affiliates in Iraq can take down Predator drones fairly frequently, it should be more than capable coming from the Houthis.
Yeah.
It should,
They've only taken down 4,
which
I
it shows. The only reason the Houthis have taken them down, even though the Houthis did do attacks on ships in the past, and that's the only time the U.S. responded with force. But like now, like the fact that they're able to, like, they've downed so many drones, it shows like how much they avoided basically going into confrontation with the Americans, because it really
isn't beneficial.
Yeah, I mean, the Americans weren't bombing them; they were working together technically. You know, that's why I said, like I was saying earlier, I made a post about it, how the U.S. won't risk the Suez, and like the moment U.S. got pulled into Israel because of Soviet Union, like you have the Yom Kippur War hit, where Israel almost used a nuke, and then within like a decade, you have the Camp David, right? Like. So once the U.S. was involved, it started ending the war with Egypt, right? And then the war shifted to Lebanon after that. And it stopped with Egypt because the U.S. isn't going to fuck with Egypt and Israel. They need to sell arms to both, and they need the Suez Canal. So it's like, if Egypt and Israel go to war, the U.S. is just going to sell arms to both sides and take like a 9-aligned grift stance.
Yes.
This European nation to recognize Palestinian statehood. The move still needs to be approved by the Slovenian parliament, which is expected in the coming days. A New York nurse launched a hunger strike outside the White House Thursday and is calling on all healthcare providers to oppose U.S. support for Israel's assault on Gaza. Jennifer Kuning said in a statement, quote, "The immeasurable trauma that children in Gaza are experiencing is horrifying and completely unjustifiable. Children's brains and bodies are fragile and still growing, and they're being starved, bombed, and traumatized beyond belief.
And being blown off completely.
That's where I thought they were going with, is they're going to talk.
That's what I thought
US
as well.
Federal law clerks issued a rare public statement condemning, quote, "our government's complicity in genocide," unquote. The statement was published anonymously, as judges and clerks are forbidden to engage in protest or other political activity. The law clerks wrote, quote, "although the rules of the judiciary prevent us from publicly advocating at this time, we write this letter as a small gesture of our love and solidarity," unquote. President Biden's given Ukraine permission to defensively deploy U.S. weapons to strike targets inside Russia close to Ukraine's northeast Kharkiv region. The change in policy was widely reported Thursday, though the White House has yet to officially comment on the matter. The new directive does
And I just want to point out, multiple people in here have said, they've been like, oh, well, maybe they should give Ukraine permission to strike. And I've always pushed back on you and said they have.
Also, they don't need to.
Yeah, that's the other thing. They don't need to as well. But like it, like obviously, but like that's the whole thing. Is like they were like this whole. At least she didn't say it. The way people have been reporting, it's like it was done in secret. Oh, really? Really? Yeah. You mean to tell me that they didn't announce it to Russia?
Yeah, crazy.
And deny, like, secret is when the State Department denies it, even though it's publicly been said.
Yeah, exactly. I literally had this not long ago. Where is it? Here. It isn't in the news yet, but smooth brains in DC are planning on bombing some dense populations in Russia. I'm like, how? America's not in the war. Also, Ukraine can bomb whatever the fuck they want.
Yes.
Russia invaded. If Russia didn't want their shit bombed, maybe they shouldn't have invaded. This is a consequence of war. My response would be womp womp, I guess. Big deal.
Confirmed it was allowing Ukraine to use German-supplied weapons in Russia's border area with Ukraine. Vladimir Putin this week warned of serious consequences if weapons provided by NATO members were used inside Russia. This comes as Ukrainian authorities announced at least 4 people were killed, another 16 injured in an overnight Russian attack in a residential area of Kharkiv, Ukraine's second-largest city. Large swaths of South Asia continue to grapple with a blistering heat wave and soaring temperatures that have reached over 125 degrees Fahrenheit. In India, at least 24 people died Thursday of suspected heat stroke in the eastern states of Bihar and Odisha. Meanwhile, many residents in Delhi are facing chronic water shortages. Warnings have been acted across India as hospitals are seeing a spike in patients suffering heat-related ailments. This is a doctor in New Delhi.
We have got about 6 patients who were critical and they had heat stroke-like symptoms, and 2 patients were having heat exertion symptoms. So some of the patients were drowsy and they needed...
Oh, but it's racist when the Simpsons guy talks like that.
Some of the patients had convulsions also, and one patient came gasping also to the emergency department.
CBS News reports the Biden administration is planning to send groups of immigrants from Latin America to Greece and Italy as an effort to discourage more people from seeking refuge at the U.S.-Mexico border. Under the initiative,
come
people
on.
were first processed
No
at U.S.
way.
immigration centers
No.
recently opened in Colombia, Costa Rica,
Whoa. Out of all the countries he's picking, it's Greece and Italy, the ones like known for like killing them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why would Greece and Italy accept them when Italy is already making deals to get rid of migrants? Does that mean they're going to be sent to fucking Africa and like Albania and shit? Like, do not do that.
Ecuador and Guatemala could be resettled in Greece or Italy. The U.S. already has a similar resettlement partnership with Canada and Spain. And the U.S. Supreme Court has unanimously sided with the National Rifle Association, paving the way for a First Amendment lawsuit against a New York State official who encouraged businesses to cut ties with the firearms lobby.
That's bullshit.
Maria Vullo, former superintendent of the New York State Department of Financial Services, had urged banks and insurance companies to stop working with the NRA following the 2018 mass shooting at a high school in Parkland, Florida. And those are some of...
I support this. Fuck the NRA. Awful. Garbage organization.
What's the best picture of Trump?
His mugshot, obviously.
Okay. I picked the one with his dumpy.
The headlines.
Or the one where he's like up the stairs turning around and his hair's like all fucked. That's a good one too.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
All right, y'all, welcome to the show.
Oh, God.
No, we're just a warm-up.
So today, I got a bunch of RFK stuff. Am I happy about that? No. But nonetheless, we'll proceed. I'll give you all my RFK stuff. We have some shockingly evil new laws being passed in red states. And the whole lot Columbus Day. And Tim Pool has a problem with this.
Yeah, every single gun law that's been passed in the US has the NRA's okay. If anybody doesn't know that, I hope you do now. Fuck the NRA. Awful organization.
Racist.
As per usual.
Racist organization.
That too. Fuck them. They should die quickly.
Wow.
The organization. But yeah, they are a burden on the Second Amendment.
My resolution,
so, here we go. Let's
airstrikes. Bomb them.
You with my take on this.
Bomb them.
Nobody has been harsher on RFK than me, but this moment, This moment is something.
The concern is if your worldview is shifted, that Columbus Day is no longer the day you're celebrating the counter protest. That says a lot about how
Tim,
you see the world.
Let me tell you something, Tim. I respect you a lot. But
Fringe.
I think what I
Why do these people keep saying this? They live in non-reality.
What's the best Tim Pool picture?
Give me a second.
try to do in this campaign is to not get sucked into culture war issues that I consider distractions. I think the big issues that we should be talking about, which you started with, is the fact that 57% of the people in this country cannot put their hands on $1,000 because they're if there's an emergency in their family, and if you are in that cohort and the engine light comes on in your car, it's the apocalypse because you know you can't afford that mechanic. You're not gonna be able to get to work, and you're not gonna be able to pay your rent. Then you're gonna end up on the side of the rock homeless, and that's you're gonna be circling a drain. And you know,
and the brainworms
is for us to ignore the contribution they've made and the Fed
What's
has
the
made,
best
and all
Biden
these
picture?
people Wall Street's made. That this situation and keep us fighting about Columbus Day or Indigenous People Day. I'm not feeding into that. These are economic issues, and that's why I'm running. I'm not running to feed into culture war issues on either side. You can dispute these activists any way you want. I'm not going to get involved in that issue.
So in other words, he's like, why the fuck are you asking me about this? Why are you outraged at the fact that I mentioned Indigenous Peoples Day and didn't call it Columbus Day? And I think it makes sense to call it Indigenous Peoples Day. Why is that a problem? Why is that an issue? Are you so against the idea of Indigenous Peoples Day? Are we that married to the idea? It must be Columbus Day. It reminds me of the people who are still like ardent defenders of
It's literally
statues,
both.
even to the point
It's
where
literally
there was
both.
one place
It's
we
like
just
the
covered this.
one
There's
cultural
place
victory that
had
both
taken the
sides
statue-
get. You know? Like, I can't wait. All next month, all we get to hear about every day is how they don't care about Pride Month. Right?
I can't wait. I can't wait for corporate pandering month.
It's my favorite. It's my favorite month because of like how much they cry about it. It's like
Do we get to
Black
call
History
them? Do
Month
we get to?
was pretty
Do we
bad
get to use the F
with
slur
them.
at them the whole month?
But like, you know, like I would say a majority of people recognize it as Columbus Day. Okay, I want to like. I'm gonna what day of the year is it? Oh, Columbus Day. It's October 14th. Okay, I'm gonna see if do I have a calendar app on my phone, and I'm gonna see what it's listed as in the calendar in my phone. It's listed as both Columbus Day and Indigenous People Day. Suck my dick. I told you. Both.
Choose down, but then they voted to put them back
Just
up.
like how Thanksgiving has two meanings now, too, huh?
Yeah.
We acknowledge both
This is
sides of
that
the story.
big of an this is that important to you? And his point is, look, man, this culture war bullshit is a distraction from the reality of the fact that the ruling class is screwing us. That's his point. Now, it's RFK, so it's not like he actually has the solutions to these things, right? I mean, when Crystal grilled him, he said he's not even in favor of Medicare for all. That's basic. That's like the step one in this.
Yeah,
class
he's
war
more right-wing
where
than
you're trying to
Biden.
look out for the
What did
working
you-
class.
come on.
So I don't think RFK
Oh my
has the
God.
solutions, but in terms of sort of scolding Tim and checking his ass and saying, "Why the fuck are we talking about
I
this?"
fucking hate. Okay, I'm
Holy shit!
I like
That's the only part of that clip he
okay,
shows. You
good
are
because
shit.
I'm already done with Kyle. He's
Good
so
Lord.
annoying.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd be getting a free
Presidential
beat
candidate
washing,
RFK
did you,
Jr.
buddy?
joins me now. What do you?
Oh no, this is premature. Hold on. Let's go with this one.
This one caught me by surprise. Maybe real Tim heads, real beanies.
Oh, it's
were
Stone
keeping
Face
up
Girl.
on the itinerary, so they knew that President Trump would show up on the Timcast. I didn't know that. Pretty crazy in person. by the way, no Skype call. So you have this whole live stream VOD here. He joins in at the last bit. I haven't seen it. I want to see, you know?
Oh, is this the whole interview?
Probably. So
excellent.
We've seen it though.
The whole interview.
I mean, we watched a bunch of snippets of it. We basically saw the whole thing. It's very short.
Oh, is it? Ah,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Never mind then. All right, we'll just move on to the Jreg one.
I'm not a huge fan of Jreg. I've said that before. I've gotten canceled for that before. That's life. What are you going to do?
Jreg.
I know a lot of people do like Jreg quite a bit, and I understand why.
Good Lord, why is he saying it like
because
this?
Jreg is actually pretty funny.
Stop it.
Like Jreg,
this is like an
old. Oh my God,
this is like an old ass video. How many views does this have?
Jokes, blah blah.
This is like remember when I pulled out that video
why
that had like 0 views on it, and it was like
Yeah,
and
the
it was
origin
like
of his furriness.
Yeah, and like other people had not gotten that deep with it, right? That's from this era. I like that shirt though. I'd wear it. What? How many views?
4 years ago, 270,000 views.
More than the other one had, of course, but it's on his channel.
Yeah.
I don't like Jreg that much is because I don't think Jreg does very good satire. You've all seen the image on Twitter.
Irony.
Right?
Look,
Satire requires.
If this is 4 years ago, I'm sure, maybe I think today his opinion might have changed. I'll give him credit, where credit's due.
Sure.
Like Jreg has plenty of time to improve the material because at the time he was doing just these weird skits where he would like dress up as different political memes and change the color of the lighting.
Fair enough.
Clarity of purpose, lest it be mistaken for that which it intends to critique, or something like that. I have no idea what Jreg's actual political positions are.
Why do you care?
I admit I find
Why
the
do you
actual
care?
running gag a little bit tired now, in my personal opinion. The whole like, haha, I'm an unironic anti-centrist. I'm okay with every radical. This is literally just the political compass meme subreddit, except distilled down into YouTube.
Yes, that's the point of his channel back then. See, that's what. Okay, I thought it was modern Jreg. And I was like, wow, bro, it's bad taste. I wouldn't like this shit. This is what I'm talking about. It's just different colors and stuff. I wouldn't like this shit at the time either.
And while some of those jokes can be pretty funny, I don't know how good a job they're doing at actually like satirizing the things he's trying to make fun of. Because he's making fun of we can just watch.
You know what to do, compatriot. Let him have it, please. No. I have a white wife and kids. So, how goes the progress? Excellent. The new concentration camps can fit so many fascists.
Get it? It's like if Antifa take over, they'll do the Holocaust, but it will be of fascists. That's the whole video.
What's gonna happen to us? Nothing's wrong, son. Just keep praying to Hitler. Hello. Oh, hello. You're just in time for some gluten.
He doesn't even have
bread.
Nazi hats yet.
No.
That's not why I'm here.
He's gotten much edgier.
Yeah, you get because they're the not get it because the Antifa are the Nazis. Look,
it's actually as well as I thought it would. Get him. Get him.
This is terrible. See,
so shit.
It's actually they them. What?
I think it's meant to be shit though.
But actually, I prefer to be referred to as they them.
Like it's ironic.
Well,
satire.
he made the videos where it's like explaining every political position.
Yeah.
Right. Speed run, and he made like 2 of those types of videos. Right. Yeah. And they're like
I think
genuinely really good
Mm.
and really informative speed runs to understand like a baseline of politics, both of them. And those blew up. And then after that, his material got a lot stronger.
Mm. Yeah, I think that's how I found him with those videos.
You can't kill me. I'm the democratically elected CEO of Antifa.
Yeah, pretty cringe.
now the joke here is Antifa are the real fascists, because that's the joke. There are a lot of people. The production value of this is unironically hilarious, though. This just all the little green screen clones like shuffling around badly and stuff like that. That's very funny to me, I will admit. But the Antifa,
that's what gets me. It's like it's like The Room.
It's just shit.
It's just funny.
Antifa are the real fascist thing. Like that's the thing that a lot of people unironically say, right? And the joke here is like, haha, what if Antifa really were the fascists? But it's not satire, because it doesn't actually critique the people who hold this belief.
Oh my god, it's
all
irony.
It does is provide a jokingly facetious version of that belief.
You fucking autistic.
Proper satire would be challenging the preconceptions
so
of the
funny.
people who believe Antifa are the real fascists. But it's clearly a joke. I'm not saying it's not a joke. There's a difference between a joke and satire. As a joke, it's fine. It's obviously a jokey video. Does anyone think I'm accusing this video of being serious? But as satire,
it's not even
it
meant
doesn't
to be
really critique the
satire.
people who believe that, because fascists can watch this video and just think, haha, that's funny. Yeah, that kind of would happen, I guess. Because it's not actually challenging them. What it's doing is, okay, wait, how do I illustrate this difference? Okay.
Oh my god,
there's
I
a
hate
big
Vaush
difference
so much.
between, imagine you sit a fascist down.
How do I
and you make them
illustrate
watch
my
2
weird
videos,
point
and one of
and my
them
nuanced
is a
point
video
about
which
how I have bad
critiques and
taste
makes
about
fun of people
something.
who believe Antifa are the real fascists, and one of them is one which just shows Antifa being the real fascist, but in a jokey, facetious, hyperbolic way. Do you understand the difference there? It's the difference between parody and satire. It's the difference between critique and just making a joke. All of the problems that I have with Jreg fundamentally boil down to like this basic distinction. It can be very difficult, I think, for people to recognize that just because you're making fun of an idea doesn't mean you're satirizing that idea or the people who agree with it. There's a very fundamental difference between those things.
Okay.
If you look over all the videos that he has,
Whatever, bro.
and by the way,
All right,
some of
I'm done
Jreg's
with
videos
this.
I think are sincerely great.
What a shit video.
Does everyone remember?
Oh, look, a Nazi one.
These communities, or will the 14 times because they're slightly higher IQ? It wouldn't make sense that Jews would be overrepresented like this unless there was a bias in admissions.
Jesus Christ.
Fully upvoted, literally neo-Nazi propaganda. Jews having a higher IQ is a lie in itself. They just threw away all the lower IQ Jews and formed a new group and only their brains count. That's not, I don't know what the fuck that's in reference to. I've never heard that one before. It's probably not true. Agreed. But guys, again, like this community is literally fucking full of Nazis. If you want to go through, like, pretty much every single thread in Political Compass memes has like some sincere like Nazi discussion going on. This is not an equal community. There isn't any fair-mindedness here. If your goal is to satirize centrism by propping up all the 4 axes as some kind of equal, like colorful, it's a wonderful world, or it's a small world after all, like
at a culture that allows.
see, it's a joke because he says things that are funny, but
See, it's a joke because
shit in there. You know what the big meme that Jreg does is that he does all this, but he also has an OnlyFans page. See, get it? That's the joke. He delivered 8 minutes of swarf propaganda, but then the joke is that he also has a OnlyFans page. Get it? Do you get it? It's funny because he propped up a bunch of right-leaning ideologies and right-leaning talking points, and then he avoided having to accept criticism for those points because he tacitly critiqued them themselves by doing something that doesn't actually critique it. It's funny.
If he was serious,
hey man, I just had a conversation with Dankula, dude. It's kind of the same. He'll do a bunch of far right shit, or he'll make a bunch of far right talking points, but it's all a meme. And then if you're like, hey, what do you actually think? And it'd be like, oh, well, I also, how can I hate trans people when trans people suck such good dick? Like, that's basically what we're talking about here, you know? I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm just not very impressed.
We should make it more difficult for children to have access to about it. I'm not going to try to change that. What I am
talking about the iDubbbz drama, something that literally hundreds of thousands of people are invested in, that will probably pull people to his channel who will watch him and unironically agree with his anti-sex work talking points.
Do is analyze what people are angry about, and it's not nobody is that invested with iDubbbz's personal relationship. What they're really mad at is the broader social structure that allowed them to witness a man.
It's crazy how Vaush got popular.
People mad at iDubbbz were actually mad at a culture that allowed.
See, it's a joke because he says things that are funny, but the funny things he's saying are literally identical to what other people say unironically.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, I think you might have pretty much nailed it.
because the far right is so fucking stupid that satirizing them is literally just repeating their points ad verbatim.
For the emasculation of the man, the commodification of the woman, and the degeneracy of the West. For the most part, I don't think people were mad.
See, it was a joke. See, it was the rule of threes. You put the degeneracy of the West as the third point there to indicate that you're making a joke about the relative severity of that last point, except a lot of people who are watching are going to unironically agree with it because you're not meaningfully challenging those ideas.
Okay.
I think they were mad at the rampant neoliberal commodification of sex
Maybe
and
if
sexuality.
they're
No matter
Drax
what.
the
As a Christian,
Destroyer
I
from
always find it
Guardians of the
weird that
Galaxy,
emasculation was
aka
more
autistic.
Within the reason I found that
Let's
weird
move
was
on.
because
This
sex
is
was
an
so
annoying video.
normalized for me, even
Fine.
Annoying.
Hey, folks. Now, listen, I want to say a couple of words about this beforehand. Yesterday, I think we were very complimentary to the Libertarian convention, political convention. They booed Donald Trump. Yes, I know Libertarian Dave Smith was a little bit hypocritical in some of the things he's saying. That's okay. But this, I think, it's
Sam
important
Seder was
to
actually
remember that,
considering
yes,
running for the
they don't
Libertarian
like Donald
candidacy.
Trump, but let's not forget who libertarians are. Nothing captures them more. This is at the Libertarian Convention. It is part of the feed, and
Jack,
I'm
you're
not
gonna
sure
love this
where
so
this has come
much.
from. And now, to be fair, we have no way of knowing if this is 100% real. And I want to make that up. We don't really have the way of knowing that any of the videos that we do.
Buyer beware, as the libertarians say.
Yeah, buyer beware. Right. There is no agency. This is we will if this turns out
It's
to be
because
false,
most
all
of the
you will
stuff is
unsubscribe
going to
to the
be
channel.
geared
That's the
towards
way
the
that things
Trump
work.
stuff.
Um,
This is just a video that we wanted to look at before, and I was like, hey, we never did that gag where you're going to do the I'm not a big fan of Jreg and then play his new Nazi video. We only, I think, played the new Nazi video.
Which I guess we can play again.
Nah.
If people want.
Let's get to this hot mic. This is fucking hysterical. And then also after this, do you have the guy who did the interviews at the convention? It's like
I
a
have all
14
of
minute.
them.
It's like a
I have all of
14-minute video.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have the Vaush one, and then
Probably just the first one. We don't need anyone else's commentary.
Parody.
The regular schmegula.
Apparently, they left the mic on. There's a hot mic situation at the Libertarian convention. And
already dangerous.
You're going to hear some libertarians, presumably they're libertarians. I cannot verify if they are. They're just at the Libertarian convention, debating upon the different average penis size of people of different ethnicities and races. And you'll pick up bits here and there. But I encourage you all to slow down the tape when you listen to this.
Let's hear them out.
Put a transcription.
Ideas.
I bring it up in the context of, obviously there's...
I do not have the original. Where is it?
I'll grab it.
Okay.
Genetic differences, there's IQ differences between individuals on a general curve, and to say right off the bat that you're going to put an Ashkenazi Jew, a white, an Asian, and a black next to each other and automatically assume they're the same. I think that's wrong. I think that's wrong. There's averages. And,
Right, exactly. Yeah, well, I mean, all right, so my joke.
Is this the mic on this?
What's bigger? Black is okay. Asian dicks are small, right?
Who has these conversations? What the fuck is this?
Stereotypes are earned. They're not given. So all of these
Libertarians. I just want to up on where we are in this conversation. The first gentleman is
just doing normal bell curve stuff.
Doing normal bell curve stuff. The other guy says, I have a joke. I couldn't make out exactly what the joke was, but it was something about black penises being big. And the other gentleman said, oh, and Asian penises are small. And then and the guy's like, yeah, but the reality.
Like, I say this jokingly in like a facetious way, because I'd be like, the whites, the blacks, the browns, just like
the blacks
in a
love
facetious,
me.
stupid fucking way. So yeah, kind of mocking the way Trump does. And they're doing it legitimately.
Okay, here it is. I also found another one that they did just
Fucking
interviewing people on the
morons.
street.
Reality is they're all like within a half an inch of each other, the average penis size.
Hilarious
I've not
joke.
seen these studies actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, people who believe in the bell curve, right?
Libertarians have
Good liars. I don't think I had this one on the thing.
No, keep going with the hot mic.
No.
That's just an interview thing.
I
That's
haven't
funny.
Yes, I haven't fallen down that wormhole. Thank God. And but then the other guy says, but stereotypes are earned. They're not
Now we're talking about culture.
Yeah. Go back just a little bit. This is, gold.
You know what the average? You know what the difference is on the average? Half an inch.
Stereotypes are earned; they're not given. So all of these things that we have.
Look at how many people are on that Google
They
Doc.
got to where they are because people just kind of agree on them, maybe subconsciously. So
Pause it.
even though
You know, one meme that we all have about libertarians is to do with their concern about the age of consent, and it couldn't have came from nowhere. I'll just say that.
I mean, even Donald Trump said, "You guys know about getting
Arrested.
he said, she said, and getting
sexual assaults." I mean, you guys know what I'm talking
Well, he bragged about it at the convention. That was his thing. One thing he did for them, which was that he basically he revoked the reporting requirements
The
for sexual
guidance, the
assault on
so-called guidance.
campuses.
are because people just kind of agreed on them, maybe subconsciously. So even though it's half an inch, blacks will have big penises. You know?
Right, but that's on average. You take away the black. It may not be there.
Look, and that's one of the issues with a multicultural society is that you can't do individualism on a scale of 330 million. Like, you have to categorize, you have to do averages. It's just not efficient. It's not possible to do it. And that's why you hear politicians talk about the black community and the Hispanic community, right?
Madam Chair, I believe that the microphones are picking up private conversation. They might need to be cut.
Online.
Beautiful.
Oh my gosh.
So I'm going through the YouTube of day 3 of the Libertarian Convention, and this is the exact setup from the live
That's
stream. I'm trying to find the
awesome.
exact part of the Google
I
Doc
mean-
there are, so I'm pretty sure this is real.
It's
if it's staged, it's brilliant.
It is brilliant
Yeah.
because it hits every single note.
That's the problem with a multicultural
The
society.
sense that these guys are having an intellectual conversation.
It was
but
a
it's
Federalist
completely,
Do you know the difference is a half an inch?
It's completely centered around the half-inch advantage they perceive some
That's the problem
people
with the
having with their penises.
It's
cultural
literally
society.
them
We've got to
doing
compete with
the skull
these people who are
science
half
shit,
an inch.
With dicks.
So it just made this think of skimming the
Very
relevant Wikipedia article for what? Libertarians or the age of consent? What are we looking at?
Damn, bro, that's got to be like the gayest shit I've ever heard ever.
The dick article.
Larger in the average.
Dicks, and you wanted to look up something about dicks, wasn't it? That's.
I guess is what they're worried
Well,
about.
now that half-inch could mean all the difference in the world. And that is why you have some men who are hoarding all of the women because of that. And it's the average, too, because that could mean that
I can tell you.
let's say, a black person.
The biggest dick I've ever experienced was on a black girl, so it was like a whole nother level, you know?
Asian person and an Ashkenazi Jew, and they're all in a room. The average, the mean may be within a half an inch, but that could be like the billionaire and the person making 100,000. And the average is that everyone has 500 million.
Okay, I think it's getting tired.
Yeah. The 14-minute interview I just sent, that's them covering the Libertarian Convention.
Yeah.
This video is so fucking good, bro. And like, you know, normally I don't really like these guys. They're just really just they just go to the Trump people and they go, you know anyone affected by immigration, and none of them do. But like libertarians just think they're so smart. And it's so funny how stupid they are. They're like, it's literally libertarianism is guy horoscopes. Okay?
Nuclear weapons?
Of course.
We are here outside the Washington, D.C. Hilton at the Libertarian National Convention. Now, DeVron, we don't know a lot about the Libertarian
you hear what
Party,
they're
do we?
doing where they put the phone in the pocket there?
Talk to.
Yeah.
Literally would do that all the time. So like a lot, like also like if somebody needs a lav mic, just fucking shove a phone in their shirt pocket. You know, like classic.
It works.
It's classic.
Some people figure out what they believe. It should be probably pretty boring.
Yeah,
You think they attach their camera with their
civil discussion of who
I
they
have
want
no
to
idea.
nominate as their candidate for president.
Right.
Obviously, the big thing for the Libertarian Party is they don't want the government in their life. And I
Right.
think everybody kind of agrees on that. So there really shouldn't be that much disagreement here at the Libertarian National Convention. It should be just kind of a standard boring thing. Can I just grab your name really fast?
Starchild.
Starchild?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I mean, get right in front of this right now.
This
Explain
is what
the
I'm
outfit.
talking about.
Well, Javier Milei, who's the first libertarian head of state
Oh
in the world,
my
as far as I
God.
know, talked about people being lions.
What a
not
slut.
lambs. You know, he wanted to wake up the lions, so that's why.
Terrible
This
posture.
is your lion
though.
outfit.
That's my lion outfit. Afuera.
All right. And is your legal name
Good
Starchild?
Lord.
And why you?
That's actually not what's important because people should be able to be known however
His
they want.
posture is
So how the
really
government's
bad,
going,
almost
this
like
is
he's
your
not actually
legal context,
confident,
you are
and he's like
Yeah.
overcoming his confidence
So
with
what does it mean to
clownery.
you to be a libertarian?
Like that's his posture
Control-
looks very
believe
withdrawn and
in,
like
less government
this guy
on
on the other
everything.
hand, this fat guy, great posture, standing up straight, you know.
Issue all the time. We believe
When
in
I'm buying comic
consistently,
books from his store, I would take
shrinking
him very seriously at the time.
the state any way we can, any way from lowering your taxes by $1 to opening the borders completely. We believe in no
Good
particular
based.
borderism. Whatever is
You
politically
believe in opening the borders completely.
completely.
How would that look if that happened?
Well, there's currently an open border between Wisconsin and Michigan.
This
and I would
lad's got a
expect a border
belt holding
between
in his
Texas.
gut. Good Lord.
Yeah, I mean, because he's probably on his feet a lot at the conventions, and he's heavy, so he doesn't want to hurt his back. You know,
Sure.
just for, you know,
Mexico
practical.
to look very similarly.
I guess. Could also not be fat.
It's his freedom.
True.
There's different laws on both sides of the border.
But you hear what he's saying?
And
He's basically
people-
saying like Mexico should be like state to state. Like, so like what's funny is libertarians also share in line of view that the people who like the super nationalists who aren't the like not the like nationalists who are like the romantic ones, the ones that are like greater America, annex Canada and Mexico's type stuff, like the expansionist type people.
Okay.
They ultimately want the same thing as libertarians. They just disagree on how to get it.
Oh, that's funny.
Because you think about it, an open border to Mexico, right? How would you achieve that for real in this type of world?
Take over Mexico.
Well, I mean, the EU has open borders too. I mean, just some type of,
Sure.
you know, where you become a functioning body of all three.
Oh, like a union of the Americas
Over Mexico, you know? But
UOA.
more law that would make the borders open, though. Ultimately, what we need actually is that it's one of those things where you need the law to actually protect and enforce something, because we'll always be trying to close the borders, and you just be able to be like, nope, against the law, and then you shoot it.
Come and go as they please.
Why don't you read the sign to us?
So it is no Joe with the lovely X out. Almost everything is wrong. And I hesitate to say almost because I'm not sure I need that qualifier.
So he's got a circular barbell on there. What's this? Is that an omega symbol or the circular? Oh, it's an omega. I
It's
thought it
an
was.
omega.
I literally thought it was a circular barbell.
No, it's an omega.
This sign in New Hampshire and Vermont. New Hampshire did not go well. 11th place.
It should be something everybody here can agree on, whether it's you believe in re-legalizing cocaine, or if you just kind of laissez-faire and like the Statue of Liberty.
We're here at the Libertarian National Convention here,
What?
the biggest gathering of beards in the country. It's basically a beard convention. A lot of people with beards are here. There's one with somebody with a beard now, kind of looks like Santa Claus.
I think facial hair is just, it's a joy of being male. It's a privilege we have. We should rejoice in it and take advantage of it. And
You see what I mean by
libertarianism is all
male
about expressing yourself, and I
horoscopes,
think
though.
Yes. I see it.
expressing yourself through facial hair is a legitimate way to do that. And pretty much everyone in my organization who has the capability of growing facial hair has some.
I'd see probably about 90%
Hang on.
of the men here have
Dial that.
pretty
Whoa,
long
whoa. Dial.
beards. What-
Oh,
what is
no. You know what he was doing? So, okay. So here's what I was thinking. Libertarian pedophile, right? Everyone in my organization who can grow facial hair. I was thinking, oh, he's talking about children. He's talking about women.
Yes.
He's being gender inclusive. What a cool guy, actually. I think. I hope. I'm giving you the benefit of the
Possibly.
doubt. I better not Google you and see some sort of shit, bro.
Do that. And pretty much everyone in my organization who has the capability of growing facial hair has some.
I see probably about 90% of the men here have pretty long beards.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I think libertarians just like to be a little bit different. You know, they like to go against the grain of society. And for such a long time, it was just like the mandatory uniform is that you were clean shaven every day. And so doing something, it's like getting a tattoo or it's like dyeing your hair a crazy color. You know, it's just a way of being an individual and standing out from the crowd.
You know, libertarians are kind of famous for their belief in gun rights. Do you subscribe to that? Do you feel that way, that people should be allowed to have their ownership of their firearms?
Hell yeah.
So this is the Radical Caucus. We believe not only in the right to keep and bear arms, but the right to keep and bear nukes.
No.
Nuclear weapons?
Of course. Things will probably get worse.
You want to discuss this
before
for
they
a
get
second?
better, but they will be worse.
Okay. What do you think about people just being able to own nukes?
No.
I'm just going to go out on a limb here. Logistically impossible. Okay.
Yeah.
This whole thing
If
where you
the
can like
government
all of a
shouldn't have
sudden people will be able to build nukes in their garage. No.
Yeah,
No.
not possible.
No. That said, everyone has access to the capabilities to make a WMD.
Mm-hmm.
You just need to understand. You need to do a lot of research and understand like why chlorine didn't work in World War I. You know, you have to figure out how to actually like weaponize your chlorine. So like, for example, there was that furry convention that got shut down because somebody used a chlorine bomb in the vents.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So they had to evacuate the whole building, right? So it's like if that was like a lot stronger, a lot more chlorine, you know?
Yes.
So that's the thing as well. It's like you have to figure out how the size of the weapon, right? And like the lethality of the
dispersion.
dose. And this is where cyanide has benefits, right? So cyanide cannot be weaponized in shells, but it's extremely poisonous. It's like one of the more effective chemical agents, right? It kills people so quick, and that's why it was always like a spy weapon to kill yourself, you know. Or like that. I was a Bulgarian guy who killed it was a Croat, I think. Who he drinks the poison when he's getting sentenced for war crimes, and he drinks the poison and dies.
Yeah,
you know. So
sure.
I mean, you have the ability to do these things, right?
Yeah.
And really, like, you can experiment with chlorine on your own. You can experiment with cyanide on your own. There's nothing stopping you. Once you do it in an attack against somebody, then it's a problem. The same with a firearm. So technically, WMDs are legal to the fullest extent. You know, the only thing that you couldn't do is a nuclear Boy Scout shit where you're taking apart smoke detectors. You know, they're going to come check out the radioactive signals.
Yeah. Well, there's what do they call them? There's a certain name for them. Individual radioactive sources. They're unaffiliated with like reactors and shit. There's like a certain
like a rogue source.
Yeah, like a rogue source, but they have a specific name for it.
Yeah, I just know that they call it Broken Arrow for like when it's
Broken Arrow is a lost nuke.
Yeah, that's like when it's a
from
weapon.
the U.S. military, which has happened 3 times. I think they've lost 3.
Also, the like what are they? Rajneesh? They did a fucking biological attack on that salad bar at Del Taco. They grew botulism toxin farms. You know, like.
For a much shorter amount of time, if you empower individuals.
Well, if everyone gets blown up by nuclear weapons really quickly, then that's a very short amount of time.
Well, in that case, I love Jesus.
But
and I
like,
hope you do too.
think about this though. Like, I mean, bombings used to be popular, but like a chemical weapon is like easier to make than a bomb. Honestly, they're very easy to make. Like, you can fucking find shit underneath your sink that will get you started in precursor agents and stuff, right? Half the time, it's just you need to add alcohol and to something, and it's you know like the chemist grade alcohol as a binder or something. So everyone already has the ability to use the WMDs, but yet it's not happening. Wonder why? Even though everyone has the capability to make these weapons themselves, but it's not a problem like mass shootings are. Like, where are the chemical attacks? Actually, I think there was a chemical attack in New York today.
I'm surprised it doesn't happen more. Like,
yeah, it's mostly like chlorine stuff.
Yeah.
There is a full bar. Look right here.
Bar over
There's a
there.
full bar.
Might have been a
What
stabbing.
would you say? I would say like 40% of the people here have had a
It
drink in
was.
their hand. Is that a screwdriver?
Man stabbed in both legs with machete.
Huh.
There's also
Fuzzy navel.
What the?
There also was a stabbing. No, that's what I said. It already was a stabbing. Never mind. Sorry.
Fuzzy navel.
Vodka and orange juice.
I thought that was a screwdriver.
Well, I'm not sure, but it's good.
Good?
Yes.
How many have you had today?
This is the first and only.
Is there peach in there? Peach schnapps or juice? You guys smell it? Smells like just like orange juice and vodka.
It is.
That's a screwdriver. Drinking a mimosa?
Oh yeah.
How many have you had today?
One.
Goes right to your head though, right?
Yep. Perfect.
A lot of guys getting drunk here, huh? And then they're gonna go and drive, right?
We are here at the Libertarian
If the police
Convention
wanted
now.
to
They
do
have
something really funny,
labeled this convention the
just imagine how many
Ungovernable
sovereign
Convention.
citizens drunk as fuck they'd pull over if they just set out a roadblock outside this convention, and how funny that would be.
It would be funny.
Here behind me, of course, they debate how to pick their leader, how to govern.
When there is an ambiguity in our bylaws, like what the definition of what the National Convention means, a simple majority vote can solve that problem.
What's everybody arguing about right now?
Whether
I love that
it's an issue as to
she's
certain
asking a
delegates.
question. He just walked up and put his mic in her face.
whether they should be seated or not.
There's been a motion made to challenge Wisconsin and Oklahoma's alternate delegates.
What are you guys talking about right now?
So right now, what we're trying to do is figure out how. I'm from Washington State. Washington State and Oklahoma have not been able to get our delegation seated. We've been fighting for this. We already voted for it. And right now, we're trying to make the argument that there is a way to solve this. We already voted on this. There's a way to solve this other than to amend the bylaws and then vote on everything again. We already voted on this as a body.
How close is the Libertarian Party to picking the presidential candidate here at the convention?
You know, I wish we were doing it right now.
It seems like for a group of libertarians that debating these like bylaws, it feels like a very rules-driven conversation here. It's a surprising thing.
It is a surprising thing, right? It's supposed to be the party of love and individualism and all this.
You're muted.
They're called orphan sources.
That's what it is. Yes.
Yeah. I should.
But I love this. They're trying to. Libertarian is when no rules.
And
Anarchy is when no
Robert's Rules
rules,
of
no
Order
cop.
Is a cancer.
Become ungovernable.
I mean, that's what we do here.
Will there definitely be a nominee by the end of this?
I hope it's Chase Oliver.
Please tell me your name and why you're here.
I'm Chase Oliver. I'm a libertarian candidate for president, seeking to fight for a world set free in our lifetime.
All right. So how are things looking for you right now?
We're really confident going into the convention that we have a well-run campaign structure. We have the delegate math, I believe, on our side, and we look forward to winning this nomination so it can be a real contrast to Trump, Biden, and even RFK.
If you had to bet on it, what do you think the odds are that you become president of the United States?
Well, you know, the truth is that is a tough road to climb when you're challenging the two-party system. But there are other victories you can have outside of that outright win. You can change the, you can push the Overton window towards liberty. You can win ballot access and major party status in states all over the country. And what I say is we're going to build the party foundation up so that we can start tearing the state down.
In two sentences, what is your platform?
My platform is this: if you're living your life without force, fraud, coercion, theft, or violence, your life is your life, your body is your body, your business is your business, your property is your property. It's not mine.
Govern me harder, Daddy. A Democrat or Republican, a Joe Biden or Donald Trump. Gun to your head. Who would you vote for?
The gun would go off.
Something that's kind of interesting. RFK Jr. Is scheduled to speak.
Yeah. We're here for an RFK event, and you can schedule to start. I guess it's scheduled to start 2 minutes ago. But just look at the crowd. It's a huge packed house here. Not a seat empty.
They even have a bunch of areas for people to kind of lay down, where there's a bunch of empty chairs so people can kind of lay down and spread out. So the excitement is thick.
Very, very, very happy to be here today. I'm going to speak about the United States Constitution and a constitution that only enumerated government powers, but nowhere limited them. And so back to George Mason, the Bill of Rights was enshrined, or felt that.
Donald Trump scheduled to speak. Now, those are not libertarians.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Probably everyone has agreed that that's okay and won't have an issue with that.
I mean, they invited them here. I'd assume everyone in
scheduled
the party
them.
would want them to be
Yeah.
here. So, well, what are your thoughts on Donald Trump speaking here tomorrow?
I can't repeat what I'm thinking.
It sounds like it's not a good thing, though.
It was ridiculous. He has his own platforms. He doesn't need ours. We pay for our own mics. We pay. for our
Wow,
own
sounds
dais, we
like
pay for our own
anti-free
conventions.
speech
He
to
has
me.
Sure.
How do you feel about Donald Trump speaking at the Libertarian National Convention?
If he was coming here to debate our candidates, and this is true for Joe Biden or anybody else, I would welcome that. But he's not coming here to debate us. He wouldn't even debate his fellow Republicans all primary season. He ducked the debates. You know, they were calling him Donald Duck, which I thought was very fitting.
If you could give a message to Donald Trump, what would it be?
Go away.
Why didn't they let you
Because she says it's because she didn't see me and she saw him.
You've been here for at least like an hour, right?
Yeah, correct.
No one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
Their privilege. Because because RFK is speaking at 3:40. My motion pertains. Oh no, yes it does. Because this time is going to RFK instead of our presidential candidates. And I'm trying to get that time back. And these people are running the clock. And that is unfair to us as a party.
And make a comment about the Trump bullshit. Excuse my language. Yeah. Many of us are angry that he's being featured.
And why are you angry that Trump's going to be featured here?
It's insulting that one of our opponents,
a wizard,
especially from the duopoly, is taking up our convention.
The duopoly.
Yeah. And what are you planning on saying?
You'll wait and see.
All right. A little suspense there. So there's going to be a literal elephant in the room tomorrow with Donald Trump speaking here. What are your thoughts on Donald Trump, a Republican, coming to speak here at the Libertarian National Convention?
Well, it's probably the first time we've ever had an actual war criminal speak on our stage, so I'm not very happy about that.
I love him. There's it's so funny because I really think we can convert so many of them to and that's why I really want Sam Peter being a serious libertarian candidate. I really think he should have done it and been serious about it.
Interesting.
He was seriously considering it.
It's an interesting idea.
And I think if Trump wasn't around, it might be easier to convince him to do it for real.
Yeah, maybe.
Because all he does is just introduce a little bit of reality to their core principles. And it's it's not the all the other stuff, but the core principles that you have that are just really stupid and not thought out. You got a bad foundation, guys.
But just remember that he said a lot of things we wanted to hear in 2016 and 2020, and he didn't follow through on those things.
I disagree. I think the foundation's good. I think they don't go far enough.
Well, the foundation is based on this thing of capitalism and property that's more enshrined in what they see as the Constitution of life, liberty, and property, right? It's that type of thing where it's a very capitalist, everyone should have private property, the government shouldn't own any land, no public parks type stuff. He really tears them apart on these types of things that are really stupid. And even Vaush does it with Coconut Island, which is very funny.
Fair enough.
Do you know about Coconut Island?
No idea.
It's him arguing against labor being coercive, any type of work being coercive. And if he eventually has to break them down to the point where he goes, imagine we're on the island and I have all the coconuts and I say I won't give you coconuts unless you suck my dick. Is that coercive?
I mean, that's a pretty good way to do it.
How far do you think you can throw him?
Not very far. He's a pretty fat dude.
So what are you going to say right now?
Oh, I've got a motion to claw back the floor time from RFK and Trump and give it to our candidates.
Are you up next?
I'm privileged. I hope questions of privilege matter.
Well, is this on? Can you say I have a privilege?
Yeah. Microphone number 3, question of privilege. Madam Chair, delegate from Connecticut, Dan Reel. I have a time-sensitive motion that pertains to RFK and Donald Trump speaking time, and the motion was submitted hours in advance in writing, and we have filibustered our way out of avoiding a motion co-sponsored by 43 delegates that everyone wants to hear in debate.
Mr. Dossbaugh.
Oh my God.
Well, it sounds
Point of order.
She just ignored it.
Your point of order is not a point of order? Is that Mr. Reel?
Yes, it is.
It's not a point of order, and I'm going to continue.
You're going to alienate 43 co-sponsoring delegates? The media sees you doing it right now.
You talking about
the media?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you.
I'd like to propose that we go tell Donald Trump to go fuck himself.
Here, here.
Love the spirit.
We are a libertarian convention looking to nominate libertarians. We are not
They're so funny.
to non-libertarians.
They're so funny.
This is not a GOP cuckolding convention.
I love them.
You
so
got
much,
him.
bro.
I vote
They're
to
so
vacate the
funny.
chair.
Wow.
God damn.
Why do you want to vacate the chair? We'll tell you the microphone. Why do you want to vacate the chair?
Because the chair's creative function cannot solve.
I love how he brought them others with the floor mic back towards them. They're so funny. They're so like they have really good camera awareness. They understand they obviously because they do it all every day. They're doing this shit, running around. And I think their mics are hooked to the camera. I'm curious about what they use the iPhone for, other than like a backup source.
Well, there you have it from the Libertarian National Convention. The ungovernable is trying to prove to the American people why they should be the governing party. Best of luck to the Libertarian Party in 2024. Hey, maybe this is your year. This Star Child, is it a character that you embody here, or is this you?
Star Child is me. The character, to the extent of character, is just the Argentinian lion. You know, the people waking up and demanding.
In the January 1969 issue of Foreign Affairs magazine,
What a
Henry Kissinger
fruitcake.
wrote an essay about why the peace talks he had secretly helped sabotage the year earlier had failed. In Kissinger's estimation, they hadn't failed because they had been sabotaged, as some people had alleged. Rather, they had failed because they weren't being led by people with the right tactical acumen, aka people like Henry Kissinger. The strategy Kissinger then lays out for success is nuanced, intelligent, and critically treats all the Vietnamese players as intelligent, sophisticated political
I mean,
actors.
okay,
And
buddy.
1 month
So
after he wrote
guess
this,
what?
Kissinger-
Guess what? I could say the same thing about Dick Cheney's Gulf War plan with the Iraq War. Okay, and guess what? It failed. Why did it fail? Same reasons. Same reasons. Okay, Cheney had a pretty good plan, but paper doesn't fucking transmit to fucking reality.
became the National Security Advisor, and he successfully implemented almost
Hey,
all
is
of
that
it.
Nixon?
In fact, reading it in hindsight, Kissinger lays out the case that Vietnam was unwinnable so meticulously, you wonder how he thought his plan would overcome the obstacles.
Saying
But the
that
essay
when the
also covers the
president
answer to
does
that
it,
question.
that
He
means
was convinced
it's not
losing the war would be
illegal.
so catastrophic that any Hail Mary strategy was justified, or as he puts it, however fashionable it is to ridicule the terms credibility or prestige, they are not empty phrases. Other nations can dear their actions to ours only if they can count on our steadiness. The collapse of the American effort in
The big
Vietnam
quote.
would not mollify many critics. Most of them would simply add the charge of
Are you going to read the whole
unreliability to
thing?
the accusation of bad judgment. You can see here the seedbed of
Thank
almost
God.
every stupid foreign policy decision in recent American history. Credibility, aka saving face, or as it's known in international relations theory, prestige. Kissinger is usually accused
It's
of being
face.
a realist, but his use of this concept, prestige, is a major
Oh,
deviation
come on.
from
Just
the
please call it
traditional realist
face.
theorists like
No,
Hans
are we going to
Morgenthau.
do this calling it
The
the
major
prestige the whole
problem which
time?
we are facing is that the administration has not been able to make up its mind about what it wants. Does it want a self-determination for South Vietnam?
He's got the
at risk
permanent
of
rock
a,
eyebrow.
Communist takeover, or does it want to stop communism at any price, even at the price of self-determination? You can't have it both ways.
In his book, Politics Among Nations, Morgenthau made a distinction between a country's power and everyone else's perception of that country's power, which he called prestige. In Morgenthau's theory, a country should
Sure, he calls it prestige, but that's not. See, this is the issue. You're already equating. You're taking this concept, which I say all the time, that like the reason why we allow Pakistan to act like we basically overthrew Imran Khan and do all that bullshit is because it makes us look more powerful and like we can pull strings harder than we can, right? That's prestige. That's not face. You're equating two concepts here, buddy.
to manage its reputation in such a way that its prestige matched its power. An imbalance between the two would, in Morgenthau's theory, lead to war, since a country that was stronger than it appeared would invite other countries to attack it. And if a country was weaker than it appeared, other countries would be needlessly scared of it and might form alliances to defeat it. But in Kissinger's theory, prestige
Hang on.
was power.
I need to go back. Wait, if it was weaker than it appeared, then people would be scared of it. Okay? The United States is weaker than it appears. People are scared of it. I guess that's true. I was trying to figure out, there's like some double negatives that I had to like connect the dots in my brain.
The more prestige a country had, the less willing its allies would be to break with it. And if a country did break its alliance with a superpower, that would make the superpower appear even weaker, which could set off a chain reaction in which more and more allies fled. The conclusion of this theory of geopolitics, then,
this is
sort
also like, I think these concepts are way too separated, right? If we're going to say prestige is power projection, which is soft power, it's not prestige, soft power. Okay. The next thing would be people's willingness to align with them. you can have weak soft power and have a lot of strong alliances. Many European countries do. Right? And then you can also have major power projection and everyone actually hates you, even though you do have strong allies like Turkey, Israel. Israel does have a lot of soft power projection, but not like how Turkey has. Israel is very under the lines, which is how, like a lot of other countries function. They function more under the lines with like influence, banking, businesses, stuff like that. So it's a lot more deep than prestige. There's a lot of reasons to do alliances, and not all alliances have to be military. There's like multiple ways to win Civ 6, right?
Yes.
Domino theory completely unmoored by geography. All real geostrategic considerations, all economic considerations, all context and nuance is just reduced to a single scalar.
I'm not a fan of Robespierre, but I strongly believe anyone who says the word domino effect or domino theory, guillotine them. I just don't have time for it.
Or you have to overthrow a socialist government in Chile in order to prevent a communist government in Italy. Or you have to do a genocide in Timor-Leste in order to, I don't know, protect Japan.
That's a
theory. Fighting war becomes not a means to
that is a
end, but
deep
an
cut
end in itself.
in
You kill
Timor.
to prove you're willing to kill, because reputation is everything.
Well, yeah, because Suharto.
This is not a video about what Henry Kissinger is accused of doing in office. In fact, I'm kind of assuming you already know all that. Rather, this is a video about Kissinger's reputation. How did he come to be so controversial, as the media likes to delicately put it? Because it isn't a result of what he did. For example, under Nixon and Kissinger, the United States expanded the Vietnam War, organized the secret bombing campaign of Cambodia, overthrew
He
the
was
Chilean
Dick
government,
Cheney
and gave
before
green light to the
cameras
Indonesian Pakistani
existed.
government
That's
to
how.
commit genocide. But none of this was secret.
Bro, showing corpses.
Even the secret bombing campaign of Cambodia only stayed secret for about a month. And the coup that overthrew Chilean President Salvador Allende happened in the middle of a Senate investigation into whether or not the CIA was trying to
just
overthrow
think about
Salvador
this though.
Allende.
Like to point all this shit out, like, okay, it is relevant. Okay, sure. But to act like this, like Vietnam, right? Like, look at what Israel can do and still have like the United States stand by it. Like the United States, if it wanted to go a lot further in Vietnam, it still wouldn't have changed much internationally. Like the only like greater path they could have taken that would have changed shit is a nuclear weapon, which would mean the break of the nuclear taboo.
Yes.
Which would just change everything more than just the United States relationships.
Yeah.
Him that you were prepared to put up the $1 million in support of a government plan for the purpose of bringing about a coalition of the opposition to Allende.
That's correct, Senator.
Which, probably simplified things.
The testimony here said it was to continue democracy in Chile.
Yeah, Mr. Dean, democracy, as I understand the term, is the right of the people to determine their government by vote.
Despite all this, Kissinger's reputation in the 70s was sterling. Because these were all seen as Nixon's crimes.
What's the K stand for? What's the K stand for?
Diplomacy didn't just bolster Kissinger's reputation as a diplomat, it also kept him away
So
from
that-
the press when they had the most questions about Watergate. Combine that with Kissinger's...
Do you like how I can
constant
just
flattery of the
identify
press,
him by
and
the back of
Kissinger
his head?
increasingly came to be seen as the grown-up in the room. People were desperate in the Watergate era to find an island of stability, and Kissinger, as a nerdy Harvard technocrat, seemed to project that stability.
When you have a foreign policy that works, and the man who implements the foreign policy that the president decides does a good job, you don't bench that player.
But that luster started to fade in the 70s.
Hmm.
It started with
That
Gerald
doesn't
Ford's
sound
re-election
legit.
campaign.
It sounds
That year,
sus.
Ford was facing challenges from both the left in the form of Jimmy Carter and from the right
Did
in
you
the
do
form
twits?
of Ronald Reagan. Both attacked
Mhm.
Kissinger relentlessly. For Carter, it was a way to connect Ford back to the crimes of Nixon.
And we've been hurt in recent years
Nixon.
in this country. In the aftermath of Vietnam.
Yeah,
Cambodia.
but are we not going to acknowledge that Carter brought in a guy who is fucking worse than Kissinger? I fucking hate these people so much. They're only focused on Kissinger because he killed some commies. Like, there's
Yeah.
more things that have happened that the United States have done than kill communists.
Worse things too.
Sadat is a Hitlerite, technically. Like that's the thing. Is it's like and the thing is like with fascism, even though he's a pretty soft fascist, and like his opposition was more to Israel than Judaism, but it all ran with anti-Semitism, and then the anti-Semitism was overplayed by the Western nations. That said, overnight that guy was the best friend of Israel. Okay, so who knows? Maybe if there was like a UN back when World War II would have started, there could have been a peace brokered with Hitler, you know? But we didn't have those international organizations, you know? Like, who knows what's prevented another Hitler from coming? He wasn't a uniquely evil guy. Just look at Trump, you know? Like, all these dictators all over the world and how their countries end up. Look at Trump and, like, how he feels and what he would do if he had the power that he wanted.
That's a good question.
Afghanistan, Angola, Watergate,
Yes, we'll see.
CIA. Our people feel that we've lost something precious. That's not necessary.
For Reagan, it was a way to distance.
Ironic, Carter calling out the CIA.
Swivel-eyed, paranoid anti-communism from the disaster that had
Hey,
been the Vietnam War.
what about
making
an Islamic revolution in Iran?
Now we must ask if someone is giving away our own freedom.
idea?
Dr. Kissinger is quoted as saying that he thinks of the United States as Athens and the Soviet Union as Sparta.
Oh my
The day of
God.
The U.S. is past. and
Never.
today is the
Never.
day of the
If you
Soviet
start
Union.
hearing
And he
Greek
added,
shit
my
and
job
Roman
as
shit,
Secretary of State is to negotiate
kick
the
that
most
person in the nuts
second best
immediately
position
and tell them
available.
to shut the
That was
fuck
followed
up.
by a series of exposés about how the supposedly stable, moderate Kissinger had in fact spent his years in the White House amassing power by encouraging and enabling the president's worst impulses. In 1979, the book Sideshow by William Shawcross showed how the Nixon administration destroyed Cambodia as a side effect of its strategy to win Vietnam, and ended up setting the stage for the Khmer Rouge. And how
No,
Kissinger
it knew
played
it
a
wasn't
starring
going to win
role as Nixon's
Vietnam.
hatchet
It
man
just,
for
so
getting
they
around
just
the government
killed
bureaucracy.
anyone with mass slaughter anyway because it wasn't
Yes.
going to matter. No matter what they did, it was unwinnable.
Records of the B-52 missions were burned in incinerators in South Vietnam, and false statistics were inserted.
They just
into the
believed in
Pentagon's own
domino
top
theory.
secret
They just
computers.
wanted to hold
These
the
are all
line against
terrifying because
communism.
The B-52 planes are, after all, a part of Strategic Air Command, a part of the nuclear defense of the West, and here were their records being corrupted in a rather awful way.
This is what cemented his name with the bombing of Cambodia. Then in 1982, Seymour Hersh released his book, The Price of Power, a book that, among other things, revealed Kissinger had helped Nixon sabotage the peace talks to end the Vietnam War in 1968, possibly extending the war for another.
This is
7
like when
years,
Seymour. This is like
implying
the
that
one,
Kissinger only
you
got
know,
his
because
job as
Seymour
national
Hersh
security advisor
irrelevant
because
now,
he was
right?
the
Just
best
like,
fit,
but like
because by
he, you know, he's
participating
one
in
of
that
the
scheme,
alternate sources for how they found Bin Laden.
Seriously.
Yeah, so it's like
That's funny.
it's so like, and his story does add up, you know, and it's not like
Interesting.
he's as discredited, just like how Chomsky wasn't as terrible back then as he is today, you know. And Glenn Greenwald, you know, he started
Yes.
doing something good.
Uh-huh.
But like, no, more than likely, Hersh was handed this intelligence by an intelligence agency
Yes. Yeah.
and formed it based on that.
Mm-hmm.
Kissinger had awarded himself blackmail material over the president.
My experience has shown me that Henry Kissinger is ultimately a toady, and I think he's a very safe appointment. He's going to give you what you want.
The titular price of power was, of course, everyone who had died in Indochina after 1968. Most of Hersh's accusations were then substantiated in 1992 by a writer named Walter Isaacson. Whereas Hersh was a left-wing muckraker, Isaacson was an establishment guy through and through, who would go on to specialize in flattering biographies of geniuses. And he clearly
Yeah,
wanted
so he was validated by
instead of
another
lying for him,
source.
Isaacson just tried to put a
Okay.
positive gloss on the
for that thing.
That gloss
So
just made Kissinger seem all the more
the
insane.
Bin Laden
If I
thing
may
is
say
that
so.
he claims,
I
I
think
think
you can
his
write it
claim
correctly.
is that literally someone walked into the CIA and said they knew where Bin Laden was or something, or it was that they knew that Pakistan knew about it. It was one of the two. There's like a few accounts, but the CIA is still the most credible one, even though there's tons of holes in that one too. Who knows? But Pakistan knew. Come on. We're not stupid. Even though we can't prove it.
And if you want quite so thin-skinned, and he certainly admits to being thin-skinned, I mean, he's notoriously so and jokes about it.
I'll be back in a
realize that
second.
The book is on balance favorable to much of his foreign policy.
The book was a huge hit. They even made a movie based on it starring Beau Bridges and Ron Silver, and it was not subtle.
My Jew boy, Haldeman, where the hell's my Jew boy? God!
The hippies, the Jewish liberals. Tell me, Henry, why are all Jews leftists?
Walter Isaacson's book also had another, when released, he wanted to review the book, chose an up-and-coming British-American columnist named Christopher Hitchens to review it.
Been told to you as voters and taxpayers that some atrocious course of action is necessary in some obscure corner of the world in order that face not be lost.
And this is what
Or in
people
order that face
and like
be saved.
everyone
I
praised
must do it again.
Kissinger because like,
Consider
oh, he's so
many of
left.
you would agree to have somebody
And
bombed
then it's like,
or
oh,
tortured,
Muslims,
or
we have to
murdered, or
destroy
disappeared
them.
or assassinated to save This face.
Hitchens came away from the book believing Kissinger was a sociopath, and that Isaacson was too much of a genteel insider.
Hitchens is a sociopath.
Walter Isaacson is one of the best magazine journalists in America, but he moves in a world where the worst that is often said of some near-genocidal policy is that it sends the wrong signal. He accordingly approaches the problem of evil with some circumspection. It became very plain to me, as I finished the book, that if I were to employ the argot of popular psychology, I could say that I had been reading the profile of a serial murderer.
So he began writing his own book. The trial of Henry Kissinger is a sort of prosecutor's brief against Kissinger. Not a history or a biography, but an elaboration of the things he did in office and why they were not just bad, but literal crimes. This book represents a sort of culmination of all the other exposés that had been published in the previous 20 years. And it created a sort of canon of facts about why Kissinger was evil. But Hitchens' book was also tapping into a bigger debate that would have gone on with or without Kissinger.
British police took General Augusto Pinochet into custody more than 6 weeks ago. Great Britain was one of the few
Probably was a stroke. What do you mean? Like when Hitchens turned into killing all the Muslims? Who had the stroke?
The Soviet Union's core weakness laid bare. Suddenly, all of those coups and wars seemed
dude, it's so crazy. ISIS and Al Qaeda fucking broke atheists.
One form or another. But rather than join in, Kissinger seemed to want to use this opportunity to play the heel.
Well, this is the year of apologies.
Yes.
And of self.
If anything, the thing is, like the ISIS and Al Qaeda never really capitalized on that atheism hatred. They still focused it on religious perspectives for their propaganda of like the crusading Christians and tons of anti-Semitic shit.
In case he had to worry about being subpoenaed. International law was finally gaining the teeth of enforcement. Rather than the normal law, the world seemed to be developing a real international order built on the rule of law and human rights.
Yeah, what happened to that?
For that to be true, it would be important for the United States to not be above that international law.
Oh,
the real argument was that in order to preserve this system, America would need to make a sort of sacrifice, or the hypocrisy would discredit the whole system.
Does the United States not go around the world insisting on the speedy delivery of other war criminals to instant justice? Aren't we indeed delighted to see that Mr. Milosevic was finally collared today? I certainly am. But we do not talk to our own society in the language, the peremptory terms we quite rightly employ with Serbian fascists.
And who could be a more compelling sacrifice than Henry Kissinger, who, when everyone else involved in the Vietnam War, was
because
dead,
they need the
dodging
people's
spotlight,
votes,
or giving mea culpas, was living the high life, hanging out with celebrities and trading deep thoughts with Charlie Rose on television, unrepentant.
If I had to do it over again, I would do it again substantially the same way, which may make me unreconstructive.
Did this government, the government that you served, other Western governments bear some responsibility for Pol Pot coming to power and having the opportunity?
Well,
And with some bitterness, he also blames the anti-war movement, the establishment, and the media, never himself, for the way the war ended.
The secret bombing of Cambodia. Do you regret this today?
No.
After what happened in Cambodia?
But what happened in Cambodia? And it takes a really circuitous reason.
What an asshole.
That those who try to resist the Khmer Rouge taking over are responsible for the Khmer Rouge taking over. That's like saying the people who bombed Hitler are responsible for the genocide. Are you asking me whether I would change anything that I had done?
Yeah, what do you feel sorry for?
My God, you're asking the wrong person. Now, let me tell you, I get asked that question often.
Where does trust
I would love to have an answer
among
that I could say,
popular?
"I've only done this one
That does go. That is a lot of soft power stuff. Like it's just also not really relevant.
I try to do the best we could.
But you could, there's polls about what Albanians, they just showed that they love Zelensky above other European leaders. There's like opinion polls like that.
Brought him on TV news to act as an expert rather than a criminal suspect.
Because just look at Trump. Everyone fucking hated him.
One of his
he literally threw candy. He took Starbursts out of his suit pocket and threw them at Angela Merkel and said, "Don't say I never got you anything." The dude was genuinely unhinged. It's awesome. It's funny that he did that though. That's hilarious.
But then he died.
Henry Kissinger, America's most consequential and
controversial
Secretary of State, died last night at the age of 100.
And a weird thing happened. Almost no one came to his defense.
Augers! Insecure. Some called him a war criminal for his role in bombing Cambodia.
Respected by many, reviled by many.
Kissinger was reviled by many, accused of directing U.S. policies that ignored or even tacitly approved murders and massacres.
And White House tapes
well,
reveal that
also,
Kissinger
so
sometimes
the reverse of that,
Apparently, the
Armenia's
establishment that never
survival
had trouble
tactics,
kissing up to him
right,
when he
is
was alive,
to
suddenly
create
had trouble saying
diaspora.
nice things about him once he
So
was no longer useful. His
Armenia,
less
they
sympathetic
they
obituaries called him a
basically
war
put
criminal, and his more
their
sympathetic
people
obituaries
throughout the
called him a
world,
war
so
criminal
that way they can
in
make
scare
money in
quotes.
those countries
Politico
and
had a
import
panel of
that
experts to
money
talk
back
about his
to
legacy, and
Armenia,
they were all
which would be
scathing.
good if the
This in turn
government
caught
wasn't
Kissinger
so
and would-be critics
notoriously
off guard.
corrupt in
If you read
Armenia.
the really venomous obituaries of Kissinger, they make references to the fawning obituaries in the mainstream media, but they don't hyperlink to any because they couldn't find any. In fact, to find genuine mourning of Kissinger, one had, ironically, to turn to non.
My mom said he was
like
a good
insane
guy.
Scottish neoconservative Neil Ferguson.
And the overthrow of Allende was fundamentally, and this is clear from the Chilean documents, a Chilean affair driven by profound dissatisfaction with the economic
I
disaster
honestly don't
that
give a
Allende
fuck
was
about
causing.
Chile.
And so that's just one example of the kind of complexity of
We
the
get it.
Cold War.
Allende was
And
overthrown.
we have to ask ourselves, would it have
Oh,
been better
no.
just to leave the Allende government to carry on down the path of economic disaster that it had embarked on?
But ironically, America's rivals were the most effusive. Dmitry Medvedev and Xi Jinping had far more nice things to say about the man than Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump, which, is weird for a supposed avatar of American imperialism. So if the establishment didn't really think that highly of Kissinger, why did it seem that way? The answer, it turns out, is that Henry Kissinger worked really hard at it. By the early 80s, Kissinger had actually lost most of his influence in Washington circles. Both Jimmy Carter and Ronald Reagan saw Kissinger as the embodiment of everything wrong with the foreign policy establishment. And for 12 years, the
And then
president of the
Carter
United
fucking
States
put
was either
Brzezinski
Jimmy
in.
Carter or
How
Ronald
did that
Reagan.
work out?
So he moved to New York City to get away from Washington that didn't really want much to do with him anymore. But New York allowed him to leverage power in a different way. His real influence was waning, but by moving to New York, he could still use his celebrity to gain other kinds of connections. Mainly connections to apolitical celebrities like actors and fashion designers who didn't know or care about foreign policy, and so would have no issues hanging out with an accused war criminal. It also gave him much better access to television, since many nightly news broadcasts don't film in Washington, they film in Manhattan.
I want to talk to you about your book, Crisis. I've been reading it. I'm just kidding.
And your new book is called On China.
Right.
What's it about?
Awful
If you
book.
live anywhere between
That looked
Egypt,
what a
Pennsylvania,
shit cover and title.
and Lebanon, New Hampshire.
Why do we listen to this guy? Why do people listen to this guy?
Kissinger?
Was he born in America? Or is he
Kissinger?
German national? How old is he? When was he born? Was he a Nazi?
Brzezinski could have been.
100 years old? 100 years old? He
Yeah,
died the other... He was 25 in World War II? This guy's a Nazi. Why are we listening to this guy? Have we seen what this he fucking did through history? Are you fucking kidding me? This guy's a fascist. Why was this guy ever listened to?
Well, that's
Why
what they were
is he
saying
so
is that even
revered?
Reagan didn't like him.
Like, what the fuck is this? Yeah,
He
no
built-
shit Xi
but, like,
Jinping likes him.
Dick
Xi
Cheney's-
Jinping's a fascist.
Dick Cheney's the same way. Nobody likes Dick Cheney, but he built up this fucking contractor thing around himself. You know?
Ah,
Like, Dick Cheney was so fucking powerful.
Weird.
Like, he could wield power. He could
Yeah.
influence a lot of shit. More than Bush could, you know?
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. Like, what the fuck? Fuck these people.
Sure. I foresee more peaceful weather for you.
Booking agents are much more likely to call you when they know your office is only 2 blocks away from the studio. But Kissinger's own machinations are only half the story. Kissinger's critics also played a role in keeping Kissinger relevant. In a sense, by convincing the world that Henry Kissinger was a sociopath, it bolstered his reputation as the guy who could best give hard-nosed, realist opinion on what was going on in the world. To the point that his name became synonymous with realpolitik, even though he wasn't really a practitioner of it any more than any other Secretary of State.
Yep.
And in a media environment where every news bureau is first and foremost obsessed with avoiding accusations of bias, particularly left-wing bias, who could be more unbiased than a man who has absolutely no moral values whatsoever?
That's a good point.
The good phase of the campaign was, in my view, too hesitant and more concerned with avoiding casualties than with achieving results.
But there was also a more utilitarian reason people kept turning to Kissinger for advice.
The noise of gunfire rose from all over the center of Peking. It was unremitting.
Uh-oh.
The troops have been firing indiscriminately, but still, there are thousands of people on the streets who will not move back.
In 1989, Kissinger made a splash by
Just
defending the Chinese
actual
government
footage
after
of
the June
Tiananmen?
4th massacre.
Henry Kissinger.
Epic.
He wrote a column saying China remains too important for America's national security to risk the relationship on the
Awesome.
emotions of the
Fuck
moment.
this guy.
I think it's outrageous to imply that my views would be influenced
Wait, what did he
by
say?
economic considerations.
That America should just overlook this. That,
What China's doing?
America's national security.
Oh, character of Deng as a tyrant is unfair. Oh my god, bro.
Boy.
Kissinger's consulting firm advises companies doing business with China.
This didn't do much for his
See,
reputation
what
in America,
was
but
that?
in China, it opened doors for him.
What was that? Capitalism strikes again.
That were open to no other Americans. Doors that would get more and more lucrative as China grew more powerful in the 2000s. So he could leverage his access to the Chinese government into access to the White House, even getting meetings with presidents who didn't actually think that highly of him. But what really brought Kissinger back into respectability in policymaking circles was the war on terror.
States like these and their terrorist allies constitute an axis of evil.
Not as a champion of it, but amazingly as a critic of it. Now, Henry Kissinger publicly supported
It's
almost
funny
all of
because
George Bush's
Iran
moves during his
rolled
first
with
term.
that, and now the whole axis of resistance thing is a.
Oh, that's so funny.
Only started publicly criticizing the Iraq War when the war became unpopular. But while he did that, someone was always making sure there were rumors reported in the newspapers that behind the scenes, Kissinger was counseling caution. Plus, because Iraq had allegedly been an idealistic war to spread democracy, people projected their opposition onto Kissinger, since he, after all, was the realist. This meant Kissinger and his approach to foreign policy suddenly seemed moderate compared to the neoconservatives. For the Democrats, this was especially useful because in the mid-2000s, they were still vulnerable to accusations that they were too anti-war. So it was useful to say, look, even the bloodthirsty Henry Kissinger agrees with us. We're not dirty hippies.
I'm glad that Senator McCain brought up the history, the bipartisan history of us engaging in direct diplomacy. Senator McCain mentioned Henry Kissinger, who's one of his advisors, who, along with 5 recent secretaries of state, just said that we should meet with Iran, guess what, without precondition. This is one of your own advisors.
Dr. Kissinger did not say.
Hey, didn't you?
He would
Hey, Obama,
face-to-face meetings.
didn't you meet with Iran? JOCPA? Is that what it is?
JCPOA. JCPOA.
JCPOA. You're right.
Yeah.
JCPOA. Wow.
Predator drones. You will never see it coming.
Of the United States and the President Ahmadinejad. He did not say that. Of course not.
Hey! I posted a new tweet from him today that I found.
Without preconditions.
I'm not pulling it up on stream, but if you want to go to my Instagram.
Who's been my friend for 35 years, would be interested to hear this conversation and Senator Obama's depiction of his positions on the issue. I've known him for 35 years.
We're going to go to a new lead.
Senator Obama is parsing words.
So by 2008,
Wow,
candidates
was
from
that
both
the
parties fighting over
pastor who
Henry
laughs
Kissinger
about
agreed
his
with
plane being free of demons? God, that guy was creepy. John McCain.
with more. And this brings us to the real reason why, in the few years before he died,
You
it suddenly
fucking,
became fashionable
there's
again to get
the guy.
performatively angry
It was
at
the
Henry
guy
Kissinger.
from Half
She
Baked
talked
went on
about
Joe
getting
Rogan and
the
was
approval
trolling
of
him
the
the whole
support.
time.
That's funny.
And he's like, Joe Rogan mentioned John McCain. He's like, yeah, he couldn't get his arms down. I went with him on a roller coaster one time, and we got off, and it was just like this.
Or the mentoring of Henry Kissinger. Now, I find it rather amazing because I happen to believe that Henry Kissinger was one of the most destructive secretaries of state in the modern history of this country.
One of.
I am proud to say that Henry Kissinger is not my friend.
All contemporary political
Epic.
discussion is
I'm
in some way
proud to say
a
that too,
relitigation
Bernie.
of the
He's
2016
just like me
Democratic
for
Party
real, for real.
presidential primary, and Kissinger discourse is no exception.
Count me in as somebody
Where's
who
the
will not be
Brzezinski
listening
discourse?
to Henry Kissinger.
Where's the expose on Brzezinski?
Yeah.
Who
Well, I
also
know
did this
journalists
type
have
of
asked who you
advisory
do listen
shit.
to on foreign policy, and we have yet to know who that is.
Well, it ain't Henry Kissinger, that's for
fine.
sure.
This moment really perfectly encapsulates everything wrong with Clinton's campaign. She ran the perfect campaign to win an election in 2004. But by 2016, the world had changed. The danger was in appearing too pro-war, not too anti-war. But there's one last reason that I think the people who work in American foreign policy find themselves drawn to Henry Kissinger. But to explain it, we have to look at what happened after Kissinger left office.
The U.S. Embassy in Tehran has been invaded and occupied by
Brzezinski.
Iranian students. The Americans inside have been taken prisoners.
Hey,
And
who
according
caused
to a student
this?
Spokesman,
Hey!
they held as hostages until the deposed Shah is returned from the United States.
In 1979, supporters of the Ayatollah Khomeini in Iran seized the American embassy in Tehran and held the staff hostage for over a year.
Yeah, the Ayatollah was actually pissed.
And also talks to the president.
Right?
In each case, his message
What's
is
very
a man who
interesting,
for
if you
37
actually
years
look
was
at
a
it,
friend
the
of the United
Ayatollah
States.
didn't want these fucking hostage crises.
Mhm.
Because, like, even though he was obviously playing America, being like, yeah, we'll give you cheap oil and stuff, right? It's like how Mullah Omar didn't necessarily want to be cut off from the West eventually and was like, hey, can you guys chill the fuck out? Like, we need to feed people here, right? So it's like there's this whole narrative basically that like to maintain the revolution, he like didn't condemn him, even though he was like actually against what they were doing. You know, it's like, you know how the Dalai Lama won't condemn the burnings of Tibetans when they self-immolate, and he says it's because it would make their families sad if the Dalai Lama condemned something and said what they did was wrong.
No, I didn't say that, but that's very interesting. So what does he say? How does he go about that?
What, the Dalai Lama? That's literally what he said. He says that it's tragic, it's very sad, but he won't condemn it because their families would be sad because the Dalai Lama spoke against it.
Yeah, well, that's, I mean,
right?
It's interesting because I mean, it's a very interesting act because I see it as an act of desperation more than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
So why would I condemn it? It's like I empathize and understand how someone
is not good in Tibetan Buddhism.
No, I understand, but it's not suicide either. It's like it's a plea.
He considers it suicide.
I mean, sure, by definition, it is suicide, but I'm not talking suicide as in like a regular suicide.
Mm-hmm.
I would not put it in the same category.
It's a protest, yeah.
Yeah, I would exactly. I would put it in the category of protest as a desperate plea more than it is a suicide, which I guess in a same sense is the same thing, but it's also not because it's individual versus wider protest kind of thing. I think it just shouldn't be in the same category.
But aside from the Dalai Lama, the other two, you know, the Ayatollah and Mullah Omar, you know, not good guys, right?
Yeah.
So if those types of not good guys could like put their own desires and like chaos just like hang it a little bit, you know, just like have like not necessarily speak their mind about stuff and still like have regrets and things like that, like where's that for Kissinger? Where did Kissinger say, you know what, that's a little too far? You know, that's what I want to know. Where the evidence that Kissinger didn't always put the fucking pedal all the way down and floor it.
Which really seems like that was his policy.
Yeah. Like if I can point to Mullah Omar as having a little bit more like strategy and like thinking and tact about how he approaches things.
Yeah.
Not good.
Should not be treated like a Flying Dutchman who cannot find a port of call.
This wasn't the worst hostage crisis in American history, but this crisis ended up being an important first in a different way.
This is an ABC News special. The Iran crisis. America held hostage.
4 days into the crisis, the ABC network launched America Held Hostage, a 30-minute news report on the hostages. The show was a huge hit despite running at 11:30 p.m., so they ran it again.
Here in Washington, there is a growing sense of helplessness as well as outrage.
And again.
Look at this. One American.
Look at this.
Blindfolded, handcuffed.
And again.
The Swedish ambassador went to see them today, along with diplomats from France, Algeria, and Syria. It was a mercy mission, they said, to see how the prisoners were being treated.
And soon it became a daily show.
Day 142 of the Iran hostage crisis.
Day 314 of the hostage crisis in Iran. Impasse, stalemate, deadlock. That sums up the hostage crisis tonight after 416
I don't remember
days.
exactly because like I've talked about it with Pega before. That like basically when the Ayatollah immediately took power, it was like how the Iran-Iraq war like actually made him entrenched into power. Like he was nervous about losing power. Like the country was just toppled by this revolutionary youth that was still active and volatile, right?
They could be turned and weaponized against them.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they weren't.
Happened. Yeah. It's interesting because usually that sort of thing does lead to a period of destabilization and sort of change in government multiple times. So it's interesting that it didn't. But I guess that's probably why it went straight into war pretty much.
Decidedly slanted to make the audience at home feel as personally humiliated by the matter as possible. The hostage crisis destroyed Carter.
And another big one fallen to Reagan, Michigan. Michigan has gone to Reagan.
Oh,
Ohio and
is that
Michigan
literally
now,
why
both for Reagan.
Reagan won?
Yeah. Because like
All
that
those
was, it was a
states.
disaster.
Crazy.
Disaster.
That I would never lie to you. So I can't stand here tonight and say it doesn't
But
hurt.
also, like
So Reagan
Iran
replaced
or
his
the
team came in
Iran
with a plan
Revolution,
to-
the Islamic Revolution, like most, especially elites in the Middle East, would identify it as like one of the worst things that happened, if not the worst. It depends on like how anti-Israel these elites are. The Saudi will all say the Iranian Revolution because it radicalized their country as well. And Afghanistan, Pakistan, was not good.
Yeah.
It also empowered genocides as well.
Yeah.
The Soviets had their own anti-domino theory in Afghanistan.
Well, talking about Afghanistan and the Soviets, ISIS and Al Qaeda did.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Does that count?
Yeah, they
I
did.
think it does.
Yeah, I was gonna say martyrdom even, which is like, like they've considered it an honor when you would be captured by Muslims and not convert.
Never let themselves get taken for a ride by the media. But this would be a huge problem for Reagan's new Secretary of State.
Since H.R. Haldeman left the White House, the man working closest to the president has been Alexander Haig.
General Alexander Haig was Henry Kissinger's second in command during the Vietnam War, and quickly ended up as his most trusted advisor. And after 12 long years of climbing and scraping, he finally overtook Kissinger to get the top job for himself, his dream job. He was Secretary of State, the most powerful foreign policy job in the country. He quit after a year. He hated it. Haig had assumed that having gotten Kissinger's job, he could work like Kissinger. But in the Reagan White House, every action was run through a public opinion measuring process. Every person in the cabinet was using private connections.
Bigoted
to the media to
fucking
put pressure on their
losers.
coworkers. Every memo
That is hilarious.
leaked to the press.
Literal managed democracy, played by the staffers of the White House.
I told you, bro. It's so
That's
much
so
more of a
fucking
satire
funny.
on actual democracy than it is on like a fascist or communist authoritarian society.
A few days after it was written, no one was coordinating with each other. No one was allowed to coordinate. Everyone
Yes,
ended up
this
having
is what
advances
caused
to the tune of
9/11,
cable news
by
drone.
the way.
It wasn't that taking
This is hilarious. What the fuck?
care of the press hadn't been part of foreign policy before. What was new was the volume. Before, a White House would identify something the American people want and concoct a strategy to achieve it in the coming year or two. But now, no one had the patience to wait for years. And every tactical detail of every strategy
Now
was the
you
subject
get
of
nothing.
ruthless scrutiny. If a single move or statement looked bad out of context, it would have to be nixed, even if it made sense as part of a bigger scheme. So grand strategy just had to be abandoned. There is simply no place in the world for a capital G great man that bends foreign policy to his will, like
Oh my
Bismarck or
God.
Metternich. Kissinger was the last. Was
What?
the real source of his
What?
mistake. People or not, he was the last link to a world before diplomacy was replaced by
What?
political pandering, focus group spectacle, and poll watching.
Kissinger
Today's
was
generation
not the
foreign policymakers
last.
seeing him what they dreamed they could be, even if he was a monstrous shitheel. But the truth about Henry Kissinger is that even his central role as America's foreign policy great cardinal in those years is primarily a product of his reputation management, both the achievements and the crimes.
Sure.
Between the publishing of all these books and now, a lot of documents have been declassified. And the story they tell is similar, but not exactly the same as the one you can read in Price of Power or The Trials of Henry Kissinger. Take
Kissinger
Cambodia.
was the
Kissinger is
last
singled
one.
out as the architect of the bombing.
What a fucking dumb thing to
what
say.
an idiot
There's so much.
statement.
There's so much intelligence in here, and then
Oh.
it's like the bookmark beginning and end shit, because the rest of it is just core sourcing from like other sources.
Yeah.
The beginning and end is like his thesis, right?
Yeah, it really shows how easy it is to make a good video by just using sources.
Yeah, like
You don't need to add anything.
come on,
The
because we're going to
story
look
makes
at the
itself.
fucking contracts that fucking Dick Cheney
Yeah.
enabled with fucking Lockheed in the Iraq War and act like he wasn't Kissinger, just because we minimized the killing.
And that's true for the first few weeks when it was still a limited border incursion. But after it was no longer secret, Nixon simply started giving his orders directly to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The real architect of the escalation of the bombing that killed so many people and laid the groundwork for the Khmer Rouge was Creighton Abrams. Ironically, the one man who came out of the war with his reputation intact.
Yeah,
Similarly,
he's fine.
In the
Tank
transcript of
named
the
after him.
conversation where Suharto was given permission to invade Timor-Leste, it's President Ford who volunteered to support first, not Kissinger.
Yeah, but
The
Ford
trip
is
to China
irrelevant.
Nixon's
Ford was
idea,
never
not
a real
Kissinger.
president.
And while Kissinger did lots of the critical legwork, he never really tried to hammer out a normalization agreement. Nixon ultimately just ended up having a fun dinner party with Zhou Enlai. The actual hard and thankless work of hammering out an agreement fell to Cyrus Vance and Jimmy Carter. Kissinger's reputation as a grand strategist came mostly from the weakness of the competition.
Well, they
Remember,
turned a blind
the only
eye to his
Republican
atrocities.
Secretary of State before Nixon became president was John Foster Dulles. And frankly, a golden retriever in a bow tie would look like a master diplomat compared to John Foster Dulles.
Yeah,
when it comes to foreign policy, Brzezinski was a better Cold War grand strategist.
Brzezinski jump scare.
Jim
What?
Baker was
No. Whoa. Go back. What did he just say
the
about
bow
fucking
tie would look
Zygmunt?
like a master diplomat compared to John Foster Dulles. When it comes to foreign policy hands, Brzezinski was a better Cold War grand strategist by far, and Jim Baker was a better.
What are you talking about? The CIA literally said themselves that he kept fucking shit up because he was too anti-Soviet. The dude was like way more militant anti-communist than anyone. He empowered fundamentalist groups because they killed communists.
Psycho.
Negotiator by far. And while Hitchens' idea of throwing Kissinger to the Hague as a sort of blood sacrifice to the would-be
Just watch
international order might have been
Brzezinski
a
talk
good
once and you're going to be like, something's not right.
idea, that ship sailed with the Iraq War. The truth about Kissinger is that he allowed, even encouraged people to portray him as a monster as a means of bolstering his image as a great man. The truth is,
exactly,
we all fell for
that's
and he got the last
if he's
laugh.
gonna wrap it with prestige, like he didn't say prestige at the end. You started the whole thing with prestige, and you should have said that like this is prestige, you know, like that he almost like embody him like he is a state at the end.
Yeah,
that would have been a nice wrap, but you dropped the
I
ball. You
would've.
forgot what you opened on and how much you like put into the focus of the definition of prestige.
That would have been a good finish, actually.
Yeah.
Now you mention it.
Elbows
We should take
out.
this. We should take this video, cut this bit, and finish it ourselves and re-release it. No problem. What to do next?
I'm just gonna find a good, funny video of Brzezinski. I'm gonna type in Brzezinski evil. Oh my god! I mean,
it's no secret that 90%.
This doesn't look like exactly the wrong opinion, but I'm scared about how he's gonna go about it. Okay, so let's just check this clip out real quick.
Or with new global players. That's the topic of Jeffrey Brown's conversation.
Hold
with
on, John. Good question for you.
Tell me something that very few people agree with you on. That Al Qaeda is not an anti-American group, but anti-monarchist.
As President Jimmy Carter's national security advisor.
Unilateralism abroad. Of global power, one power dominating the world eventually, is a concept. Specifically China. It means the end of global supremacy by the West. The whole concept of global power, one power dominating the world eventually, is associated with the West. It started with the great explorations and then the naval competition, Spain, Britain, France, then became a struggle for the control of Europe or even Eurasia.
I mean, he's not wrong.
With Imperial Germany, then Nazi Germany, then eventually.
The reasons for the shit he does make sense. He's just too evil to make his shit work out.
Oh, okay.
That today is no longer attainable because the West has declined in its influence. Simultaneously, Asia has risen. Asia is now composed of states that are increasingly dynamic, but also competitive. So we could have a period of instability in the Far East. And all of that
Is he talking about China?
is complicated by the
and
new
Japan,
reality
Korea.
of what I call global political awakening. That is to say that for the first time in all of human history, the publics of the world, the population of the world, is politically awakened, restless, stirring, resentful, in many parts increasingly motivated by an anti-Western narrative.
I was about to say, you gotta make it so they're not actually politically educated, but they're actually like, you know, like there's narratives that are designed to like push people. But you hear how he talks? Creepy, right?
Yeah. He sounds unhinged, like an evil villain.
Yes. But like I totally support, you know, like arming the Mujahideen, his reasons for doing it. It was the execution of it. Jordan Peterson?
Yeah.
I think I
men today.
Huh?
I think I added this on here as a joke thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know what this is.
I don't know what this is either.
It just looked interesting, so I threw it on there.
It's like one of his speeches. Let's see.
And so that would be non-Western ethnic minority men.
And the rat!
It has had a differential impact on men. And it's had a particularly differential impact on what I would call excluded men. And so that would be non-Western ethnic minority men or what majority men who aren't doing very well. So for example, at Mohawk College, the future authoring program had a particularly robust effect on Mohawk College students who were men who hadn't done very well in high school and who hadn't picked a major that had a destination.
Is this guy going to commentate, or is this just one of those channels where they just sit in the corner and go, I don't care about this. Boring.
If you look at
boring.
Oh, this was me. Well, that's possible.
Yeah, it might be that. All right.
He does give a little commentary.
A little bit. Okay.
What's this? First thought. Oh God.
Taiwan, a small island off the coast of the People's Republic of China.
Oh no.
Home to over 23 million people and known for its cutting-edge semiconductor industry, Taiwan has, in the past couple decades, become a potential flashpoint for World War III. If this news comes as a shock to you, that's understandable. Tension surrounding the island has been increasing fairly quietly, and been overshadowed by other, more explosive world events and conflicts. Just recently, between the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the ongoing genocide in Palestine, little attention has been paid to the powder keg that is...
How long has it been able to be the boogeyman? Watch out! World War III's coming! The next great war! Stop making it trying to happen. It's never gonna happen.
Taiwan, besides the US's constant anti-China propaganda. While the United States claims that China is the sole source of the
it's like semi-accurate. It's like very irrelevant to the plot, and it was a small nuclear exchange that was over in like a few days, if not weeks.
Yes.
It's more complicated and doesn't paint a flattering picture of the US. Is Taiwan really a robust democracy and bastion of freedom?
Yes.
Is Taiwan a US client state, little more than a glorified military outpost with immense strategic importance in potential future war? Or is it something else entirely? In this episode, we'll discuss this small island place in global politics. But before we do, I'd like to take a quick moment to thank our channel sponsor, Aura. As you all know, we make political content here, and credit freezes week free.
Political, you say?
Taiwan has been inhabited by humans for over 15,000 years.
Okay.
Human fossils discovered in caves near Chongping and Sochen show human activity on the island dating back to the late Ice Age. Although little is known about these early inhabitants, they left behind pottery, stone tools, and other evidence of their rich prehistoric culture.
Is this going to be
came
relevant?
To Taiwan at a time when it was a vital part of early human migration patterns.
All right.
Back when
history lesson, 5 minute skip. Still history lesson.
Yeah. Okay. Japanese held the island.
Okay, now we're at so let's go.
Is this just going to be why Taiwan belongs to China?
Pretty much.
Or are we going to answer all those questions?
The colonial administration focused on infrastructure, economic diversification, and integration with Japan. Armed resistance continued, with various uprisings opposing Japanese authority throughout the early 20th century. Like most colonial governments, they relied on a violent police force to maintain control. During World War II, Taiwan was pressed into service by the fascist Japanese war machine, experiencing a surge in industrial production to meet its demands. They also mobilized labor and promoted assimilation through programs like the Kominka policy, which met with varying degrees of success. But before the program could be completed, in August 1945, Japan surrendered, ending their colonial rule. Taiwan was nominally ceded to China in October 1945. However, it would end up being dominated by the brutal, right-wing, US-aligned Kuomintang, not the legitimate communist government seated in Beijing.
Oh my God.
In the aftermath of their defeat in the Chinese Civil War against the Communist forces
Wait. There was a few adjectives there. Only one that I have a real problem with. The word legitimate. Okay?
Never, ever
they're
heard someone...
They're brutal, they're nationalist,
Wow.
but which one is legitimate here?
I've never heard someone refer to it like that. That was wild.
You know, it was really the legitimate that's doing a lot of carrying there. Why? What is legitimate?
Japan surrendered, ending their colonial rule. Taiwan was nominally ceded to China in October 1945. However, it would end up being dominated by the brutal, right-wing, US-aligned Kuomintang, not the legitimate communist government seated in Beijing. In the aftermath of their defeat in the Chinese Civil War...
Also...
Not the legitimate communist government seated in Beijing.
Are they not brutal either?
Yeah, but they're not right-wing or US-aligned, you see?
Of course.
Also,
they've got the hungry hammer.
No, Mao gave everyone crops and foot
liberation.
care. and foot
Yes,
care.
of course.
He freed the slaves in Tibet.
Yes, of course.
Against the communist forces led by Mao Zedong, the Kuomintang, or KMT, retreated to Taiwan in 1940.
Exactly. This is why I like. It's really why I don't. It's really the Israel shit that why I won't fuck with the history lesson shit. Look at fucking Putin talking to like. They like these people think if you know history well enough, then you can define it to however you want it to be.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
1949, under the leadership of the US-backed dictator Chiang Kai-shek. This marked the beginning of the KMT's rule over the island. The fascists went on to claim a government in exile in Taipei in a feeble attempt to appear as the legitimate government of all of China. The KMT implemented a series of measures aimed at consolidating their control over Taiwan and suppressing dissent. Martial law was declared, severely curtailing opposition and political freedoms. The KMT launched campaigns to reform Taiwanese society,
You know what's
often
crazy?
targeting local culture,
You know what's
language,
crazy?
and traditions in
That
favor of Mandarin.
Chiang Kai-shek was the one madman who talked like Gaddafi but actually made democracy happen. You know, a lot of people ran their mouth just like Gaddafi did about how they're like going to bring a democracy and all that shit, and it never happened. He's the one guy who is like, you know what? Even though the fascist democracy I know is a good idea, and I'm going to let that be the future.
The Western territory that is mainland China belongs to Taiwan.
Thank you, Hassan.
Chinese and mainland Chinese values. Dissenters were often subject to arrest, imprisonment, and even exexecution. These men, among others, were part of
the difference is they wore dunce gowns instead of the dunce caps.
over Taiwan and enforced the nationalist cause. In addition to the repression, the party implemented policies aimed at promoting economic development. However, the economic successes achieved under the KMT were accompanied by rising social inequality and discontent.
Yeah.
The Kuomintang's assimilationist policies aimed at imposing mainland Chinese culture and language on the Taiwanese population sparked even more resentment and resistance among many Taiwanese who sought to preserve their distinct identity and heritage. One program in particular deserves to be explored in more detail: the White Terror, a collection of campaigns aimed at eliminating groups the nationalist government considered
It's always white terror,
accounts from
red
eyewitnesses
terror.
and survivors paint a harrowing picture of the
Always
atrocities
gotta be
committed
a
by the
color.
nationalist government during this period. Random
And
violence,
now,
arbitrary.
let me be specific here. You know how I talk about Robespierre being a terrorist?
Mm-hmm.
That's the type of terror, state terror.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, CCP did the same thing. Still doing the same thing, actually. Funny. Crazy. What's the point here? Will Taiwan spark World War III? Why are we still going through history lessons 10 minutes into a 15-minute video?
Mhm.
What's happening?
Classic
Can we get
second
to World
thought.
War III? It's
Oh wait,
first
this is
thought.
first thought.
Arrests and summary executions
Shoulda
became
had-
commonplace.
shoulda-
The streets of Taipei
Should've
and
thought a
Keelung
little-
became
Come
scenes
on,
of
bro.
horror.
Come on, bro.
With soldiers and secret police murdering suspected dissidents with impunity.
Okay.
They targeted communists, of which there were few, members of the settlement committee, intellectuals, students, journalists, anyone with ties to foreign countries.
Mhm.
The regime's crackdown also extended to family.
The CCP executes the second most people in the country. I think the most the most.
I mean, it's
by
just like
number.
but it's
most by
literally
number,
just North
second by
Korea, South
capita.
Korea again. South Korea sucked.
Yeah. Yeah,
Still
North Korea
kind of
was
sucks
ahead.
compared to Taiwan.
Yeah. The North Korea was ahead until probably about the same time, I would say.
Mhm.
What happened? Same thing in China.
Yeah.
Famine.
You know what's interesting about the Formosans, though? While Taiwan has no guns, the Formosans actually have a fundamental right to actually like use homemade guns, basically. And so they like
interesting.
actually end up fucking them over because they like hunting is part of their culture, right?
Mm.
And it like fucks them over because these rifles are like so old. They're from like pre-Taiwan, you know, they're like muskets
Yeah.
almost, and they like explode and stuff.
Interesting.
So it's like they need like
ARs for the Formosans.
I mean, I think like, you know, just like a simple like bolt
Hunting
rifle,
rifle.
you know, like a
Mm.
Kar 98, you know, I bet you we got a bunch of those laying around. We could
Old
give
Russian
them
one.
Mosins, you know, give them some
Mm.
Mosins.
Mm.
I mean, they're probably even cheaper than the fucking
Yeah.
poaching guns that they have.
Yeah.
Of suspected dissidents. The scale of the violence was appalling. Estimates of the number of people killed
Like the
range from 25 to
Formosans,
30.
the oppression of indigenous people is not like it's unique to Taiwan.
No, absolutely not. It's pretty much a colonial staple at this point.
Mm-hmm.
1,000, which is staggering when you realize this was done in a matter of days. Or
I mean, it has to be. By definition of colonialism, it has to be. You can't move into an area without displacing the people on it. It just doesn't work like that.
For weeks. The methods of execution were often brutal and sadistic. Victims were subjected to torture,
Come on,
mutilation,
bro.
and public humiliation before
What
being
is wrong
murdered.
with him?
You
Bodies
can't
were
find a
disposed of
fucking
in mass graves,
drawing.
which were spread all over the
Jesus
island.
Christ! When I talk
Despite
about
the
U.S.
widespread
torture, I'm
atrocities, the
showing
United
drawings.
States steadfastly
at least.
stood by its newest
Drawn by
anti-communist
people
vassal
they were
state.
done to.
American approval allowed the KMT to operate with impunity. The U.S. provided significant military and diplomatic support to the nationalist government, and there was little effort to address the human rights abuses taking place on the ground. This support of Chiang
What
Kai-shek's
is
oppressive
South
regime
Korea?
contributed immensely to the suffering of the Taiwanese people. The Cold War-era policy obsession with preventing the spread of communism was not only an abject failure, but overshadowed legitimate concerns about the actual human rights violations and lack of
curious
democracy
about
in Taiwan.
the early
It was not until the
because I remember watching something on it, but it's like it's all background stuff. I'm curious about how the U.S. felt about communism immediately at this time, right? Because it really hasn't. Like, I'm sure they didn't like it, and I'm sure they're cautious of it because it was Soviet soft power more than anything is what they viewed it as. But it wasn't. I want to know when it really gets to that like batshit state. You know, like is it what Kissinger? Is it before Kissinger? Like, who's the real whack job we got to lay blame on?
1980s, after the gradual transition to U.S.-style liberal democracy, that the full extent of the atrocities committed began to be acknowledged and addressed. And if all this sounds pretty familiar, it's because the U.S. uses this playbook with all its imperialist projects, because it works. The current relationship between the United States and Taiwan is characterized by asymmetry.
Playbook. So he's saying the reason why Taiwan is a democracy is because of America. If that's the case, wow, America's fucking awesome.
Yeah, why can't they do that in America?
Yeah, why can't they do that in Israel, the country you're about to scapegoat to? Like, he's going to compare this to Israel, which is like makes no sense. Like, if you want to, it's the strategy that works. Now, here's Israel, which didn't democratize. They just pretended to. Are we trying to pretend that like it's still ruled by the KMT or something? I'm so confused what the fucking point here is.
Yeah.
And coercion, with military support and political meddling playing pivotal roles.
He probably thought at the end
I
of
want to
this
know
script-
how he feels about America's role in Deng Xiaoping. That's their fault for fucking up Maoism. You know, I want to know if he's like that.
I wonder if at the end of this script he's sitting there all happy with a little chummy smile, being like, "I did a good script," and it's been 11 minutes of a history lesson.
Yeah,
to say,
but
so far the
Korean
same
War, right? So it's the Korean War. So I imagine the Korean War had more to do with it rather than the ideology they had, but more of like the states they were aligned with.
shit.
Like, I don't know, like if Truman, like the idea of like the romantic idea of America being like this thing, this embodiment of power and stuff like that. At that time, we were still pretty fucking unstable, just scrambling to hold back Soviets because we didn't want to have them grow out to be, you know, a big enough influence where it would cause another war in Europe. By somehow, you know, killing people in Korea and Asia, it would stop a war in Europe.
World War II and the Chinese Civil War, Taiwan has occupied a client state position in U.S. foreign policy. Unquestioning U.S. support
Hey,
for the
guess who else
anti-communist
is?
stronghold
Guess
a
who
relic
else
of
is
the
a
Cold War.
client state? China.
The enactment of the Taiwan Relations Act, or
Client
TRA, in
state is
1970
when unrecognized by America as a sovereign state.
1979 solidified U.S. commitment to Taiwan while acknowledging the One China policy with the People's Republic of China, which means that officially the U.S. recognizes the PRC and not the breakaway government in Taiwan as the legitimate government of China, and the differences between China and the island should be resolved
So how are
peacefully.
they a client state? You need to make like one solid point here instead of just like being like vague about a bunch of shit, bro.
He doesn't have a point. That's the point, I think.
know. They never do.
But he is particularly good at never having an actual point.
Yeah, he thinks he's so smart.
Yeah, he's got this. He really does think he's smarter than everybody. He smells his own farts.
TRA is also the reason the United States is the main supplier of weapons to Taiwan. Recently, the Biden administration announced a $345 million military aid package reinforcing U.S. commitment to Taiwan's defense. This aid package aims to streamline the approval process for weapons sales to Taiwan as a bulwark against perceived Chinese aggression towards the island. The media has been making a big deal about this, but it's actually a fairly small aid package comparatively.
I'm going to make a shit post at him on the 5th gen page.
Truman saw
think that'll be
communist.
funny.
Yeah, but also like obviously they were because of Stalin. Like like the end war negotiations with Stalin, like he basically was like, I am a threat. I'm coming back. I'm going to go rebuild my country, and I'm coming back, and I'm going to take over the world and kill all of you. I'm Hitler Jr. Hitler was my child, actually, you know, like
2023.
I
the U.S.
want to
authorized
know when it develops into really like, you know, more about preventing World War III and more about like communism actually being worse than fascism type lunacy. I want to know how loony Truman was. I know. I mean, he could have dropped a bomb and he didn't. So, who was the one trying to drop that bomb? It wasn't Eisenhower. I thought it was for a second. It was the other guy who was a general in Korea. I don't think Eisenhower was that high yet.
the historic amount of nearly $6 billion in foreign military sales to Taiwan.
Uh-huh.
This was the highest single-year figure on record.
Those aren't
2023 also saw the
sales.
introduction of
Those
another funding
aren't
mechanism.
sales. Those are not sales. Please know the difference. You need to know basic arms transfers and shit. MacArthur, that's right. Like, come on, buddy.
The similarly named Foreign Military Financing Program, which granted Taiwan another $80 million. We won't detail every military financial deal, but we do need to look at the bigger picture.
Okay.
Since 1950, the total value of U.S. arms sales to Taiwan has reached over $44 billion,
Wow,
with $37
number
billion of
go
it
up.
coming since 2010, which puts the U.S. narrative into serious question, namely that it's supposedly China ramping up tensions around Taiwan. In fact, this points the finger in exactly the opposite direction. In addition to this massive funding, the U.S. has created various military exchange programs aimed at enhancing Taiwan's military capabilities, again claiming that these programs are for defense. They include joint training exercises, military education, and
They're
technology
for
transfer
defense.
initiatives.
Wait.
For example, the U.S. has
Wait. How would they be for offense? Do you really think the United States is like planning to use Taiwan to invade China? I don't understand how they're not defensive. NATO expansionism is offense. It caused Russia to invade.
Army Special Forces personnel on Taiwan's outlying islands. These deployments, approved under the U.S. 2023 National Defense
Did that guy
Authorization
only
Act,
have one
focus
arm?
on capacity building and enhancing approved under the U.S. 2023 Army Special Forces
No, I
personnel
don't
on
think
Taiwan's
so.
outlying islands. These deployments, approved under the U.S. 2023 National Defense Authorization Act, focus on capacity building and enhancing operational effectiveness for Taiwan's armed forces. The U.S. has supported Taiwan's asymmetric defense strategy, which emphasizes deterrence through low-cost mobile weapons and other
Are those
capabilities.
Korean
Obviously,
rifles, or
China
does
staunchly
Taiwan have
opposes
their
U.S.
own?
arms sales to Taiwan.
I think they buy American.
It looked like the Korean rifle.
Armed forces. The
Maybe.
U.S. has supported Taiwan's asymmetric
They look very American.
Well, so does the Korean rifle.
Okay.
defense strategy, which emphasizes deterrence through low-cost mobile weapons and other capabilities. Obviously,
Okay,
China staunchly opposes U.S. arms
Let's see. It is produced by Taiwan. It's independently produced.
sales to Taiwan, with good reason. We don't exactly have a good track record. The passage of bills allocating military aid for Taiwan by the U.S. Congress has elicited strong condemnation from China, and has only served to further sour relations between the three parties. Despite the absence of formal diplomatic relations, the United States remains Taiwan's most critical ally and arms supplier. In addition to military support, the United States has actively engaged in propaganda efforts to bolster Taiwan's international standing. This includes advocating for Taiwan's participation in international forums and strengthening economic ties between the two nations. Again, if this reminds you of another U.S. project, that's not a coincidence. The Taiwan question may very well be answered in the next 5 to 10 years, and certainly before the century is
I
up.
look forward
But how
to
it is answered
actively
is a more
engaging
important
civilians.
question. Despite U.S. saber-rattling and their apparent intentions, we can hope that the issue will be resolved peacefully. U.S. disengagement from most places in which they have a presence would go a long way towards peace. But in few places would it make more of a difference than in Taiwan.
So
episodes like this one are made possible thanks to our generous patrons. If you'd like to
the
help support
Taiwan
the show,
rifle, it says it incorporates feature from the M16 and AR-18.
Okay.
So it's like a
Interesting.
fusion of those two rifles. They designed it literally to counter the Chinese assault rifles.
Oh, that's funny.
So it is pretty short barreled. Also, guess what? They export them.
Really?
Yeah. So Bosnia, Bosnia-Herzegovina has 5,000.
Herzegovina.
Gambia unknown. Haiti 100 rifles. India 1,000. Jordan 20,000. Kuwait 18,000. Taiwan little over about quarter million. And then UAE has 10,000 rifles.
Interesting.
It looks like it might be more similar to like a 416
Okay.
short barrel type thing. Okay.
Recently, Lauren Southern was interviewed by Mary Harrington for an article entitled Lauren Southern, How My Trad Life Turned Toxic, subtitled The Online Ideology Doesn't Work in the Real World. And it's quite a strange thing to read. Tradwife is a term which denotes the modern fetishization of the traditional 20th century gender roles in marriage, where the wife is what a normal person calls a housewife, who looks after the home and domestic affairs, and the husband goes to work to make money. As with all things online, the lived act of being part of a married couple is analyzed and dissected to death by people who have no first-hand experience of it, formulated then into an ideology, and then someone attempts to craft a real life that resembles the abstract ideal, which appears to be what Lauren did in this case.
Yeah, and you know what the funniest part is? This is his actual, like, old channel. He got it back, I guess. I don't know.
Who, what? What?
This is like Sargon's original channel. So I guess he got his channel back somehow? I don't know.
Professor Michael Oakeshott identified this as the process by which all ideology is created. Someone with no experience abstracts into a technical body of knowledge how they think something is done so it can be learned as a doctrine. The alternative way of learning things is by doing, either discovering as you go or through an apprenticeship. And the advantage to this is that you learn those subtleties through time and effort that cannot be captured. You don't have the word food. Of course not. Do about it, so you just do the best that you can. I realize I'm not selling it here, but I'm trying to disabuse people of the fantasy life that online trad influencers craft for themselves. Do you
Interesting.
think that this woman's normal day is to be beautiful, have a spotless...
Did you think that he was going to be against this?
At the end of the day, Sargon is like intelligent. You know, he's an intelligent racist, an intelligent fascist, and that's what gives him the "I'm better than you" attitude he has. You wouldn't have his smugness without him actually being intelligent.
True. It's just,
people are gonna be like, "Well, he's a fucking idiot." Okay, for fascist guys, let's acknowledge how far above he is other fascists in intelligence.
kitchen and boundless energy to make all this food? Of course not. As with all things social media, everything is carefully crafted to create an illusion. However, all of this labor and sacrifice
It's so funny that they say this yet fall for the trans
Christopher
shit.
Hitchens afterbirth. Yeah, I can see it.
Isn't it wild that they say this shit, but they still fall for the trans thing? That's what doesn't get. That's what I don't.
Oh, I think
understand,
he just
but
hates people.
It's just wild that people will listen to people who literally say this shit. That like online life isn't real. Go touch grass, talk to people, and then fall for the same shit. It just doesn't make sense.
Worth it. I'm an articulate man, and yet I don't have the words to properly describe the joy of being there while your children take their first wobbly steps and lurch uncertainly towards you, with huge dribbly grins on their year-old faces as they realize they're actually doing it. Another time that sticks in my memory is when my oldest son was trying to ride a bike without stabilizers, and I break my back running after him, holding the seat to make sure he didn't fall off. But then when he finally got it, his cries of, "Daddy, I'm doing it," will stay with me forever.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, all the work creates a kind of magic that you just can't get in any other way. And the bedrock of this is the teamwork between the husband and wife. You marry because you love each other. And
Why
having
does it need to
manage
be
your
a
lives
husband and
kids
wife?
together provides a bond between you that nobody else has.
Because the man provides
character
man
of the
things,
relationship
and
is
it needs
the
to be a
most
fusion
intimate
of
knowledge
both.
of one another, not in a carnal way, but in a deeper and more
Okay,
spiritual
I don't care.
way.
Okay. I was just curious. Okay. Now for the real stuff.
Okay, hang on.
Hey.
Hang on. It's time to introduce the real niche of the episode. Okay. We are going to speed run as many reactions to the Trump verdict we can and needlessly put them On this tier list, as you can see, we got the S through F. You got simp at the top, ass kissing, beta, cuck, dunce, embarrassing, and functional. As in they're functional members of society, you know? So it's like if it's more cringe than cuck, you know, you're going to the embarrassing tier, you know? If they're really just dumb, you know, that's where they go. Lesbians can't teach bike.
And then
What's
now,
up? What do you?
Now we can have the tier list, and it looks fine.
Yeah, so I got to speed Google everyone that we look at, you know?
Doing?
What are you up to? Please say what you're up to in the screen now. Please say what you're up to in the screen now.
I'm doing a tier list.
Oh, wow. Cool.
Yeah, thanks.
But I do have to say,
How
those
are you?
things that you've been up to,
they make me sick.
Oh.
Okay, I got to check the news. Every day I look at the news and I go, wrong. I say that to the news. Let's see.
Me too.
Let me go to let me log into my news website, Reddit, also known as I've already read that.com. Okay, whatever. What does it say? Trump. Oh, I know that guy. It's this guy.
It's weird.
Trump becomes first U.S.
I did
president to
everything
be
right and
convicted
they
of a crime. That
indicted
can't be
me.
true. Is that true? And then it says NBC News down there.
God bless you.
They've had to throw one of these guys' asses in jail.
I don't think this is true. Well, what's the guy who was president?
When I was like a teenager.
George Bush. He's in jail. Oh, what's that? No, he's not. Okay, I haven't really been following this Trump case. I can't remember. I think what happened is that, what was it? He got caught watching porno at the Apple store on one of the display laptops.
Yes.
Hold on, I'm getting a super chat. They say that's wrong. And what was it? So
Nope,
I think he was
right.
watching pornos on the library computers.
So now he's not allowed to use the free library Wi-Fi anymore?
That happened.
I have not
yep.
been following the case. But from what I remember, I think that's it. Okay, what does it say from the AP? What the hell does it say? Guilty. Trump becomes first former U.S. president convicted of felony crimes.
No.
It'd be funny if there was like a sub-headline. First former U.S. president convicted of felony crimes. Probably a lot of them should have been.
For the first time ever, a former U.S. president is now a convicted felon found guilty by a jury of his peers of 34 felony counts.
Violent crime.
Business record. Can a convicted felon run for president? The answer is yes.
Okay.
Can a convicted felon serve as president?
Okay.
The answer is yes. Can a convicted felon vote for himself?
The
or
answer is
herself
yes.
For president. The answer is it depends on the state. But
Hey,
in
you
Florida,
tricked me,
where
you
Donald
son
Trump
of a
lives, where Donald Trump lives,
Shut
they
up,
tend
man.
to defer to the.
Generally, the estimates are that somewhere between 70 and 90.
How does that make sense?
Okay, so it's a state crime. It's a state felony, right? So he's tried in New York State. So technically, it's just like, it's not like a full scale, like upper federal like crime or something.
Okay.
I guess. So he can still vote in Florida where he lives.
Oh, great. That's cool.
And own
So
guns,
really-
I guess.
Yeah.
It's if you're a rich person, you only get a minor felony thing. It's
Of
like a
course.
lower felony because you're rich.
Of course.
90% of Class E New York convictions result in non-prison sentences. So that would be some combination of probation, fines, perhaps community service.
Okay, so this is all over the news. What is this? The New York Times. Front page of the New York Times. Whoa. It'll be on the front page.
For one day.
Okay, so, this is all over the news. What's the actual effect of this?
should put him
Well,
in
these are
jail
34.
for
What the hell is
6,
this? What the hell is all this
7
stuff?
months.
34 Class E felonies. If you read through this, it's like falsifying documents. It's all falsifying documents.
Mhm.
And they're like, this guy's probably not going to go to jail. He could still be president.
Pretty
It's not
common
going to really
case in
change
New
much
York
for his
City.
supporters. They'll probably like it more, I guess. He's probably going to get a bunch of fines, right? If I had to guess, what's gonna happen? This guy will start selling like Trump yerba
He could
mate
face-
or something. He'll
there's
sell a bunch of that to his
No, he
followers.
could seriously face house arrest.
That
Like,
would be funny.
It would not be a surprise. What would be
In
a
New York?
surprise? It would depend. It would be wherever his residence is. I don't know. I don't think they'd keep him in New York, but there could be a potential like the jailing, right? And because of it being a state crime, he would go to Rikers. So, yeah, the ankle bracelet is really funny. I'd
Dude,
say
him
I'd
going to
say-
Rikers
I'd
would
say
be
out of
awesome.
meme likelihood, that is the most likely meme scenario.
Mhm.
That said, I don't know how likely that really is. I'm not a legal guy, but it just wouldn't be out of the question. And jail time, which would be like up to like a week, you know, or something like that. It would like be a very short amount of jail time.
Yeah, they would give him like a couple days. Something like that.
Pay all these fines. So that's kind of my guess. But despite all this,
but if the thing is, if they put that
pissed
ankle
off about
monitor on him, you know he's going to constantly be breaking the law on house arrest too, and it's just going to fuck him over more. Which is why I really think it'll be funny if that happens.
It would be.
This.
All right, so if you're tuning in, it's because it's an emergency podcast. Trump found guilty on all 34 counts.
Okay, can we zoom in on this right here? Emergency podcast. I love that. I love the idea of an emergency podcast. Like these podcast guys, they all have like a red phone next to their bed. Each of them is in bed.
He probably does.
Tiny pajamas on, reading a book.
Yeah.
The red phone starts ringing. They're like, I knew this day would come. They pick up the red phone. They're like, yep.
Honey, I gotta go.
And I might just not come back. This is an emergency podcast I'm doing. They all slide down a pole into a temperature-controlled room. They go underneath a waterfall. There's an all-glass room under there. You know, a bunch of containers open. What's inside the container?
They go inside
SM7B podcast mics.
They literally go inside a vault, bro. So he's not far off.
Their podcast studio's a vault.
Yes, it's a bank vault.
That's cringe.
Get the mics. It's an emergency podcast.
I go to what Tucker and some of the people on the right are saying, Rob.
Who? Never heard of a man.
Important. The third world become the third. Import the third world, become the third world. That's what we just saw.
Exactly.
This won't stop Trump. He'll win the election if he's not killed first. But it does mark the end of the fairest justice system in the world. Anyone who defends this verdict is a danger to you and your family. Go to.
I'd also like to add that
you're a moron.
You said this today. It's not only the other way. His character assassination. Nothing going after his money. They've knocked those two out. They will stop at nothing to stop this guy because he's all for us. He's been saying it since day one, and I've seen videos. We've all seen this. Everybody out there that's watching this have seen videos of him in the 80s on Letterman, on Oprah. All this guy has ever said is, "I love America." Bigoted fucking.
Oh damn! Well, you didn't.
He also said we should kill those black kids who didn't do that crime.
Are there's videos of him on Letterman? What's he saying?
It's weird.
Oh, that changes everything. Oh man.
But imagine getting FBI files. Imagine he puts in somebody that gets the CIA files. Imagine he puts all the people. Or imagine he gets that they're frightened of the American people finding out.
Pat, me again. Congress is in charge of disclosures. Actually, thank you.
How nasty
and
dirty, and
who's been involved? Freedom of Information Act, but Congress can like be like, this is what gets out. You know, this is what will be blacked out.
Yeah.
One thing that's kind of weird.
Oh, damn, this guy's so pissed off, man.
And this is one of his theories. I like this theory that why are they doing this thing that is not going to stop this guy from being
Yeah, literally. By the way,
president?
the
Why are they
CIA
doing
just
this? Because
publishes their own files, guys.
The deep state is afraid that he's going to release all the info. The deep state is afraid of his little ass. You know what I think about the deep state?
Again, we have the info.
I don't know if Patrick Bet David knows what the hell he's talking.
We can identify who the deep state are. It's not like a fictional cabal of Jews or anything.
About here. I was kind of interested. I remember, what was it, like 2017? This guy Trump, he was like, we're going to release all the JFK files. We're going to know what really happened to JFK.
Never gonna
what
happen.
happened to JFK? Okay. When it comes to the JFK assassination,
remember I said I just hope they delay that investigation with Israel because they can't be sucking their dicks in there. They have to say that what they found. Delayed it. They threw a wrench into it, so it'll never basically complete. So they just basically said we're doing an investigation, and now it's going to be an ongoing thing forever, and it's going to be delayed, and the conclusion is going to be delayed. Which, for the U.S. face, is the best thing they could do.
Yeah.
Other than actually being like, Israel broke the law. Fuck you. That would be the real best thing for their face. But we're being realistic. We know what the U.S. is and how they function. They're a client state of Israel.
Got your ass! Woo! Wow, weird.
I was really looking forward to that. Oh, all these documents are going to come out. I think these documents were going to automatically become public or something like that. But here's what happened. In deciding to withhold thousands of documents, Trump said he was convinced they contained information about national security and foreign policy, quote, of such gravity that it outweighs the public interest in immediate disclosure, unquote.
So he didn't.
But he offered no specifics about his reasoning, nor did the CIA, FBI, or other agencies that urged him to block the release.
Hey, didn't some of those files get into the hand of the Iranian regime through Pakistan?
No, it
Do they
doesn't
happen to
sound
be
like he's
nuclear
really going
secrets?
against them too
They
hard. You know
were.
what I mean?
It's weird.
Okay, I love these conservative reaction videos. What the hell?
All right, Patrick Bet David, where are we putting him?
Hang on, we're about to do Charlie Kirk, so I'm getting him real quick. Well, I was just gonna do a whole thing at the end, you know?
Oh, okay.
Like after
is this,
this
guys?
video,
Mm.
you know, run them all down. Who did we see?
Okay.
The guy Charlie.
All right, goofball.
Oh, this guy rules. He's really pissed off about this.
Okay, this is one of the best reactions to this. Here we go.
Joining us now is Ben Berquam.
Never heard of him.
He is live on the streets of New York outside of the courthouse around some Trump faithful. Ben, what is the vibe on the ground? What are we looking at? Ben, what is going on?
Hey, Charlie. Well, let me just kind of start over here. I want to introduce you to a few people.
Trump, American first.
America first?
Yes.
Trump?
Hell
yes.
I love it. I love it. And then we got the Puerto Ricans in the house. Puerto Ricans for Trump.
Hell yeah.
Get to
Okay, so they're just kind of interviewing people who, I don't know, they're just hanging outside of the courthouse.
You got the Puerto
in New York City?
Ricans here.
That's cool. That sounds like fun.
I am Ruben Vargas. I'm here defending Trump.
Okay.
What? Because defending Trump means defending democracy, defending the freedom of speech, defending the American value. Trump, this hearing here means two things. They're trying to cause Trump a heart attack.
Okay, I got this as an ad on this video. What does it say? What the hell does he say? I'm a political prisoner. I was just convicted. Wow, they churned this out really quick. Okay, so I could give 2024, 47, 100, or 3,300. I'll go 3,300.
I'll go 3,300.
Okay, who else we got who's really upset about this? Who else is
twitching?
Megyn Kelly.
And twisting
about this. Okay, what's this lady's name again? Megan. Wait, hold on. How many views? Ooh, 250,000. Oh my God, 250,000 in 6 hours. All right, Megan, it better be good or you get one of these.
Boom.
Like that?
Is ridiculous.
I'm doing my best.
Disgusting.
Take it back.
What a sad day.
All right.
The country's been disgraced.
What a sad day.
For one day.
That's what's happened.
Oh, sick.
Alvin Bragg and this judge have disgraced the country.
Never heard of either of them.
We aren't a banana republic, or at least we didn't used to be.
Whoa.
They tasted blood today.
Ew.
They're the wolves with the bloody piece of meat in their mouths. That doesn't stop the wolf from coming back for more.
The wolf.
They're going like this. And they go like this. Check this out. She gets a little nutty with it. I like this. Here we go.
Too much over at MSNBC and CNN, who are positively gleeful.
Gleeful
over this absurd.
Hey, congrats down, Megan.
Wait and ask yourself. FYI, at this hour, Trump's donation website has crashed.
Oh shit!
You can feel the number of people going there.
Ew, Megan, calm down.
Pony up dough they didn't think they had.
Hey, oh, Stephen A. Smith.
Oh, he's a sports enthusiast.
Oh, he got a weird background there. Okay, well, he uploaded this today. Okay, he's pretty worked up. What am I saying?
But when you're in these streets,
I am.
And you see people.
Yep.
It could be an apartment complex. It could be a delicatessen. It could be a supermarket. It could be a damn nightclub. It could be a bar. It could be anything. Where all of a sudden, inexplicable mayhem takes place.
Oh.
How can you not be fearful? How can you not be on high alert? How can you not be concerned? That's where I'm coming from.
Exactly.
I don't want to hear a damn person coming at me thinking I'm talking politics. I'm not talking politics.
They make me sick.
All right, it's Stephen A. Smith. I kind of like him, you know.
He's a sports talk guy. You know, he's like, oh, you know, the Timberwolves.
They make me sick.
It's stuff like that. He's getting all worked up. He's kind of making sense in this video. He's like, he's not going to jail. This guy's not going to jail. I don't really know what's going to happen, you know, whatever. But then he goes off on this part where he's like, that could be in a delicatessen and some shit could happen. He doesn't really explain. It's like, well, like, wait, like what? What do you mean? You know, Stephen A. Smith lives in New York City. He's like, I don't know. I just saw the news about this trial. I could just be at a delicatessen. Somebody come in and go like this.
You don't respect the rule of law. You've shat all over it.
Whoa.
That's what you did.
Jeez, Megan. All right, Megan. I know you're pissed off, but you don't have to get gross about it. You don't have to get all toilets about it. Okay, this is pretty funny. This is a video from Wisconsin. This video has like no views. This is pretty funny. I like this lady's sign off after she talks to these people.
Donald Trump getting justice or Donald Trump being punished for a crime, I see this as the people of America being split farther apart.
Some of the people who I spoke to who didn't want to go on camera said they don't like to get involved in politics, so they didn't want to give their opinion. Reporting in Waukesha, Rebecca.
I love local news. They should make local news more crazy. They should do like pranks and stuff. But I like this lady felt the need to include that at the end, you know? So there's the people that would talk to me, but many wouldn't. So there's the people who would talk to me. A lot of other people told me to shut up. Back to you. Oh my God. I love the local news coverage of this. They're just desperately trying to get some content, you know, desperately trying to get some footage. So this is CBS Miami. Check out this Meemaw. Oh my God. Get a load of this Meemaw. Here we go. Ready?
It made me feel like, hey, we better start fighting because this is a day that will go down in history.
Exactly. The outcome of exactly. That's adorable. This is somebody's Mima, you know? And you're at home, and she comes up on the TV. You're like, that's you, Mima. What does it say? You're outside of Trump's house with an Israeli flag. Oh, Mima, that's amazing. How did you get there? You drove there?
You drove there?
You're not supposed to drive. Well, there we go. Goddammit. It's Friday. Reach out to your Mima. What the hell's your Mima doing? You know? She driving around. Wait, hold on. I just got an audio message from my Mima. Well, guys, it's Friday, and
God bless you.
Hope you do some of this. I know some of the things you guys do on the weekends, and frankly,
Okay.
There's a
Ranky
lot.
time.
There's a lot in there. Okay. I got Miami Trump supporters.
Um,
It was just that lady at the end.
yeah. Weak.
What
Low.
did she even say? I was too busy Googling. What did she say? What can you tell me what she even said?
No.
it's like, well, I could just... All right, pretty like punished for a crime. This is a video from Wisconsin. This video has like no views. This is pretty funny. I like this lady's sign off after she talks to these people.
I didn't put Wisconsin's not on there.
Get a load of this Mima. Here we go. Ready?
It made me feel like, hey, we better start fighting because this is a day that will go down in history.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's adorable. This is somebody's Mima, you know?
Okay.
That's it.
E.
Just embarrassing. I don't know. She
Yep.
seems pretty functional to me.
No, it's pretty embarrassing.
But and like as we see more Miami reactions, this will change, of course. You know, she's carrying her whole reputation. All right, we only got a little bit of New York. This is obviously going to change because there's a lot of funny shit from New York.
Yes.
Okay.
I think put it in C to start, and it can go up and down.
Okay, so New Yorkers are just cucks, especially considering they're living in like Trump's city that raised all their rent and shit.
Yeah.
This guy, Stephen A. Smith, what did he say? Nothing really, right?
Yeah, no, not really.
That's obviously going to the Dunst here. Mr. Dunst. Okay. This one.
Megyn Kelly, she put some effort into it. B, beta.
I mean,
beta.
What was she actually saying, though? We should kill people? Go to war?
I will tell you. 1 second. Here she is.
I know she was dramatic.
Wolves and bloody meat.
Wolves and bloody meat. I don't know. I guess beta for now. Okay.
And she's also mad that CNN are happy. That libs are happy about it.
Oh, that sounds like a cuck to me. She's getting cucked by CNN. Okay. Here's Charlie.
Definitely beta. What's A?
Ass kisser.
Okay. Could be up there.
What, Charlie?
No, Tucker. Did we see Tucker's?
He just made a tweet. We'll see more from him, so
okay, that can keep going.
So we'll just put him here with Charlie for now. His little friend. We'll see more of this guy too, obviously. I'm gonna put him here. Okay. And then we got R.M. Brown. That's obviously a functional human, clearly.
Yeah.
All right, back to you.
Well, holy lordy, everybody. What does it say? Trump only banged a porn star while Obama fucked the whole country.
And so
I love
Trump
that.
screwed a porn star.
I love that.
Not true. Oh, your shirt says it's true.
says he did.
So it's more like a joke.
Is the second part of it true though?
No, that's
again,
absolutely true. Yeah,
again.
So what
the trial
so,
isn't
but
if he
that
had
being-
sex,
so only-
guys. The supporters don't even know what he's on trial with. I saw fucking Molly Smash post.
Well, no,
something.
it's not.
I
It's
saw
not even
Molly
that.
Smash post something like sex workers for Trump because like she like didn't honor the like agreement that was like the contracted agreement, and it's like yeah, the crime is that Trump lied on documents.
Yeah,
honey.
no, the crime
has
is
nothing
that
to do
she
with sex
paid-
work.
paid to cover up a story which would have been reputationally damaging.
Yes,
and therefore impact the election.
That's why it then becomes election interference.
Yes.
There's a potential that if this story fully came out, that he wouldn't get the candidacy.
Especially because he was going for the evangelical Mike Pence.
Especially because the Access Hollywood tape just dropped about the grab it by the pussy shit. So this was like early in his campaign.
Yes.
He would have been out so early if potentially. So potentially it's an Al Gore situation. Bush isn't a legitimate president, neither is Trump. And then you have the Republicans who just fundamentally believe that same exact thing, that Obama wasn't real and Biden isn't real, just because they're told that.
Yes.
The second part of the shirt is true?
Yes.
So we were here outside Trump Tower the day after Donald Trump was convicted of 34 felonies here in Manhattan. He just delivered a speech in Trump Tower, reminiscent of his 2015 speech. It sounded like the way you were describing it.
I was overhearing a lot of people playing his speech. It sounded talking a lot about how foreigners are invading the country, those sorts of themes. It was a campaign speech over, again, just like you said. It sounded a lot like a 2015 campaign speech. So here we are. There are large crowds of people, mostly just interested people, but a few Trump supporters there you see in the middle with the big flags. But a lot of those people are just trying to sell stuff.
Yeah, let's do the count here, because I think there's more today than there was in front of the courthouse. Are you a Trump supporter? Oh, okay. We didn't see the hat, so we didn't know. Why are you supporting Donald Trump? Well, he was just convicted of 34 felonies. Does that change your opinion of him?
No.
Why not?
It doesn't.
Do you think that he slept with Stormy Daniels?
No.
No? Really?
Mm-mm. No, I don't.
That's not what the case is about.
It's just a made-up thing?
Yeah.
And so why was she paid the money?
I don't know.
But if you had to logically kind of think about why the payments were made or why Michael Cohen would have sent her a large amount of money for the election, what would you think might be the reason?
I have no idea.
You don't think he was doing that so his story wouldn't come out before the election?
Because Trump didn't want to pay anyone off, because the truth always comes out even if you pay someone off.
He paid off McDougal, the Playboy.
It did.
Yeah.
It did.
Hey, we're here at
it did do that.
Yeah.
It was almost like it was just to delay it for an election.
Crazy, right?
Following his 34 count conviction.
The flags
a lot of
be
people
wild.
here.
A lot of people, some of them are Trump supporters.
Some
got
have
some
flags.
Biden flags, want to fuck Biden. And guess what? Every Trump supporter has a member of the media.
There's some
which
of
makes it
them
tough for us
are
to talk to people.
Bidens. They got Biden flags. They say they want to fuck Biden.
expected
Like they're framing anyone who has a fuck Joe Biden flag as a Biden supporter.
Jury, district attorney throwing everything, as well as the help from the Biden administration. I think it's a sad day, but it's also a good day because it woke a lot of people up to what's happening in this country. And we're hoping more people wake up.
You think this is gonna make people a little more
You
woke?
gotta wake up.
More woke? No, I'm not woke.
What are your first thoughts when you heard he was guilty?
Like I said, I wasn't surprised because I think it was well orchestrated. I mean, the judge made so many.
Is that part of the reason you weren't surprised?
No, I think the cards are stacked against him.
It's a greater conspiracy. Everybody, including the jury, the judge, everybody involved. A secret meeting in Madison Square Gardens with a microphone and everything. Super secret meeting with hundreds of thousands of people to organize a conspiracy to not even put him in jail or disqualify him from the presidency. Sure. Idiot.
From the jury pool to the decision.
Well, did you notice that Hunter Biden was back in court while all this was going on?
Oh my God, no way.
A doofus.
He got an appeal for his trial.
Insane. Crazy.
Yeah, they
breaking
pushed back
news.
his trial date. Can you believe it? How can they push
Wow.
back someone's trial date?
Insane.
Does justice not exist in this country? You just can't push back trial dates.
let's not forget the federal election.
You think he had sex with Stormy Daniels?
I could give shit if he had sex with Stormy
That's
Daniels.
the correct answer.
Correct answer.
I don't care.
It would have influenced the 26.
Honestly,
Yeah,
this interview is
that
making New York
is
look okay.
common New York W for that. I
Mhm.
think is the I don't give a shit attitude of like what you do in your own bedroom kind of thing. Pretty cool. Like that's always been a reputation.
Also,
that
if
I've
there should
heard.
be rational Trump supporters, if any place, it
They
should
would
be in New York.
Yeah.
16 election, if people found out that he had cheated on his wife with a porn star.
Against Hillary Clinton, I don't think anything would have changed the course of that election. She was her own worst enemy.
But he only won by 50,000 votes.
It wasn't about Hillary. It was about the Republican primary. You guys are terrible. You don't know the questions that you're supposed to be
We talked to
asking.
some supporters over the years in our travels, and a lot of people we talk to will say that they don't think Donald Trump should be tried or convicted for any of these crimes. But even if the crimes were the same for like Hillary Clinton, do you think Hillary Clinton should have been charged for treason?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. But the Clinton clan will cover them no matter what happens.
And if Trump, it's found that he had the classified documents, would you want to charge him with treason?
No, negative. No, I would not.
But if he did the same thing that with Hillary, would you want him to be charged?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay. But her, she could be good treason, maybe potentially die. Him, if he did the same thing, no treason.
Because Trump is a patriot, Hillary is not.
Sometimes it's hard to figure out which. It's like, we want to prosecute all those other people, but Donald Trump should not be prosecuted. Now that Donald Trump has been prosecuted, there you heard no crime.
That's the lady that fell.
That's the lady that fell over the Trump flag.
We're coming full circle. Are you okay? I saw a video. You fell down.
Are you okay?
You fell on the ground, right?
I think I fell. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you okay? Are you okay? That's a nasty tumble. The day of the indictment, the woman that just passed fell down pretty bad. Took a nasty tumble.
Right. She's still here. She's up. She's proud, and she's here. And she's supporting Donald Trump.
You got to pick yourself up, dust yourself off.
Yeah, you have
go
to
back out.
There's always going to be another flag to trip and fall over.
Roger Stone did nothing wrong. He was convicted, though, right? He was convicted.
I think he was convicted. Yeah, in New York again. You know,
he was pardoned by Donald Trump, but it sounds like you're supporting Donald Trump and you're supporting Roger Stone.
Well, he was Donald Trump's at the time. He was his campaign manager. You know,
I don't think he was his campaign manager, but he was working. He was doing the dirty work. The dirty work for him.
I don't know about dirty work.
You're talking about. Are you talking about how Andrew Giuliani was offered a hush money payment?
I'm going to give you $5 here. It's a
That's a classic
money
town
payment.
in
If you can just leave.
Here's the deal, my friends. That has nothing to do.
Well, that Andrew Giuliani hush money payment is still making waves right now.
Making waves right now.
We're trying to make hush money payments
now
to a guy
on
with the
camera.
People are still talking about it.
The
tape
megaphone.
of you being offered a hush money payment to shut the hell up.
That's Hunter Biden.
It happened right there. Are you denying? Are you denying?
Yeah. Oh, I was offered, and look, I've said, no, thank you very much. I'm going to pass.
It was really good. And it is big news.
All right. We don't know what "Let's Go Brandon" means.
Let's fuck Brandon.
Let's. Almost nothing would surprise me at this point.
How'd you feel when the verdict came out yesterday?
Great. I thought it was amazing.
Can you describe where you were when it happened?
Well, I was
Okay. New Yorkers.
Okay, so I think New York's reputation
Almost normal people.
has almost improved, so we're gonna move them into the dunce. They're definitely not gonna stay there. And also, we got these guys. Honestly, they're a little cringe. They're not as cringe as Jordan Klepper doing this on the street stuff, but on the street interviews is kind of always cringe.
What's the tier here?
Embarrassing.
Yes.
I was sitting there on my back.
The only voice that matters is the voice of the jury, and the jury has spoken.
Right now, it's hit guilty on all accounts. Former President Trump now faces prison time or probation. We have new reaction and analysis on what happens next.
Also, dueling tornadoes in Texas. Late spring storms continue to batter North Texas. And the sad news, we're not done yet. We've got to get to that tonight. Welcome in at 10 o'clock, Doug Dunbar and the team. And the biggest news of all happened in the last 30 seconds. The Dallas Mavericks are going to the NBA Finals.
Former attorney Michael Cohen paid adult film star Stormy Daniels ahead of the 2016 election. Each of the 34 charges against Trump is punishable by up to 4 years in prison. The judge could also give him probation or fines instead. Tonight, the former president proclaims his innocence.
This was a disgrace.
I think that he's actually going to be quite harsh on him because of how belligerent he's been in the whole process. I think he's actually going to like make an example of him, and to be like, and make a statement when he serves it. He'll make a statement like, just don't be a dickhead next time.
I think
just shut the fuck up.
Like, I think if he really wanted to do something, it would be the stuff that's the most inconvenient for Trump.
House arrest.
Right. So it's like Trump fines on Trump isn't really like, who cares?
Yeah.
About fines. You know, probation is funny. Like, he already supposedly doesn't drink, but like he'll have to get drug tested if he's on probation.
Yeah. Yeah. That's funny.
This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt.
He'll fake his trial away with it. Watch him get in trouble.
The
for
Biden-Harris
faking his
campaign also released a statement on the verdict today saying, quote, Donald Trump has always mistakenly believed he would never face consequences for breaking the law for his own personal gain. But today's verdict does not change the fact that the American people face a simple reality. There is still only one way to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office, at the ballot box. And that are words from the Biden-Harris campaign. Meantime, political reporter Jack Fink joining us tonight. Both sides of the aisle here in Texas certainly weighing in. They've got things to say about what happened today.
Well, Doug, Republican leaders in Texas, from the governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general, along with Senators John Cornyn and Ted Cruz, have all condemned the guilty verdict against former president and the presumptive Republican presidential nominee, Donald
mentioned
Trump.
a lot of people.
We were interviewing Senator
don't do
I'm
that.
not going back for it.
Cruz when the verdict came down. He blasted the judge, saying he ran a kangaroo court
anyway.
and that this is an absolute travesty of justice.
This is not about law. It's not about criminal justice. This is about politics. This is about trying to destroy Donald Trump. That was the whole point of this, is to run millions of dollars of campaign ads calling Joe Biden's principal opponent, Donald Trump, a convicted felon. This is politics. This is an abuse of the rule of law.
We reached out to a couple of Democratic leaders requesting an interview, but we did not hear back. But two Texas Congressmen posted their reactions on the platform X. Congressman Mark Vesey of Fort Worth said in his post, quote, today's guilty verdict underscores that nobody is above the law, not even a former president of the United States. And Democratic Congressman Joaquin Castro of San Antonio posted this.
Castro.
Quote, the Republican nominee for president of the United States is a convicted felon, decided by a jury of his peers. Nobody is above the law. Both Democrats and Republicans point to the historical precedents, the fact that this is the first time that a president or former president has been convicted, let alone being indicted. SMU political science professor Matthew Wilson says there are still a number of questions that will take months to answer.
Well, it's clearly extremely significant. We've never had a president convicted of a felony before. The question of how history making and how important it will be remains yet to be determined. We don't know yet what the president's sentence will be. And obviously, if he's sentenced to prison, that's a much bigger deal than if he just gets probation. We don't know if this will be reversed on appeal. Obviously, if it's reversed on appeal.
We got to move on. CBS, Texas. Cruz. Who else?
I mean, the news was just covering it, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
I'm just making my shapes real quick.
Mm-hmm.
You know, shrinking them down to fit, so I'm ready to go.
I guess Texas Republicans, Texas Democrats, and
I typed as fast as my fingers would let me. Okay. So we got Ted Cruz. I don't see. You're the one who's got to tell me what he said because I'm too busy typing to listen.
Typical Republican drivel.
No. He said it's because they want
to run the campaign ads.
They want to run the campaign.
Yeah,
that's some beta shit. Okay, Texas itself. You know what we've seen so far as a representation of Texas.
Embarrassing.
Okay, you can go down here, Texas. Okay, Castro. He said he broke the law or something. Seems fine to me, right?
Sure, I guess normal person.
Okay, Donald Trump.
Lib. Donald Trump himself.
Yeah. Okay. And what about Biden?
Normal person, I guess.
Okay, he'll go down.
That was a pretty standard response.
All right. Again, we're becoming more like Pakistan every day. The merging is complete. You know, that's Hegelian dialectics as told by Caesar from Fallout New Vegas.
Their point of view is now to set this up in a fair way, because
Okay.
This is fair.
We'll let him. We'll let him.
He's gonna set it up fair.
We'll let him cook.
Others, if you watch television, listen to the radio, whatever, you're not going to get fair. You're going to get partisan. That's what you get.
Not you, Bill.
This is not going to be that. All right. So Donald Trump convicted of 34 counts of falsifying business records. Low-level beef. Not Watergate, not Monica Lewinsky in the White House, not the Teapot Dome scandal. Okay? Low-level beef. Did he do it? I don't know whether he did it or not. I mean, it's certainly possible, maybe probable, that they took the books in the Trump organization, paid off Stormy Daniels and gave the Inquirer guy some money or whatever.
Yes.
Absolutely possible. Did I see evidence beyond a reasonable doubt? No, but I wasn't in the courtroom as the 12 jurors were. Should this case have been brought? No. Particularly not for a president.
Yeah, my mom still listens
who's running for re-election. Donald Trump.
She says, I like it because he does no spin news.
This is terrible.
And he's not partisan.
I hope everybody understands that. There's nothing good about this. Nothing. And I'll get to that in a little while.
I read it in the New York Post.
When I heard the verdict of 34 guilty counts on falsifying business records,
guilty.
I wasn't surprised because this case in Manhattan was presented in a way that was very consistent. And we have Brett Tallman going to tell us what mistakes the judge made, because that's important on appeal. And you know this is going to be appealed. And Trump's not going to be put in jail. None of that's going to happen. All right, he'll be able to carry on his campaign.
No, he'll
get the most important thing is something that's not going to be reported tonight, except by us. There's an NPR poll out that asked Americans, whatever happens in the Trump trial, and it just came out today, this fall, will it influence your vote on Donald Trump?
Uh-huh.
And the vast majority of Americans say no.
Guess why?
And the ones that say yes, it was even.
They live in unreality.
I'm less likely to vote for him.
No. Because everyone already has their mind made up if they're voting for him or not.
Because it's sports. Sports ball.
More likely, it was a total wash. And this is NPR. I believe that's true. So I think Trump's poll numbers will go down in the next few weeks. But once summer kicks in, as I analyzed this week, and people are paying a massive amount of money for food and restaurants and vacations and gas and everything else, this is going to be a distant memory come September. And there are no other trials that are going to come up before Election Day. All right. So let's begin with Donald Trump himself. Go.
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt. It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5%. And the country, and we'll keep fighting. We'll fight. We have a divide to our country right now.
That was 90 seconds. That was shorter than I thought. I mean, Trump, usually is more loquacious than that. But what happens now is that Trump and his lawyers appeal. Now, remember, New York State is different than the city. So they're going up, and the appellate division probably won't overturn the verdict. But once they get into the highest court in New York, that's the court that overturned the Weinstein verdict, because they said the trial wasn't fair, which is exactly what the Trump lawyers are going to go for, just so you know the process. Now, I believe that Trump might be able to get this if he loses in New York State in all courts into the federal system, but everybody's telling me I'm crazy to believe that. So I might be. I'm not a lawyer. But it looks to me like, you can get in under a few statutes here, but be that as a man, I don't want to be too much skepticism in our reporting here. Okay, so now the judge has to pronounce a sentence. And if it's draconian and it prevents Trump from campaigning, boom, it's going to go right to the Supreme Court. That's where it'll go. I don't think Mark Chan wants to do that. But I'm guessing here. So what I assume will be Trump will be.
I'm confused. Shouldn't he have to do the time for the crime? Isn't he not above the law?
I mean, honestly, this is
no. But if it went to the Supreme Court because it impacted his voting or his campaigning, isn't that just a consequence of the crime?
Yeah,
tough shit.
Yeah, but he's just saying, hey, the Weinstein case got overturned by this.
No, I know, I know, but I'm proposing an opposite.
I mean, it could get there, and I don't expect them to overturn shit.
That's what I'm saying. It's a stupid proposition.
No, I mean, it's not. It's realistic that his lawyers are going to try and go as high as they can, of course. It's kind of stuff that doesn't need to be explained, but your bill is to look as nonpartisan as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it's not nonpartisan, it's him talking about how a whim of a chance Trump can still
also
get away
the lawyers
with his
will do
crimes.
anything because money. As long as Trump has money, the lawyers will do whatever they want.
This is whatever sentence he pronounces.
Until he fires them.
Remember, these are low-level beefs. Okay. And then he's free on appeal. This is what usually happens 90% of the time. Unless you're a dangerous criminal and run around knifing people. And there in New York City, you'll be let out. But okay. So what should Americans think about this? Here's what I think about it. Not as a journalist or historian. I'll get to that in a moment. I'm really disturbed about the level of hatred that is rising in America. So when you have more than 70 million people voting for Donald Trump in 2020, more than 70 million, not many of those people are going to be very happy.
Like the Charlottesville march, right, Bill?
Okay. You see in The Godfather where Don Corleone sitting around a table with all the other mafioso, and he goes, if lightning should hit my youngest son, I'm going to hold some of the people in this room accountable. Okay. There's that vengeance in the air. It's in the air. This isn't Obama, Romney, Obama, McCain. This is not. I was in the middle of those campaigns.
You're right. It's
rank hatred.
Biden, Trump.
On both sides. And that's going to grow. And that's bad for the country. So what Mar Chan did was he played the progressive Manhattan political game, made mistakes. So Brett Tallman, very fair man, you know him, we use him a lot here. He obviously followed this trial very, very closely. So I asked him earlier today, what were the key mistakes that the judge made that could...
Okay, Bill O'Reilly.
Where
are we going?
Boy, that was a whole lot of nothing, you know?
Yeah, it was embarrassing.
I think we might. I think we might need to put him in old man tier and create a whole new tier for senile people. You know, wasting a time.
Joining us now with reaction, House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan.
Hang on.
Well, you are heading
a lot of guys here. Jim Jordan. Okay. We definitely got Jim Jordan. Okay. Who else is there? Sean Hannity. I'll focus on those
weaponization of justice investigation. I don't think it gets any more clear.
Unless somebody knows the names of anyone else on the show, which I'm not going to bother with if we don't know
than this,
names.
If people needed any more evidence, Congressman.
Yes, all the categories are kind of negative. There's like normal person reaction, which is like, okay, law.
Yeah.
And then everything else is cringe. And,
yeah.
And
it's almost like all politics are cringe.
Yeah, it's almost like team sportsing politics is cringe, and it should be avoided and made fun of, which is what we're doing.
No, you're exactly right, Sean. But I still think the best line of the day came from President Trump, and you've said it already. But when President Trump came out and said the real verdict will be on November 5th, he couldn't be more right. Because that day, we, the people, will decide who's going to win, who's going to be our president. Not some partisan judge, not some political prosecutor, not 12 people from Manhattan. But we, the people, 330 million of us get to decide on that day. That, to me, is the real takeaway here. And I think the American people are going to be clearly and strongly for President Trump. You can feel that. You saw what happened with the website today. You know, President Trump uses a line that I think is so good when he's out on the stump.
The website.
Rallies. He says, they're coming after my freedom because I'm fighting for yours. And I think the country sees that even more clear today. And that's why I think he's going to win. Because they see this for the political operation. Never forget, Alvin Bragg said this. First, he campaigned that he was going to get Trump. But when he gets in office and he sees how ridiculous this case is, he doesn't want to bring it. He even says, I cannot envision a world where I indict President Trump and call Michael Cohen as a prosecution witness. But he switched after President Trump declared he was running for president of the United States. I think underscoring just how political this whole thing really was.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Well, we'll see what happens with this weaponization. When do you think you'll conclude your investigation?
Well, we keep going. Look, we called Mark Pomerantz, the guy who envisioned this whole strategy that they used to go after President Trump, this idea that the misdemeanor somehow morphs into some crime that they'll never define. That was Mark Pomerantz. We brought him down for a deposition. We had Bob Costello come testify. And then the very next week, the Trump defense team put him on the witness stand. And he told us how wrong Michael Cohen was, how much he's a liar. So we're going to keep everything is on the table because, as many of your guests have said, we cannot allow this to continue in our great country.
Can we focus on how discomposed this is?
Jim Jordan.
Yeah, like he looks sweaty. He's talking fast. Like, how much Adderall did you sniff before coming?
It is on 1.25.
Okay. He still looks sweaty.
He does look sweaty.
What a novel thought that you actually let people talk and not stifle what they can and cannot say. Oh, I'd be interested in hearing more about what Costello has to say.
He's like the
about
Regis
Bragg.
Philbin of Fox News, bro.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's almost
Jim
like
Jordan.
somebody's doing a Regis Philbin impression. Okay. We got Jimmy Jordan's.
Ass kissing. That
And
was
he
pretty
really
bad.
didn't. I mean, he didn't say really anything.
He was fucking glazing him up. That
Yeah.
dunce. He hasn't done much yet. We'll stick him in dunce.
Dunce it is. Back to you. Back to you, Jack.
Mr. Penny Wong has been speaking in
Oh,
Adelaide
God.
this morning. Here was her reaction to Donald Trump's guilty verdict.
How will the election of a convicted felon as US president impact Australia's relationship with the United States?
You wouldn't expect the Foreign Minister of Australia to engage in commentary about the legal processes of another country, including our most important strategic partner and ally.
Boring.
When I saw this was in here, I was like, good. Good. We can put
Boring.
Penny Wong on a tier list.
Boring.
What did she say?
Boring statist garbage.
What did she say?
Partnership. I'm not going to comment. That's below me. Boring. Bottom tier.
I don't know. Beta.
True. Where do we put the other status talking points?
I mean, I don't know. So it could
we
some
put-
could be embarrassing. I just think she's beta, so I'm putting her in beta tier.
Oh, okay.
Presidential candidate RFK Jr. joins me now. What do you think happened
boy.
down there in Lower Manhattan today?
I think, Jesse, that it is going to backfire. This conviction is going to backfire on the Democrats. I think every time that
Do you need like
President
a
Trump
glass
has
of
been
water or
indicted,
something?
that his approval ratings actually increase, his popularity increases. I think there's a large number of Americans who are going to see this as the politicization of and the weaponization of the enforcement agencies.
Yeah, most of them are already voting for
And I
Trump.
think it's going to hurt. It's bad for our democracy. I think the Democrats feel like they have the DNC feels like it has a candidate that cannot win fair and square in the polls. And so they have to win in the courts. They have to win.
Oh no! God
by clearing
forbid the
deputy mayor and
Democrats
opponents
cheat
by the
for
race.
once.
I'm not a fan of President Trump.
You
I
know
want to
that would
win. I
you
want to
know
beat him.
It's not. It's
in a
they
campaign
gotta
on a level
just
playing
be
field.
as
I want to talk
clean
about
as the
his issues,
Republicans.
about
No
locking
cheating
down the
whatsoever
economy,
for
shutting
them.
down 3.3 million businesses, about running up a $34 trillion debt, about engaging us in forever wars and doing favors for Wall Street. I don't want to beat him in a courtroom. I think the American, it's not good for our country. And
you're not going to
I
beat
think
him in a
it's really gonna
courtroom or in
backfire
an
on the
election,
Democrats.
Kennedy.
You have a
So
little bit more honor than the sitting president, that's for sure. Your uncle
Uh-huh.
was the head of the DOJ. and
Let
then
me blow
eventually
you because you had an
was
uncle.
snared in similar vicious, elite, and very dangerous circles. Your father
Vicious
and your
elite.
uncle. Do you see any
Rawr.
similarities with what is going on now today?
Well, my father was the attorney general, you know.
No, they're not.
His first week in office, he
They're
called
not
up
run by
all
the same
in
shadow government.
1961, he called in all the division heads and the bureau chiefs of the Department of Justice, and he said, rule number one, politics is out the window. We never prosecute based upon politics. We never ask whether somebody's Democrat or Republican.
Yeah, they are. They
The
told me.
reason he
Okay,
did that
buddy.
was because he understood how important it is for our country, the American people, to have faith that the judicial system is neutral, that all of us need to respect it. If we start believing that it's politicized, it's terrible for our country. And that's one of the reasons prosecutors, even when there's a case against a former president, like there was with President Nixon and many, many others, that they usually err on the side of caution, of not bringing it, because we risk making ourselves look like a third world country, like a banana republic, where nobody really actually runs the election. If there's somebody who's going to run against you, you get rid of them one way or another. And
what
you know,
made those
this was part
countries
of our
banana
history.
republics?
In England, when the king was running it, he'd choose his prime minister, and then
I know you know about
his
United Fruit
members and people who ran against them, he would lock them up. So this was a sensitivity that we had from the beginning.
We multi-stream,
pal. Very, very careful.
Like Twitch is not our priority.
Well, RFK Jr., you know why that they're getting away with it is because the media lets them. If we had a fair press in the United States, they wouldn't even be tempted to pull these stunts. They wouldn't be trying to incarcerate their rivals and indict people for threatening their power. It's the media that's letting them get away with it because they're just not held accountable in the court of public opinion.
Yeah, I agree with that, Jesse. I think there's tribalism in the media, and a lot of them have forgotten what journalism is. A lot of them have forgotten about what integrity is. And we see this across the board. But you know what I would say to people is,
where's your big audience?
But you know,
where's your big audience?
You know, what is it going to do to our country if half the people in this country have the anger and the rage and feel like that they're the person, they're champion, that the candidate that they wanted to vote for has been taken off the table? When I was growing up, the Democratic
oh my God,
Party
please
was the party
sit
of
down,
saying
Jack, so we can move on from this
of making
bozo.
sure nobody got disenfranchised. The modern Democratic Party is just trying to get rid of as many possibilities for voters as possible. And it's not a good thing.
Next.
And here locally, many in the
Okay.
Both of them in the same, or maybe, whoa, interesting. RFK, more dunce. Yeah.
Yeah, it's less cringe and more.
Yeah. Maybe move him up to cuck then.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, he pretty much is. He's on Fox News trying to pull votes away from Biden, talking about how he wants to beat him in an election. I mean, we have like our chat is most active on YouTube, but our audience is bigger on Twitter. Twitter is mostly lurkers. I know you're there, weirdos. I can see it.
Who's running for president?
Okay, who's this bozo?
I love the look. Any crime, let alone a number of felonies. Like
South Carolina, dude.
Okay, he's representing an entire state.
Spoke with your locally. Many in the Midlands watched today's verdict with opinions split along party lines. Tonight, Nate Stanley spoke with your neighbors about the jury's decision and a local political expert about the significance of it all.
This is very historic. We have never had a major party nominee who's running for president be convicted of any crime, let alone a number of felonies like we just had happen today.
A historic afternoon in America, according to USC politics professor Chase Meyer. He, like many others in Columbia, got the news about former President Trump's conviction Thursday afternoon. Josie Bedenbow says she was watching
Josie Bedenbow
wasn't surprised by the verdict.
I mean, I wasn't shocked to hear that. I was happy because I think that it was deserved.
But Angela Kerr-Smith says the decision to convict doesn't make her happy.
I do feel like this is a kind of it's kind of out there and it's just kind of obvious to most people, I think, if you just really kind of take off your rose-colored glasses and see what's going on here.
Yeah. Owens says seeing a former president convicted of a crime was surprising and hard to comprehend.
That is a little odd, no, not a little odd, very unusual for this to even be a consideration based on that kind of information.
Bedenbow says she doesn't think this will change voters' minds in November.
I think that the people who ride for him are going to probably still vote for him. It doesn't really change the way I felt.
Regardless of someone's stance on this verdict, Owens is hoping people will come together this year.
Come together collectively and make a good decision for what's
that's what I'm talking about. A real commie there. A real commie, brother.
We also have reaction tonight from leaders across the state. The governor telling us tonight the American people understand that this trial was nothing more than a political attack on President Trump, saying voters will respond decisively at the ballot box in November. Also now, Senator Tim Scott, who's been mentioned as a possible vice presidential running mate for Trump, is calling today's verdict an absolute injustice. Take a listen.
I can't believe the hoax, this sham, this absolute injustice justice system. DA Bragg and the judge should be ashamed of themselves. This isn't just ridiculous. This actually erodes the confidence that Americans have in the justice system.
On the Democratic side tonight, 6th District Congressman Jim Clyburn releasing a one-line statement saying the jury has spoken and justice has prevailed. Meanwhile, the Biden campaign also reacting.
Okay, Tim Scott, that right there is why he would be a good VP pick for Trump. All right. The fact that he knows how to use social media, right? Pence didn't. Pence just gave him the evangelical vote. The evangelicals are voting for Trump regardless. He doesn't need an evangelical get. But even if he does want them, they're behind Tim Scott because he's the fucking abortion freak too.
Yeah.
It's the smartest pick for VP. Like I don't know why he just doesn't say, hey, it's Tim Scott. Probably because he doesn't like him because he's black.
Yeah, probably.
On the Democratic side tonight, 6th District Congressman Jim Clyburn releasing a one-line statement saying the jury has spoken.
I wouldn't vote for you because you're an Indian.
Meanwhile, the Biden campaign also reacting tonight, saying the verdict means no one is above the law and that the American people will make their decision at the ballot box. We also had a chance to catch up this evening with our State House insiders to get their take on the verdict. Take a listen.
Okay.
The judicial system has had its say in the process. It does not impact what happens in November. And so Democrats and others have to stay focused on the November election and let the judicial system play itself out. I'm happy that the system, who traditionally has been for some and broken for others, has held the former president accountable, and is proof that no one is above the law.
Today's verdict is a prime example that we have selective prosecution that goes on in America all the time. There are plenty of crimes that are committed that we simply don't have enough
Jack,
of a burgeoning
question.
judicial system to be able to handle. So what did we do?
Look
We
at him from
sat
above.
around
It's
and we
fascinating.
prosecuted
Like
a former
Danny
president
DeVito
for
and Batman
allegedly are
Returns,
now
huh?
guilty of paying money to tell
Jack,
somebody that
you
he
need
didn't
to
want to talk
get
about
and
them
sit
having
your
sex.
ass down at that
That's
desk.
what our judicial session has come
Or
down to.
I'm gonna
with this
send
case.
goats over to eat
As
your
for
dick.
what's next now, sentencing takes place July 11th, 4 days before the Republican presidential convention. The former president could be sentenced to prison, house arrest, probation, or face a hefty fine. If you'd like more coverage of today's verdict, you will find it right now on our website. Simply go to WLTX.com.
President faces up to.
Okay, apologies.
Okay, I got to show you something.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of this? Powerful, isn't it?
The fuck?
I don't want any
What's
context.
happening?
You've seen the image. You've seen the image. That's enough. No context
I don't want
necessary.
context either. Okay, South Carolina.
Okay.
We get to see the image more.
Okay. Boom. South Carolina. So we got.
I'd
this-
say they're overall fairly normal, it seems like.
Yeah.
They seem
Well,
fine.
at least who they found.
Mm.
You know.
So far, fairly normal.
Yeah. Tim Scott, obviously, obviously, you know, but he's permanently in this tier. Like, I don't, no matter what, even if he said, yeah, Trump deserved it, he'd still like have to work his way out of here.
Yep.
It's Tim Scott, right? Not.
Yeah.
Am I finally getting his name right?
You finally got his name
Oh
right.
my god! It only took
4
months.
years in prison and a $5,000 fine for each count. Trump can appeal the verdict.
Yeah,
but not
crazy
until
how
after
those
the sentencing.
pedophile Democrats charge Trump with stuff, huh?
Yeah, crazy how the law works.
Yeah.
And like everybody is subject to it. It's real crazy. You know, if they're pedophiles, you should prove it with evidence.
I forgot
in
all
court.
about that. He literally had
Well,
the whole
lawma-
engagement in marriage just to help his campaign. Like he's like, Tim, I'm not gonna have a virgin as the vice president, Tim.
Are reacting to Trump's conviction. Kentucky's third
Ah!
district representative Morgan
that a
McGarvey says
child?
today's verdict shows that no one is above the law.
Now we have a former president who has been convicted
Morgan,
for crimes he
Kentucky
committed in
Morgan McGavry.
Mm.
Is that what that is?
Yep. McGarvey.
Little baby man. Little baby.
and to become president. And I think that does mean he is unfit to serve in the office going forward.
Congresswoman Erin Houchin, who represents Indiana's 9th district, also reacting to the verdict tonight. A statement she posted to X reads in part, "Today is a sad day in America. This trial and verdict should never have happened." She says this is a clear miscarriage of justice and the American people won't forget this corrupt two-tiered system.
Two-tiered, how? I'm
Oh,
confused.
because Trump has like more privileges and like gets away with a bunch of stuff because he's rich and also the president. So some PSL commie was like, you literally like it's your job to break the law and like kill people and somehow you still fucked it up. Like
The Biden-Harris campaign released this statement on today's verdict saying, quote, Donald Trump has always mistakenly believed he would never face consequences for breaking the law for his own personal gain, and that he is, quote, running an increasingly unhinged campaign of revenge and retribution. And we are getting reaction from the verdict from state, local, and U.S. leaders.
Oh, we didn't do the last one. Kentucky, I think it was.
Yeah. I'm cutting them out anyway, so. Okay. I mean, fucking... This guy, I mean, he wasn't terrible. It was the classic, like...
It's very normal.
Lib statement. He wasn't fucking, like, being all giddy and cucky about it. Two-tier justice system.
Kind of beta.
I don't know.
Typical Republican.
I don't know. It's literally spouting Trump talking points.
Pastor who has endorsed former President Trump released this statement. He says, quote, the American people understand that this trial was nothing more than a political attack on President Trump. We will respond decisively at the ballot box in November and return him to the White House. South Carolina's senior Senator Lindsey Graham had this to say about the verdict. Quote, the Manhattan legal system has become a joke in every...
What? The legal system is a joke?
Isn't he a part of it?
sense of the word. This
No,
is
just
not
in Manhattan.
Ah.
Whoa, he's got
I fear we have opened Pandora's
really
box
nice
on the
eyes,
presidency
bro.
itself. And Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina is calling the verdict a sham. He says in part, quote, I can't believe
We already
the
ranked him.
the sham.
Yeah, but you know,
Upstate political science.
it will be affected over time, you know? Oh, this guy's creepy. How is this guy
Professors are
creepier than
also
fucking
weighing
Lindsey
in on
Graham?
How the verdict will impact voters' decisions this fall. Our Colin Riviello talks with a professor at Furman University.
The important question here is for the 2% or 3% of Americans who haven't decided yet and still might vote,
is would they support a convicted felon as president of the United States?
We do have some polling data that says that independents and even a few Republicans might
God,
think
what a
twice
stash.
about voting
Good
for a
Lord.
convicted felon.
Okay, this is going to be irrelevant. It's not going to, it's just like some guy who's going to be like, my unpartisan analysis.
Yeah. Okay.
What did Lindsey Graham say? Manhattan is
Manhattan
is shit. I fear we have opened up the Pandora's box. That's some cuck shit, bro. Okay, I hope we open Pandora's box. Bush next. Okay, and then this guy, the fucking guy who looks like a fucking crypt keeper. What did he say? Just the same shit, right?
American people understand it was a political attack. We will vote him in. Just cuck shit.
Yeah, you can be with Grammy. I mean, it's good company. Have you seen how pretty his eyes are? All right, back to you, Jack. Back
More
to
than a political attack.
Former President Donald Trump has been found guilty on all 34 counts of falsifying business records in his criminal hush money trial in New York. Governor Kristi Noem immediately took to social media after the announcement to denounce the verdict, jury, and the judge involved. She wrote in part, the judge violated Trump's constitutional rights and did everything in his power to get this outcome despite the clear evidence Trump was innocent. No doubt Trump will be easily vindicated soon, as the case will obviously be overturned on appeal.
No one is above the law. I think that that's really what this jury.
Okay. Kristi Noem, cringe.
Yep. I got to cut her out anyway, so we'll get back to it. Who's this guy?
Utah political leaders, it says.
Okay, Utah.
No one is above the law. I think that that's
Let's just do Utah as the state.
Yeah. We'll just do Utah.
really what this jury has really let everyone in the United States know.
Alliance for a Better Utah director Jeff Merchant says Thursday's verdict proves that even former presidents can be held accountable for their crimes.
Everyone needs to take it seriously. Anybody who decides that that this was somehow predetermined or that this was somehow a sham trial is not being honest with themselves and not being honest with their constituents.
But other local leaders
or they're just
disagree.
dumb.
I think this is the greatest illustration of election fraud and election interference. This entire case, the verdict here today everything is very well orchestrated by the left. It's a weaponization of our legal system against political opponents.
Riverton Mayor and U.S. Senate candidate Trent Staggs says
Man,
he
it's a
hopes this
shame
will
that
convince
all those
Utahns
judges were
to vote
appointed
to
by
re-elect
Trump.
This is
Yeah,
really
isn't it?
important
Oh,
for
except this
Utahns
one. This one was
to
Soros backed, right?
they can make some action right now.
One local political expert says this verdict could change the political climate here in Utah, and we could see more division as more people mobilize in support of or against President Trump.
Those dividing lines, is kind of where they were, if they were small or not, are going to become even wider. More polarization will happen. People are going to have to try to explain or defend where they are based on these verdicts, and it's going to be very difficult.
Hinkley Institute of Politics director Jason Perry says many Utahns might be reconsidering how they're going to vote this November.
I think that what we're going to see is a lot of people not looking at this as a happy.
Okay, Utah.
I can't believe the hoax.
Oh, good Lord.
More Tim Scott. Oh, God. Okay, I got Utah, the state. I mean, it's pretty much as to be expected at this point. And then I got Kristi Noem here. What was she doing?
I think she's pretty simpy. She's always pretty simpy, isn't she? Well, you said beta, I think.
Oh, did I yell beta? Then she was definitely being a beta.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. Back to you, Jack.
I can't believe the hoax, this sham, this absolute injustice justice system. DA Bragg and the judge should be ashamed of themselves. This isn't just ridiculous. This actually erodes the confidence that Americans have in the justice system.
Oh, no.
Unbelievable. But good news is
not the confidence in the justice system.
Hear me clearly.
Hey,
you
remember when it got eroded because they found out the CIA was using black sites?
Silence the American people. You cannot stop us from voting for change. Joe Biden's injustice, Joe Biden's two-tier injustice system, weaponizing the justice system of the United
Justice. Classic Tim Scott. He knows how to use social media. Definitely a candidate for this. He's like the Republican Cory Booker, Like nobody likes Cory Booker, but like there he is. He exists. I mean, it's not like he's like terrible or anything. He just he represents vagueness of the democratic values, I guess. And that's how I feel about Tim. Both seem like
United
virgins,
States of America
even though
against a political
they had marriages and stuff.
Opponent, un-American.
Okay, moving
Joe
on.
Biden,
Moving
you're
on.
fired.
You're fired. You're fired. Okay, wow.
Further up S.
I mean, he's there. He's at the top. All right, is this...
California's U.S. Congress members quick to react Thursday to a Manhattan judge finding former President Donald Trump guilty on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records.
I'm sickened by it. I'm afraid we've crossed into a very dark chapter in American history where the rule of law has been perverted into a political weapon.
Congressman Tom McClintock, who represents California's 5th District, which includes El Dorado, Amador, and Stanislaus counties, among others, says he believes the historic court case was a political prosecution.
This is not equal justice under law. This is a combination of a poisonally partisan prosecutor, a politically corrupt judge, and a contaminated jury pool that was assembled for obvious political...
The prosecution is supposed to be against him. He's not even saying it was the judge that was biased, which it doesn't matter because it's a fucking jury.
Yeah.
Plans.
Meanwhile, some of the state's Democratic Congress members gaining trust in the U.S. justice system with the verdict. In a statement to Fox 40, Congressmember Ami Bera saying, quote, "Every American is entitled to fair and impartial justice, including former President Trump. I respect the integrity of our jury system and trust the verdict reached by the jury. No one is above the law." Others like Adam Schiff taking to social media saying in part, quote, "Guilty. Today, 12 ordinary American citizens found a former president guilty of dozens of felonies. Despite his efforts to distract, delay, and deny, justice arrived for Donald Trump all the same, and the rule of law prevailed, end quote. With Trump becoming the first former U.S. president to become a convicted felon, McClintock and other GOP lawmakers saying that this will actually benefit the Republican Party going into the November election.
I think it's going to galvanize voters. I'm reminded of what Yamamoto said after they attacked Pearl Harbor. He said, I'm afraid all we have done is to awaken a sleeping giant and fill him with a terrible resolve. I think that's what the Democrats have just done with the American people.
I know most of the stuff that they attribute to these people is not real, especially when it comes to like Japan, right? Okay. I know the blade of grass thing totally wasn't him, right? They attribute it to the Japanese saying it or something. I don't know.
Okay. Roosevelt addressed to Congress after the attack on Pearl Harbor. Who planned the attack would reportedly write in his diary. Reportedly.
Okay.
Let's see. The quote is portrayed at the very end of a film.
So not real.
Offers a possible origin to the phrase attributed to Napoleon.
Okay.
China is a sickly, sleeping giant, but when she wakes, the world will tremble.
Okay, not a real quote.
Abridged version of the quote is
it's not a
also
real
featured
quote!
in Pearl Harbor film and 2019 Midway. Yes, it's probably not real.
Now, these were not the only California Congress members we reached out to, but they were the few who spoke up on the ruling today. Each of the 34 counts can carry 4 years of jail time plus fines. Trump is expected to be sentenced July 11th.
Wait, each can carry 4 years. So he could get 40 years in jail?
Yeah.
They should give him 20 years and what's it called when you don't do the sentence? It's 20 years, but you what do they call it? Commute the sentence or whatever it is.
Oh, that's the sweet release of death.
A war will now break.
Okay.
I already put California in cuck.
Perfect.
They're already in cuck.
Yeah. A war between Democrats and Republican prosecutors because the criminal justice system has been weaponized.
Move to Alan Dershowitz, who's a U.S. law professor and a former attorney for Donald Trump.
Alan Dershowitz.
Hello, welcome to the program. The verdict is in, guilty on all 34.
No way, I forgot I put Dershowitz on there.
All the cases against Donald Trump, but the jury has come in and said, well, actually, we think it's rather strong. In fact, we think he's guilty.
Well, the jury is dead wrong, and the judge was dead wrong, and the prosecutor was dead wrong. This is still the weakest case in American history. I have been doing this for 60 years. I've never seen a weaker case. To this day, it's hard for people to
didn't you represent Epstein?
A misdemeanor, which was expired under the statute of limitations, into a felony based on what the defendant may have been thinking when a secretary entered a bookkeeping entry as a legal expense rather than as a reimbursement for a non-disclosure agreement. This is the weakest case ever. And the end result will be that you will see Republican prosecutors all over the country now starting to indict Democrats on cases like this. And a war will now break out. A war between Democrats and Republican prosecutors because the criminal justice system has been weaponized. And this is the first.
Alan, you can't just believe that you're a nation of laws when the verdict goes in your favor. This is sacrosanct, isn't it?
This is funny.
Honest, good
this guy rules.
Good women and men. This is the fundamentals of your country, our country here.
This is so funny. He's literally telling him to cope.
It wrong.
Yeah, he's literally telling Alan Dershowitz to his face to cope.
Yeah, he represented OJ. Can you believe OJ killed Jessica Simpson?
Now you can appeal it, but you can't trust the jury and trust the whole system.
Yes, you can. And the system didn't work. It failed. The system failed many, many times. The system failed all over the South when all white juries convicted black people of rape or of murder. And here you have New Yorkers. And by the way, this is not
no way.
This verdict personally, I'm voting for Biden.
Yeah.
I'm a liberal
Trump
Democrat. I don't like Donald Trump
is
as
the black person
candidate.
in the southern.
And, some good may come of this in the sense that he may lose the election, but I care deeply about the legal system. This is a distortion of the legal system.
He really just made that comparison.
The fact that
good Lord. Oh my God.
Which voted between 85
Go
and
outside.
90% against Trump came out against him with a judge who was so strongly biased against him is something that
decided by a jury. The judge only
Yes,
determines the
absolutely.
sentencing, which hasn't happened, Dersh. You
Think of
know
the sense
this.
of
You're a
who you are,
lawyer.
and I know that you would find a legal mind, a great legal mind. But for
Thank
to
you. I
compare
love this
It
guy.
shows
the
that he's
evils and
bullshit.
excesses of the Jim Crow South with what's happened to Donald Trump, that's shocking.
No, it's not, because I'm only comparing jury verdicts. I'm saying that when you have a
Oh,
biased
you
jury, when
fucking
you have a jury
moron.
that has a bias
This is
in-
lawyer
and a-
shit.
and a
This is
point of view about
why
the outcome,
you
don't expect
fuck lawyers.
justice. Of course, what
Lawyers are
happened in the
trash.
South with
This
the
is
I
why
like this
lawyers are
interviewer,
trash.
though. He's the
segregation.
cool
There's
one.
no
He's
comparison.
good.
But I'm
He's
saying that
reading
the
through
jury
the
verdict in this case
lawyer
is
talk.
comparable to jury verdicts in areas of the country where there was a very, very strong bias. You can have the same thing where you have jurors who acquit sometimes. And by the way, in the South, mostly they acquitted white people who had done terrible.
Didn't they take forever to pick a jury, and it was like people were complaining
Look, bro,
about how long it took?
Dershowitz, I know you fantasize for those times, but it's 2024. Irrelevant.
Things to black people.
Irrelevant.
And you find that all over
A
the
judge
country.
would
Jury
tell him to shut the
nullification,
fuck up if this was
jurors
a
are
courtroom.
12 ordinary people.
Mhm.
And in this case, the jurors don't want to go home to their friends and family and say, we freed Donald Trump.
Well, perhaps
that
will
would
tell us,
make their lives miserable.
But the rules of the jury, evidence, and the rules of what the jury is allowed to say after a trial are very different in the States from here in the UK. What would you expect them to say? I mean, are they really going to say, well, we don't want to go home and have an uncomfortable time?
Of course not.
No, they're
Of
going to
course
say,
not.
we listened to the evidence and we came to a judgment on the basis of the
Of course they're going
evidence.
to say
Michael
that. And
Cohen,
nobody,
to
of
Stormy
course.
Daniels, to David Pecker, everybody else, and we decided
And
we
if they
felt
had
was
come
credible.
to the opposite conclusion, nobody would believe them. If they had acquitted and they would go back and say, oh, listen,
Actually, I think you'd find that most
nobody
people
would
would
believe
be
them.
like,
They would say, oh my
okay.
God, you have allowed Adolf Hitler to become the president of the United States. New Yorkers
Guess
think
what?
Donald Trump is Adolf Hitler.
They
think
Didn't
that
change
people
No, he's
anything.
not.
voted
Anyway,
for him or
the
helped
case
him
was
or
rock
represented
solid.
him or him.
Like the case was rock solid. So like there, like this alternate universe where people wouldn't believe it if it was the other way. Yeah,
Because of how rock solid it was.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, and it's funny because Kyle Rittenhouse was complaining about the justice system, and it was like, oh, okay, so now it's the justice system is against you people, huh?
All right, Dershowitz, simp.
Is he? He's not. He's just fucking doing. I think this is more beta shit. He can't fuck. He's doing lawyer like weasel this like jibber jabbering. He's not.
Yeah.
He's not blowing anyone. Okay, I put it. Go next. Okay. This guy's got to redeem himself. I say we give him 3 minutes to redeem himself.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the special edition of the Stephen A. Smith Show, coming at you at least several times a week over the digital airways of YouTube. Usually, I'm spending a little bit of time thanking you because my subscribers and followers have eclipsed 683. Side you're on, feelings. I'm scared as hell. Possibly think if they're calling this, just the judge, everything was rigged. Donald Trump said it was rigged. You're convicted of a felon. He is not only the first president that was impeached twice. He's not only the first president that was indicted, but now he is the first president.
Was because I wasn't. Some people fucking.
He's got 3 minutes to present his case.
To it, the former president of the United States, Donald Trump, is officially a convicted felon, courtesy of 34 counts.
No,
basically all involving falsifying business records. Donald Trump was found guilty on all 34 counts. He is not only the first president that was impeached twice. He is not only the first president that was indicted, but now he is the first president that has ever been, former president that has been convicted of a felon. And so that's where everybody is at right now. If depending on which side you're on, we all know the predictable responses. If you're on the left, you're celebrating. You're damn near ready to throw a party. You're thinking that he was a phony and a fraud and a criminal, and he was somebody that deserved to be convicted of crime.
This was one of the ones I watched where I was like, oh yeah, we got to do it both sides. Who's the most cringe out of both sides? Because this one pained me. So like the one I just said, that one's painful, and the Humanist Report one is also really painful too.
Okay.
Pod Save America was okay, but embarrassing for sure. I did also. They have a new one on there where it's them reacting to it in the office, not their like emergency podcast they did after. Okay, Stephen, let's hear it.
Crimes a long time ago, and then finally, after all of these years, he finally received his comeuppance and got what he deserved, which obviously is a conviction. If you're on the right, you know what they're saying already. The judge, everything was rigged. Donald Trump said it was rigged. The judge, they're accusing the judge of being rigged.
So the last
They're
guy took
accusing the
him
jury
out of
being
context, huh? Who was that? R.M. Brown? It's Stephen A. Smith. He's not going to say anything is the conclusion I'm coming to. He's going to be like, these people see it that way. They see it this way. How do you see it, though, Stephen?
rigged, everything that you could possibly think of. They're calling this, just a flagrant injustice everywhere you turn. Those are their feelings. Here's my immediate feeling.
Yes. Go on.
I'm scared as hell.
Okay.
My immediate feelings that I'm scared as hell because
Beta.
it all points to civil war taking place in this country.
Oh my God.
I'm not advocating that somebody get away with crimes. It's not what I'm saying here. I'm not here to.
Beta. Okay, moving on. Where was
just
he
4
before?
days before the start of the
He was in Dunce. Yeah, he's full beta now. Okay. Who's this?
Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee, where Trump will officially be named the Republican nominee. And tonight, the reaction is swift in this must-win battleground state, just some 5 months from Election Day.
Say anything you want to me, but everybody here has a right to be heard.
Tonight, just moments after the Trump verdict came down.
Guilty on all of them. Okay.
What state?
That's a joke. So, yeah. Doesn't change.
Wisconsin?
Milwaukee.
Wisconsin.
It's my opinion.
A town hall event in Kenosha, bringing out Republican voters in a swing county in critical battleground Wisconsin.
Kenosha, you
I think
say?
he's going to win by a landslide. Best publicity ever.
Republican Congressman Brian Stile talking border security. No mention here tonight of the historic verdict.
We have veterans that are being put on the street for these illegals.
The focus instead on a top issue for Republican voters ahead of November.
I said from the beginning that even the charges were a partisan exercise by a Democratic district attorney. Disappointing to say the least. That said, I think at the end of the day, this conviction will be overturned by the appeals court in the appeals process.
Do you have any hesitations now with the Republican nominee, your Republican nominee being a convicted felon?
I'm concerned about what would happen if we had 4 more years under President Biden.
The political fallout immediate. Republican Senator Ron Johnson questioning how can this not be the most egregious
He did it.
Example of election
he did it,
interference.
but I don't
Democratic
Biden because I get less money.
Senator Tammy Baldwin saying no one, including a former president, is above the law. Congresswoman Gwen Moore Wednesday as
it's crazy how each party universally has their own fucking statement.
I found it.
What? I did it. Is that what you're looking for?
I've been trying to find it while playing it the whole time. It was difficult, but I found it.
I did it.
Murder.
We all know you're guilty.
Guilty. Look, that's lawyer, okay? He wanted me off the case because he cares about you. Oh, fucking do it again.
I did it. Don't give me guilty. I did it.
The jury deliberated.
Jury of his peers, 7 men, 5 women, and I believe in the jury system.
And Matt, new polling today showing the potential widespread impact.
So, Deanna, some 2/3 of voters nationwide saying a Trump conviction makes no difference in how they will vote in November, but some 17% said they may now be less likely to vote for him.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for backing up the irrelevant statistic with something that meant something. Anyway, Wisconsin. I don't know. Some of that was like the whole I'm only scared about Biden.
I'd say
real ass
maybe
kisser vibes that overwhelmed me on that one.
Okay. Granted, I wasn't really listening, so I'll let you.
Yeah. Back to you.
Take the wheel on that one.
Click the one I sent at the bottom. Unless you already have it on the list, then we'll wait.
I don't.
Okay.
I did everything right. And
Cringe. Oh my God.
I did everything right.
Calm down.
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
We're not gonna waste any time.
We did it better.
Former president and current felon
Gavin me harder,
Donald J.
daddy.
Trump was found guilty on all 30
On every count.
They just do a super cut here from somebody who edited it, and that's the funny part.
And for the first time in his life, old Donnie Trump was not able to wriggle his way out of this one, though we will see if anything actually happens, because sentencing isn't until July 11th. And we're not sure if this will have any effect on his campaign to become the president once again.
In fact, if anything, it might help.
Yeah, so we're taking this as a very, very funny win, and we're just going to enjoy ourselves for a second, and we hope that you will too. It's so rare that we get these small victories, and it's good to acknowledge.
This is a rare victory, and also just like a historic event.
Yes.
This has never happened before.
Yes, quite literally unprecedented.
We've
And
never
also,
had a former and future president convicted of a crime.
Yes, and also a very fun day to be online.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's just bask in it. And to help you get back into the mood, since by the time this video goes up, it will have been a few hours. Here's a wonderful supercut of the verdict being read
is all I wanted.
on CNN.
This is so
cut
funny.
by our friend Jordan. Here you go.
Count one is guilty, 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 guilty. Another felony charge. Guilty, 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 guilty. Count 34. Guilty.
Yeah. Honestly, Thursday was arguably the most fun day on the internet since Trump got COVID. And it was
come
truly a
on.
joy
It
to
really
witness
wasn't.
live.
It actually
Just
was quite
especially-
annoying. I really got sick of it real quick. It really, like, the only funny part was the cope. That was hilarious.
Yeah, the
like
cope is
everyone
great.
needed to make a post. Hey, guilty. Hey, could you, everyone here? Look, I'm announcing the thing that everyone knows. Shut up. Shut up. You're fucking, all you're doing is going to make Linda Yaccarino come out and talk about how many times we independently verified with each other that we all heard the same information. Like, shut the fuck up. We
so
know.
funny.
Everyone
people huffing
knows.
that coke.
Like, I think any major news story that's like that, after 5 minutes, you just should go to the shadow realm. Like, nobody will see your post. You can still post about it to get your little "I voted" sticker equivalent of a post out, but nobody will see it.
I was just posting people getting.
But that
making
shit's fucking
fun of it.
funny.
Like I was reposting Jake Hanrahan. He's been on fire. He's been going hard, just shit posting. I also figured out what was wrong with Nikki Haley. She's a Clemson fan, so that makes total sense.
The copium was great. Also,
done with
like
this.
everyone online.
Done with those guys. Honestly, like they could go anywhere in these top tiers. That was like
I don't know. They're kind of.
No. They were cucks to the fucking system. You know, they acted beta as fuck, but also they're like simping for the convention. Like you're a little too excited for Trump.
Yeah.
You know, they're still, you know, it's like, hey, what are they saying? Oh, they're saying they want to fuck Joe Biden. You know, that's like the same energy.
Yeah.
I thought it's because she was a woman. Who? What did I say?
Just a few minutes ago about this verdict. Let's listen what he had to
Nikki
say.
Haley. That's why Jack didn't like her. I get it. Funny joke.
George Ryan, the governor of Illinois, Rod Blagojevich, the former governor of Illinois. There have been some very dramatic moments in the Dirksen building that received a lot of attention in the state of Illinois. I covered the O.J. Simpson trial, and honestly, I think the O.J. Simpson
Crazy,
trial,
the guy who killed Jessica Simpson.
94, 95.
Yeah. So this tweet from Jake pretty much sums up my opinion towards this whole thing. Is I don't give a shit about Trump or Biden. The clip's just funny.
Dude, it's so like because I'll always be posting like political cringe, right? And like somebody saw my anti-Assad post and they said cope, and I said for what? I think, and I'm waiting to hear back from that because that's like such a great response to.
Yeah.
Oh no, he said butt hurt, and I said about ?
I think this was the first one I posted, which was, can anyone crying about Trump explain why the jury is wrong? Or is it just vibes? Because I'm like, is it?
Yeah.
Like, tell me why. Please explain. Demonstrate. Do something.
8 months, if I recall. And there was a cast of characters. It was televised. People like Johnny Cochran taking over the courtroom essentially for the defense. It was an unbelievable.
This is
trial to
Chewbacca.
Participate in. Donald Trump's trial lasted 4 weeks, maybe, was it? It was largely based on documents. There was some very dramatic and very trial above this one. Now, in terms of national significance, though,
OJ
the president being convicted of felonies in the state of New York, or even in a federal courthouse, if it were, is unbelievable and really something that we've rarely seen in our lifetime.
This guy's a wanker. Embarrassing. Larry Yellen. I don't know how you're gonna find that guy.
I just put it as Illinois. He's representing the whole state right now.
Republicans reacting to Trump's guilty verdict.
Idaho?
I spoke to Idaho GOP Chairwoman Dorothy Moon, who tells me she's disheartened by the jury's decision, and she still calls Trump their guy.
It's just honesty for justice for a president who's done so much for this country, so much for the Republican Party, and we move forward by being there for him. He was always there for us. And we need to be there for him. So President Trump, Idaho supports you.
Thanks for the potatoes.
Appearing to comment on the verdict, putting out a statement on X that reads, "The American people will deliver the only verdict that matters in November." I stopped by Governor Little and Idaho Attorney General Raul Labrador's offices for comment. Neither were available at this time, but we hope to hear more from them. And
I love local news so
we'll have more
much.
for you on that at 10. Reporting
We literally
from the State
have
House,
nothing.
I'm your
We
downtown
got
Daisy
one
Media reporter,
person
Riley
who wanted to
Shoemaker,
talk
Idaho
about it.
News 6.
Nobody actually gives
Thanks,
a shit
Riley.
about this. We're just told that everyone has to give a shit about it because it's Donald Trump.
Okay, Idaho.
Soon after the verdict, Trump.
All right, what are we doing? Where are we putting
I
it?
don't know. It seemed pretty beta overall presentation to me. Like, fucking way to be irrelevant. Couldn't even get people who wanted to talk about it.
Lined Little Havana's Southwest 8th Street outside a popular Cuban restaurant.
Let's go to CBS News. Miami's Larry Seward, who's been talking to Trump supporters outside the Versailles restaurant.
Miami
Larry, is the
Cubans?
crowd thinning
No,
out
these
at
are
all?
Miami Trump supporters. They're already on the board.
Yeah, Elliot, most of that crowd left here about an hour ago. We saw
Great,
them waving
epic,
flags where I'm
great
standing.
stand up to cut to. Yeah, those people we were supposed to hear to see, they left an hour ago. They're not here no more.
You gotta love it.
Fucking hate this shit so much.
Drove by here.
Just record a package
As a show of support for
Yeah.
the former president's campaign. If you look to my left here, there's still a couple of those supporters outside the Cafe Versailles window. But quite frankly, as you see, they're more members of the
Hey,
media
look, there's
here
five,
at this point. But those
6
supporters
people.
left here, confident in the former president's campaign, while others sound anxious about what lies ahead.
That is not true.
From Coconut Grove to Fort
Thank you.
Lauderdale.
Oh my God.
Thank you for the package.
The
Cut.
smartphone news alerts caught some
Wow.
off guard.
Guilty verdict on all counts in hush money case. What is this going to mean?
Former president and presumptive Republican presidential
What
nominee
is
Donald
this
Trump
going
found
to
guilty
mean?
on 34 felony charges in New York.
What does this mean for the economy?
I'm glad that he was found guilty, and I really wish that he wasn't even allowed to run.
Yeah, plenty of people who've gone to jail.
Okay,
that
these are
time
different.
cannot
These
go
are the
have
other
rights
side.
that
We're
somebody
getting
who's running
Florida,
for president has.
other side
Yeah, he gets
Florida.
to do this.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. What does that say? What does that say for our future? What does that say to our children? What does this mean for the world we live in?
I do think overall and collectively, there are bigger fish to fry out there, and especially in the midst of campaign season.
It's going to be more publicity, more talk about Trump, and I think he's going to be the next president.
Dozens carried anger, frustration, and flags supporting Trump's campaign to the curb of Southwest 8th Street outside Versailles.
Everyone who wasn't a Trump supporter sound pretty normal.
Drivers honked in their
And even
favor
if they
while
were a
Miami
Trump
police
supporter, I'm
watched to
talking
make
about the
sure
people who
everyone's voice
have to
on
go
all
out and
sides could sound
make accounts that are called like Trump won
Those officers that
2020
you just
to
saw
tell
left
people
here
that
within the last 45 minutes or so
Democrats
to
are
make sure
pedophiles, and
things
you're like,
remained
okay.
peaceful. Again, those protesters, they were here for almost 4 hours showing their support for the former president. Live in Little Havana, Larry Seward, CBS News, Miami.
Okay, look for
Brand new
defying
reporting on
all
today's
odds.
historic
Florida
verdict.
is
A
going
former
into
president of the
functional.
United States is down.
Those Miami Trumpers. I mean, we didn't see much from them, so they'll stay where they are.
Mm-hmm.
A convicted felon. Thank you for being here with us tonight. I'm Lorenzo Hall.
I'm Leslie
Oh,
Foster.
thanks
And
for
this
having
afternoon,
me,
a Manhattan jury
Lawrence.
found Donald Trump guilty on all counts of falsifying business records to cover up a payment to an adult film actress.
So if you're still wrapping your mind around
Trump
all this,
gets
that
the
is okay.
chair.
You're
What
on
is the-
uncharted
that's the
territory. and they
response
come together. So let's
what
talk
is
about three
gonna
things you should know
happen?
before you go to bed tonight. First up, Trump's sentencing is set for July 11th. That's just a few days before the Republican National Convention. Second, the sentence is up to the judge in this case. That could mean prison time or even probation. And third,
Good.
no surprise here, Trump plans to continue his campaign for president. Here's what
Wow,
he told reporters
crazy.
shortly after
No, Oh,
today's verdict.
we put another third thing on here that you don't even need to know. It's irrelevant. Okay.
As you can see right there, after court, the former president returned to Trump Tower. He plans to address
Wasted
reporters
time.
in about 12 hours.
Tonight we're on the stories that matter connected to this. Katie Lusso
Okay,
and
here we
Alexis
go.
Wainwright are talking to voters. Adam Longo has been working his Zoom tonight. He is in the newsroom where he's been catching up with our local lawmakers.
Regardless of where you fall on the political spectrum, the word historic in regards
Oh
to
my God! Oh my God! They caught to a package stand-up with a screen,
years ago.
not alive.
Only one of those 40.
Oh my God! Somebody give these people a fucking award.
Representatives and all the local Republicans.
Holy
shit, there are only
bro!
A handful, being that our area leans.
Give him
heavily
an
Democrat.
award.
Well, none of those Republicans got back to me
Give
for
him
an
an
interview,
award.
but I did see some of them active on social media, including Maryland Republican Andy Harris, who shared this today.
It's not even a package.
Justice, a blatant attempt by the Biden Justice
No,
Department
this is
to jail
recorded.
a political opponent. I stand
Oh,
with
is it?
President Trump in his fight to defeat the political persecution that's turning our justice system into a third world banana
so this
republic.
is. I mean,
here
you
now
would
for
see
Virginia
this,
Republican
So like
Morgan.
a lot. This is interesting because like back in the day, you would put this as like quotes on the screen, and you would go to the it would come in and take up half the
Yeah.
screen, and the anchor
Yeah.
would be pushed to the side.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's just like, hey, we have fucking digital newsroom, and everything
We
is
have fuck
online
you
and
money.
integrated. You know, Twitter's is like such a great source for politicians too. Like you literally don't have to ask them anything. You can just go to Twitter, boom. Okay, this is what this person said, quoted.
Griffith, quote, the verdict reached today in New York concerning
Yeah,
President
I
Trump, a bad
agree.
decision.
They
The
should.
decision
I
involves
would
trial
prefer it to
errors
more
based on what was
do a
presented. I
cut.
don't see evidence of a crime.
Right. So you can do a jump cut, and he's more like talking to it like a weatherman, right? But the way he's looking at it, I want to say that like because I want to say this isn't a real screen. It's hard to tell on my monitor because it's like so low D. But like he's got to be like potentially reading a prompter and not the tweet itself.
It's a real screen.
It's a real screen. Okay, so
I reckon it is. This
but-
stands at the bottom. Look at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, that's true. But there is like an office background too. You can see that it's like literally writer's desk back there. So it's literally it might be an actual giant screen. Because I wasn't sure like if like where the prompter would be placed. So like obviously the prompter is like only this side that he'd be able to see a prompter in. So you would need at least two cameras. He probably only had access to one.
Taking place. And then he adds down here, like in the case of former Governor Bob McDonnell, I fully expect the case to be overturned on appeal. Now, on the Democratic side, I spoke with Virginia's Jerry Connolly and
Yeah, that's
Maryland's
totally
Glenn
extreme.
Ivey. I wanted to know, to what extent do they think this verdict could affect the outcome of the presidential
Yeah,
election?
but it might just be like a green element though.
He's got to win it at the
True.
ballot box.
So I was
Have an
curious if
election
he could
day.
actually because
That
like
makes
normally
sense.
you
Does
can't
everything
film a
with power
screen.
to
You
make
need
that
like
happen.
special
It may
lenses.
not sway hardcore mega voters in Alabama, but it most certainly could have an impact on suburban Milwaukee, suburban Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, suburban Detroit.
Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. 3 swing
What-
states being
what
referenced there by
affiliate
Congressman Connolly that could hold
location
the
is this?
keys to the
DC
White House
area?
this November. Adam Longo, WUSA 9.
All right.
WUSA 9.
It's just DC area.
Mm.
Right. So far, like that was the best package.
DC
Like,
DC Metro CBS. It looks like.
Yeah. So like, I mean, that was there's more. It was, and they said there was
Brand new
2 other
reporting on
people
today's-
that were going to report as well from this. Right. That wasn't it. There was more. Right.
No, that was it.
Okay, because they said there was 2 other reporters, so I guess they're going to be.
Oh no, there
Yeah.
is. Oh, was more.
Yeah. I mean, it is DC. They have the access, right?
Yeah.
They would have-
but now I was kind of
Okay.
Okay, I actually want to. I'm
3 swing
interested
states
to
being
see
referenced
like
there by
the actual
Congressman Connolly that
composure
could
of the
hold
packages.
keys
You know.
to the White House this November. Adam Longo, WUSA 9.
All right, now let's get to what the people have to say, the voters. You're going to hear from the former president's supporters in Virginia and Maryland in just a moment. But we begin in the district with Alexis Wainwright and some neighbors in DuPont who were pleased about the jury's
Awesome fucking writing. That is fucking great direction. Boom. Like reminding people that hey, there's going to be more after this. Like people like you clicked off, but I was like, hey, they mentioned that there's going to be way more after that. See?
No,
Great
I
writing.
accidentally
I'm
clicked off.
I'm just fucking around. I'm just saying.
I know,
that's
but I
great
accidentally
writing.
clicked off. Yeah.
Great writing to keep attention.
Mm-hmm.
Being more shocked on all counts.
I felt that
there was no way that
normally the best fucking people go to DC to work. So
some Washingtonians said they didn't watch the former President Donald Trump's hush money trial, but now
I was kind of shocked that we actually got a guilty verdict.
Pleasantly surprised. People like Marilyn Millstone say they assumed it would be a simple slap on the wrist for Trump, but now she's
still might be.
relief.
I think it speaks to the very American idea that's been lost for the past several years, that there should be consequences for your actions.
A handful of people around having similar conversations face to face and by phone.
It also shows you that it's a justice system at work and that nobody is above the law. And it definitely is a confidence booster.
But now this feels like a light ahead of election season.
To me, this
Wow,
is
great shots too.
Justice in action.
You know, just like
The way to
getting the
make
exterior
America
shots of the park.
great
That's all
again.
she's got to get the shots. What am I supposed to put here?
But some are still asking each other what this means for the
Just
future.
here's a
I don't
leaf.
know, I
That
feel
so
like
many times, so many
people will
projects
still
I
vote
phoned
for
in,
him.
be like, here's a leaf.
To see, like, how does that set the tone to, say, future presidents, and how would that alter their conduct as a result?
And just 5 hours ago, we learned that some bars right here in Northwest are hosting celebrations and parties with drink specials in honor of the jury's decision to convict. Live
Okay.
tonight in Northwest, Alexis Wainwright.
Here's
WUSA
me
9.
on a street for a pointless stand-up.
Alexis, thank you.
Yeah, no surprise there, because DC is a stronghold for the Democrats. It's a little bit of a different story, though, not too far away from here. Tonight, Arcady Lesso went to Calvary County,
Wow,
Maryland.
great.
Trump
See
won
how
in both the
he like
2016
picked up
and
cadence
2020
as
elections.
he went into the read, because you already know what's coming up next. So it's like,
introducing us to a big fan
even
of
though
the
it's
former
sped up, I understand, right?
Tonight, I spoke with the self-proclaimed loudest Trump supporter in all of Calvert County.
Loudest, and I'm by a highway.
I think I'm the most vocal because I got a.
They literally filmed by a highway here. She must have been out there
Hannah
yelling.
Dement was born and raised
Must
in
have
Calvert
been.
County, and now lives along Route 4 in Huntingtown.
Okay,
She's on
little
her way home
fast.
from Florida Thursday
Now,
when
I
she
love
news that
the
Donald Trump
the
has been
opposition
found
shots where
guilty.
everyone's
People say
like,
history
yeah,
today
it's pretty
today. What
cool.
will
The
you remember
opposition
today?
shots are
More
like, here's cars driving. This lady lives by a highway.
It's doing stupid stuff. Like he said, it's a witch hunt. And I know that's what it is. They hate that man so bad. Back in 2016, if you drove along Route 4, her house was hard to miss. Then I put total vegetation, put Trump across the hill, and they stole my flagpole in 2016.
That's what I'm
Opened up
talking
Dixie
about.
Cutter, electrified it.
That's
I
what
said,
I'm
if you don't
talking
touch it
about.
now, you're going to be laying there the next day. She says he had her support then and has it now. I don't consider my
She has a
Trump
cardboard
crazy.
cutout. Man,
I just want the country
she is
better.
really
Trump's
fucking
got a
up
mouth, I
DC's
got a mouth.
position right
He's
now.
says some things sometimes. I'm like, oh, Trump just could tone it down. But he was a good president. The economy was good. Our parents were eating. Our seniors could go to the grocery store. We could put gas in our car with Trump. Y'all don't get that with Biden. And come November, would you vote for him in the election? Of course. I don't care what he did before he was president.
It's funny because they'll never like
did
be
it
like
while he was
policy,
president
like the
in the
First
Oval
Step
Office.
Act.
Yeah.
And she says once she knows
They're
for sure
like,
whether or not he's going to be
vibes
on the ballot
this.
in November, she will be putting back up all of her decor and signs. In Calvert County, I'm Katie Lasso, WUSA 9.
And she's like, they sent Katie out there to talk to that crazy bitch that everyone knows has all those Trump signs.
delegates,
Like,
they're
you
gonna
know,
get
you
together
can
and
imagine
hand
at the
the vote for state
assignment
chairman
desk,
and
they're
two
like, hey,
electors.
Katie, go talk to that crazy bitch out there.
we need to fill 5 minutes. Go talk
You know?
to her.
And this came pretty late in the day, right?
Hmm.
Like, I wonder how, because like a lot of people, yeah, it was like real late. Like a lot of people were already like wrapped for the day and had to like come back to do shit. Okay, what do we think about DC after that? Lady at the end.
I think embarrassing. It does drop it. I think it's pretty embarrassing.
I would, you know, that's the only Trump supporter they could find is that one.
Yeah.
Just goes to show you the crowds that like go up and be like, how is this guy not elected? Those people are actually quite rare. They literally are. It's like Imran Khan, bro. Like Imran Khan, he's quite popular. I don't know if he's more popular than Trump in relation to like that type of politics.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But he's quite popular in the same way. And people literally, like I say, people don't actually care about Imran Khan. They just have to go to the rally so they could get a selfie of them at the rally. It's literally all a status thing. It's all a be on your phone the whole time thing, right? And like that's how I feel Trump rallies are, right? It's like it's like the same people going to them all around the country, like it's the fucking like they're touring with a band, you know, that they're following. you know, people follow bands around and go to multiple shows and stuff, so they can try to fuck the musicians.
Wasn't it like Grateful Dead and shit is where
all kinds of stuff. It's normally to fuck the musicians. They're trying to go to multiple shows to fuck the musicians.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, if you want to get plowed like that, go for it.
If you're 14, that's definitely.
They seem like they're dirty. I don't know.
All those dudes like fucked 14-year-olds. You know, Bowie fucked 14-year-olds and shit.
Probably.
Well, no. It's well known.
Oh, I mean, it's also like, I don't know. I feel like that's
all those guys guys from that era fucked kids.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Yeah.
Will be the ones to cast Virginia's votes in the Electoral College should the Republican nominee win Virginia.
And one of those delegates.
Okay.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us. I'm Pat Paris.
And I'm Heidi Alaga. New York jurors have decided on the
Good
guilt
Lord,
or
we need to
innocence of
fucking
former
power
President
through this.
Donald Trump.
Trump guilty on all 34 counts of falsifying business records.
As valid and not based on politics. What do you say to the folks out there who are going to say, no, that wasn't apolitical? They regard it as a political prosecution.
In my conversations, the people who have
Where is
maintained that
this?
this isn't political are themselves deeply compromised by
Arizona.
Okay.
poison that Donald Trump frankly represents from the top of what used to be the GOP and has now become really just a contingent of MAGA extremists.
Now, Robin says he thinks the verdict will make moderates and people
Contingent
on the
of
fence look at
MAGA
Trump differently. He
extremists.
says local Democrats will focus less on Trump and more on getting Joe Biden elected.
True.
All right, Craig, thank you so much. Well, Republicans reacting strongly to the verdict across southern Arizona.
Yeah, for more on that, let's go live now to KGUN9's Ryan Fish in Marana this evening. Ryan, what are you
Do we need to
hearing
go
up there?
live?
Probably not.
Pat and Heidi, as you can imagine, a much different mood on the Republican side of things. I spoke with Steve Selvey with the Pima County Republican Party, and he calls this trial and verdict, quote, a political hit job, close quote, part of an effort by the Biden administration to damage a political opponent. But he's not worried about how this will affect voters and the election this fall. In fact, the opposite.
The positive, if you're on, if you're conservative, I think this lit a fire under our group. In the last hour, I have heard from so many people that are just fired up beyond anything I've heard before. They're really fired up, almost ready to walk on coals right now for the cause. What I think this did, I think it just got Trump elected.
Okay.
Got it.
You said that
The
after the
state
mugshot.
Republican Party, the Arizona Republican Party, releasing a statement echoing Trump's comments today, saying the trial was
Okay, beta.
Trump himself.
Hey, it's normally not a dare thing. Sometimes,
Where we find CBS
sometimes
Tuesday.
they'll be like, okay, here's like leads, and you can choose leads and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, normally I would it's be rare where I'd even be in a position where there's multiple leads like that. I would just be like, who's available for assignment? This person. Okay, boom, here, do this story. So it's pretty coordinated, but it's DC. I mean, I wasn't good enough to work there, so I could probably get a job in the
American
State Department too if I would use my family connections.
Is not going. It's going to
That's how
backfire
everyone gets their job.
Yeah.
on the Democrats. It's going to backfire on Sleepy Joe. It's going to backfire on Albert Bragg, and Trump is going to win. And I will vote for him for the third time, even if he's in jail.
Earlier, Chopper 2 was over Fifth Avenue and Trump Tower when the crowd was much larger, with a mix of political persuasions. Friction was minimal.
That took a lot of courage for that jury to come back with that
God.
kind of a charge against him. I just think it's
Nebraska
amazing.
resident.
Around 6:15 p.m., Donald Trump entered with a wave to the crowd. He did not stay long and was on the move again, only to return at 9:25. He was also the talk of nearby Times Square.
It shouldn't matter who you are or what you do. If you do the crime, you deserve what's coming to you.
It's insane. That's never happened before in history. So this is something that we're living, and I don't even know how this is going to turn out. I'm shocked.
There is a Trump news conference Friday morning set for 11 a.m. right here.
Whoa.
Live in front of Trump Tower, Dave Carlin, CBS 2 News.
All right, Dave, no shortage of opinions tonight.
Okay.
And after the verdict, Donald Trump's daughter.
New York.
Keep going. Just keep going. Power through. Once we have enough to actually say something.
Our team coverage continues now with CBS News Miami's Anna McAllister.
She's live in Palm Beach.
Don't need that.
The man did nothing wrong except sleep with a prostitute and give her some extra money. Shut up. Shut up. Yeah. Well, I'm gay and I love Trump. Trump has always supported
Transitioning would save her.
Richard Grinnell is head of U.S. intelligence, the first openly gay man to ever be in a presidential cabinet and to hold that position. He also appointed Judd Deere, whom I used to correspond with as assistant president.
Excuse me. Dwight D. Eisenhower was the president.
What are you talking about?
This guy talking about the first openly gay man in federal office. Look at this man is transitioning. Look at it. I see melons there.
The
Look,
game
he's
man.
got
And
the
I
whole.
will-
You can see the underline of the undershirt that's giving him that support on his boobies. This guy is transitioning. I should
Always
say.
and forever support
Whatever
Trump.
this person wants to be appropriated as, I assume he at this point. But clearly, this is what is it called? Boy moding. That's what they call this. Those eggs, the trans eggs. They say that this is boy moding.
Sure.
Because you don't want people to know that you're actually trans because they'll attack you because you live in a political world.
Okay. That's a term. Cool.
It is. Yeah.
Great. I had no idea.
Praying he will not go to jail. But regardless of that, I'm voting for him in November 2024.
Historic verdict comes.
Okay,
All right,
sweetie.
the gays.
There's a lot more of that person though. If you just go to Scootercaster.
Yeah, there's a bunch of those on there.
Yes. So we'll get to them more.
About
Keep going.
160 days away from the president.
Be found guilty on a few, but
Who's
not
this?
the future, saying they don't know what's going to happen. Come on,
South Louisiana.
I thought a few, or maybe he'd be found guilty on a few, but not all of them.
People across Southeast Louisiana are reacting to news of former President Donald Trump being convicted of felony crimes.
I think it's pretty bad.
Why
I
South?
was not expecting it.
We were very pleased to hear it. I think it's a great day for the rule of law.
When it comes to the verdict, voters have opposing
Would you like
views.
the districts? Hang on.
The jury was very brave to have done
Seems
what they
very
did, and they
white.
listened to all the facts.
I think if
Hang
that
on.
case would have been held any other place,
Well, they just got gerrymandered. Remember?
things would have gone differently.
In 2020, 58% of
they got knocked
Louisianians voted to re-elect Donald Trump.
No.
When
I
asked
just mean they had new
which
gerrymandering
of
done.
This November, voters tell me
I think people that are Trump supporters like myself are going to continue to support Trump. I don't think that's going to change.
Personally, I don't know that I will be doing anything differently than I would have done before today.
But voters on both sides of
I
the
don't think
political
with
aisle
my own
agree
brain.
this
I get
conviction
told
of a
how to
former
vote
president
by
is
the Fox News.
unprecedented, and the verdict will overshadow other campaign
And
issues.
I get my
ones
news
they say
from
should
Truth
be a
Social,
priority.
This
direct
is so
from
huge.
the horse.
And
Donald
like
Trump.
I said, in my opinion, the loss to the country is just almost insurmountable.
Donald Trump is going to continue to do what he's always done, which is tell a whole bunch of stories and lies.
Wow, it's crazy.
Most people also tell me, despite what happened
If
today,
anyone is learning something, it's that a majority of people in the country are normal.
Yes.
And I think it's just a disgrace. And we'll keep fighting. We'll fight till the end and we'll win.
We're not
Okay,
sure
buddy.
right 130 for the Manhattan into his first year in the White House.
Presents the culmination of a legal process that has been bent to the political will of the
Is that
actors
DeSantis?
involved. Senator,
What's he
the
saying?
Republican nominee in Florida. We'll start with Republican Governor Ron DeSantis, who earlier this year was battling former President Trump for the Republican nomination. In a post on X, he calls it political persecution, in part saying today's verdict represents the culmination of a legal process that has been bent to the political will of the actors involved. Senator Marco Rubio, who many have said could be a potential VP pick for the former president, echoing a similar sentiment, calling the verdict a complete travesty and a mockery of the justice system. And on the other side of things, the Biden-Harris campaign saying the verdict in New York shows that no one is above the law, adding convicted or not, he will still be the Republican nominee for president and calling him a threat to democracy. Now, former President Trump is also talking about November and the race for the White House. Here he is speaking outside the courthouse
It's
minutes.
some
Heard it.
originality.
Heard it already.
This was a disgrace.
Heard it already.
Garrett, we're also hearing from Arizonans tonight. Rachel Louise Just with our ABC 15.
I heard all they were unvoting for Trump.
Do we need this
Doubt.
live?
But I have no dog in the fight with anybody, but no one wants to be found guilty. That's hard for anybody, but I have no dog in the fight. I haven't really dug too deep into
Like
it.
a normal
Change the
person.
title though in November.
Probably, yeah, for sure. It's definitely going to be a deciding factor. But then again, you don't really have really good candidates to begin with, unfortunately.
Wow.
But Trump said if you don't vote for him, you don't care about Israel, and you had a Star of David necklace, so you must be anti-Semitic.
Was that Arizona there?
Yeah.
And as a key swing state, voters like those and voters like you are the ones that these campaigns will certainly be paying
don't vote
attention
for
to
Trump,
as we get
you ain't
closer
Jewish.
and closer till November. And we'll be paying attention to how you feel about all of this as well. Live in Phoenix, Rachel Louise Just, ABC 15, Arizona.
Thanks, Rachel.
Please welcome Vital Voices founder and former U.S.
Okay, we have a verdict.
Oh, yes.
What do we got here? Who's this? What is this?
Thank you.
Celebrities?
Thank you so much.
Hillary?
Anything
That's
going
the
on
ghoul
today?
herself. Look, it's Ham Clinton. Look at the screen. It's Ham Clinton.
He's gonna Pokemon go to jail. I think we got rid of that soundbite, by the way.
Yeah.
What I love is that Hillary Clinton stared right down the lens of that camera.
But I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
And yes, something did happen about 4 hours earlier.
At 4:15 this afternoon, reports said there would be no verdict. Judge was sending jurors.
We have a verdict in the Trump case.
Rosie O'Donnell gave live play
on the verdict, and it's not a hung jury. So that is a relief. Let's hope that these 12 people did the right thing, looked at all the evidence, and saw just how guilty he
Rosie
is.
O'Donnell.
Be calm, everybody. No matter what it is, we got to be calm.
Oh,
Keep our heads about us, right? Hold, please. We're waiting. I'm nervous.
The verdict was announced at about 5 p.m. Eastern time.
9-10, guilty. Guilty. Donald Trump is guilty.
We had to rewrite the whole monologue. It was a mess, but
Kimmel was the only 11th I'd really Eastern. I'm guessing. Yeah, so Kimmel
guilty. 16 guilty. 17 guilty. 18 guilty.
This is better than the other one.
19 guilty. 20 guilty.
This is
And I
great.
think it's just a disgrace. And we'll keep fighting. We'll fight till the end and we'll win.
and if we don't win, we'll say we won anyway. Yeah. Listen, the only thing.
Someone should show this tape to Joe Peters.
How long before he starts bragging about this?
Hillary did. We recently had some new merch made based on the
20
Supreme Court.
guilty. 23 guilty.
We should automatically make those jurors the new Supreme Court.
24 guilty.
Shirley Ralph did some reporting on Twitter. Former President Donald Trump has been found guilty of all 34 counts he faced. A cheer has erupted from Collect Pond Park.
25 guilty. 26 guilty.
Oh my God. The editing of breaking her up is just really funny.
So funny.
For his crimes. Americans must not allow this felon anywhere near the White House again.
27 guilty.
After someone wrote, "We all hate the SOB with you, Kathy. You've been targeted by this thug, and he's finally getting in trouble for his mobster antics." Kathy Griffin responded, "Thank you for saying that. It was awful. He is awful. Tears
Hey,
of
Kathy
joy."
Griffin,
Well, image of
shut up.
Trump was pretty awful too, Kathy. Let's call a spade here.
Do you want her?
Now,
Okay,
I'm not calling a
Kathy.
spade here with this one. Now, Katy Perry tweeted LFG, which often means let's freaking go. I mean, it was right after the verdict. People are assuming it's about the verdict. I don't know. I'm just kind of putting it out there. That was Katy tweeted that time. People are taking it a lot of different ways. Yeah, that might have been a comment on the verdict. It might not have been.
Okay.
28 guilty. 20 guilty. 30 guilty. 31 guilty.
Now, Donald Trump Jr. didn't bother to be in the courtroom for the verdict about his dad. Yeah, he had better things to do. But it did take
Oh!
Yes. Caitlyn Jenner responded to, writing, "It's no longer just lawfare. They're engaging in all-out warfare. Nope, this is literally the law, Caitlyn. There are 2 actual wars going on in the world right now with people dying every single day. No, this is someone who is accused of crime, being convicted in the courtroom by a jury of his peers. It's literally the law. Caitlyn, that's the law at work. Okay, got that? Okay.
32 guilty. 33 guilty. 34 counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. All 34 counts are guilty. God bless America.
Piers Morgan wrote,
Cringe. Good Lord. Good Lord.
"This is a sad, shameful, ridiculous day for America. To drag a former president who's running for president again, or someone who was accused of crime, doesn't matter what your stature is, wouldn't be
a life full of crime and corruption, debauchery. He is the worst human being.
incredibly divisive and obviously political partisan action. No, that's the glorious thing about the law. Doesn't matter what color tie you wear. You break the law, you break the law. Now, sometimes against you, even though, you know,
Going on today?
Oh, this is a good day for me and for the country and for the world.
Yes,
Donald
this
Trump
is all
a
about
corrupted
me. I'm
slave.
Rosie O'Donnell.
He is not capable of leading this country or leading anyone.
Donald
my
Trump
God, I'm
bullied
so
me into
happy.
losing weight. I'm mad about it.
Donald Trump going scorched earth on his guilty
Okay,
verdict, and Joe
we got
Biden doing a
we
victory
got a
lap
lot
on the
from
left.
that.
Uh-huh.
But I just need to let you know about something, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. At one point in time, when Trump was really bullying Rosie O'Donnell, it became a thing on WWE. They had really shitty impersonators come on. It was awful. Nobody liked this. It was an embarrassment for everyone involved, especially the company itself. Later, Donald Trump would actually show up. I think she gets cake on her and eats cake a lot and then screams about the cake. And then I think he also uses his hair as a weapon because
That's
Trump has
hysterical.
hair. So
That's fucking hilarious.
Okay, so I threw the states. I think most of them were fine. I put New York into embarrassing because obviously New York has the cringe Trump supporters there.
Yeah.
Rubio.
Beta.
I was gonna say ass kisser.
Sure. Yeah.
This guy, he literally lost to Trump. Cuck.
Yes.
I mean,
dunce.
It was, I don't know. She didn't say anything stupid. She was just like, how
She lost to Donald Trump. She's now officially lost to a criminal. She's a dunce.
Still just embarrassing, right? Just cringe. She didn't say anything. She didn't say anything.
She lost an election
She
to
didn't
Donald
say anything.
Trump. She's a dunce.
She didn't say anything though. Okay, Rosie O'Donnell. That's definitely this is all about me. I'm Rosie. I got Kathy Griffin. She said something dumb, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Beta.
Okay, she can be a beta. Beta. Trump Jr. Your dad doesn't even talk to you.
Embarrassment.
Just like to your daddy. And then I got Caitlyn Jenner.
I'm
dunce. She said it's really dumb thing about rule of law and shit. If anything, Trump Jr. He can be angry about his dad, partisanly.
True.
All right, Jesse, here to redeem yourself. I see
the president telling millions of Republicans that they have no right to call the trial rigged.
The American principle that no one is
Seen it.
above the law was
Seen
reaffirmed.
Seen it.
Donald Trump was given every
Seen
opportunity
it.
to defend himself. It was a state case, not
Seen
a federal
this.
case, and it's reckless.
That crime is rampant in New York. Yesterday, it did. And
Oh yeah, he held a press conference
Sure,
as
will have
well. So
impact
this
on
is
the
the
campaign.
second day as well now.
We'd love to hear your thoughts, sir. Should he be on the ballot, sir?
Before Biden's lecture on norms that the Democrats broke, Donald Trump went off on the verdict for about 40 minutes and says he's ready to fight.
if they can do this to me, they can do this to anyone.
Yes.
These are bad people. I'm the leading person
that's the
for
point.
president, and I'm under a gag order by a man that can't put two sentences together. It was a rigged trial. We wanted a venue change where we could have a fair trial. We didn't get it. We wanted a judge change. We wanted a judge that wasn't conflicted. And obviously he didn't do that. Crime is rampant in New York. Yesterday in McDonald's, you had a man hitting him up with machetes, a machete. Then Bragg is down watching a trial. This is bigger than Trump. This is
Gotta
bigger
be
than me. This is
Haitian,
bigger than my
right?
presidency.
Trump saving some of his best lines for the sleepy
Haitian,
one.
Dominican shit, probably.
Crooked Joe
right?
Biden, the worst president in the history of our country. He's the dumbest
Isn't that
president.
Dominican.
Most-
Dominican. It has a machete thing.
I
I even
know.
worked for a Dominican in New Hampshire, and he bought a machete, and he was like, "Check out my new machete."
That's hilarious. Machetes seem cool.
Yeah, it's
For
a
the
Dominican
president.
thing. I bet the guy was Dominican.
And he's the most
I'm
dishonest
profiling.
president. He's a very big danger to our country. And the only way they think they can win this election is by doing exactly what they're doing right now. Win it in the courts because they can't win it at the ballot.
Okay,
box.
don't care. Finally,
So
we
you
get to
have
the
one
real
president
experts.
smirking like a weirdo, Harold Ford. And then you have former president unscripted, about 40 minutes, took us through the whole trial, took us through what it meant for the country and the Constitution. How would you gauge both of these reactions today?
Good to be back around the table.
Yes.
I would say a couple of things. I think the partisan exuberance at any level, any time after a trial, does nothing to enhance confidence in the ruling or enhance confidence in our judicial system.
Including.
I tried to share yesterday that we need to show some restraint. Politics
Yeah,
is
seriously,
a part of
this
everything.
is smart, actually.
And it's
Yeah,
even part of the
y'all need
judicial
to shut the
system at
fuck
some
up
level,
about it.
because some of our DAs across the country are
Because you're
elected.
gonna forget about it anyway.
Some of our judges are.
Like, you don't care. Like, come on.
No.
You don't care. Okay, let's hear from some more unhinged people on the 5. Jump to the next person. Still this guy. Still this guy. Oh,
Federal
here we
case,
go.
except-
The queen.
You can
Castles.
say that we have a
Bomb
great judicial
them.
system, and we do, but you can also abuse the judicial system, and it makes it not so great.
He looks like
and
he
some would
literally
say
looks like the
you
mayor
use
of
it and you
Whoville.
abuse it.
You know, that's why we have appellate courts. Let me first say that I agree
Castles.
with Harold that partisan exuberance is inappropriate. As a DA, I would tell my prosecutors if they came down from court, they got a conviction. I would say, no, we don't do this. Someone's life has been forever changed.
Yep.
Someone will probably lose their civil liberties. Something enormous has happened. So I agree with Harold in that regard. I totally disagree with
Well,
Joe
maybe
Biden.
your civil
It
liberty
was a
shouldn't get
state case,
stolen
not a
if you
federal
get
case,
found
except you sent as an
guilty of
adversary
an
and have the
arbitrary
proof
law
of your
passed by
department
idiots.
to prosecute a crime of a local DA. And you know what? People weren't saying it was rigged because of the verdict.
Just an
And
idea.
in fact, I don't blame this jury. The jury did what they were supposed to do based upon the charges that were given to them. It was rigged because out of nowhere, a local DA told the jurors in a case that if you decide that there's a violation of the federal election campaign law or a violation of the federal tax laws, you don't have to be unanimous on it, but we can resurrect
Didn't the
some
Nazis
dead
do something like this,
and we
trying
can
to
convict not just
delegitimize
anyone,
the
but
authority of the state before undermining it completely and taking
But she's
over?
she's totally acknowledging that it's a guilty charge, though. She's just
Mm.
sidelining
No,
with
I know she is.
gobbledygook.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Isn't this what the Nazis sort of did? They ran a media campaign to undermine the rule of law in the country and undermine the authority and
Who
gain
doesn't?
control. Exactly.
a former president of the United
Typical
States who was the number one opponent of Joe
totalitarian
Biden.
tactic.
He sent his main guy down there to help him
She
get
won't
that thing.
live. But then again, who does?
Verdict through. Look, this is a new time in America. There are tens of thousands of prosecutors out there right now licking their chops saying, you know what, we have crossed the Rubicon. I don't like the county executive. He doesn't give me money for my budget. I don't like the governor. I'm going to indict him. I'm going to squeeze witnesses. I don't even have to charge, and get a judge who agrees with me or make up a crime. Let's just go in there and start. It's a bad day for America. And Joe Biden, don't talk to me about being irresponsible and dangerous. Your Department of Justice allowed the statute of limitations to run for your son, Hunter Biden, so we couldn't get him indicted and prosecuted for the main years that he got millions from Russia and China and Ukraine. They let the statute of limitations run. And it's only because of a judge who said, we're not going to let your son get away with a gun charge. But we'll see how that goes.
We will. And we're going to see soon how that goes. It starts next week. We just have brand new video in of President Biden reacting to the Trump verdict. Watch.
This conviction helps Trump in the election. Are you worried that this could happen to you someday? Somebody comes up with some charges and tries to bring you into court after your term? Not at all.
Bro, he's going to be dead during his term or not long after it. I don't think he cares.
The way the wind is blowing, he literally looks like he's being Thanos dusted.
And when Trump says you're just trying to bruise him, what do you say? Politically, he thinks you're pulling the strings behind the scenes, doing all this to help yourself. I didn't know it's that powerful.
Oh my God!
Woo! That's an awesome answer.
Oh my God!
Please clap.
What a shit answer.
Oh my God!
To do with it, he's also saying,
What am I doing here?
If someone was to come after
in the
me
middle of the ocean, surrounded by frozen corpses?
Fucking hell.
after I finished up my term, wouldn't happen because I didn't do anything wrong. He has no idea if this is going to help Trump. He never really answers anything, does he?
Well, but what I like is he at least fields the questions from Peter Doocy. It's like one of the only people he'll talk to. So Peter gets there and at least gets him to engage. So there's some kind of conversation with those two. But to the point about worrying that our institutions are being used, Gallup, Pew, all this polling, people are signaling they don't feel good about our institutions. They're worried about them. And our colleague, Carrie Urban, pointed out today, the Attorney General back in 1940, Robert Jackson, who became a Supreme Court justice, said this to his
I don't care about
prosecutors,
this
warning
person.
them
Let's
that
hear
this
from
is not
Gutfeld.
supposed to be a political weapon. In the speech back in 1940, he said, prosecutors can choose their...
All right, Greg, let's hear some catchy stuff.
Greg
Some
Gutfeld.
little, you've been working on some jokes over this?
Would you like to expand on anything anybody said here?
Not really.
Okay, we're going to up next.
Awesome. Next.
The weird thing about
Okay,
like Republicans,
that's all. No.
conservatives,
That's perfect. No,
independents,
we got
takes
it.
a lot. to
We
piss
got.
them
No.
off.
Seriously,
The
stop. We
Dems,
got
the
it.
left.
We got it.
Former President Donald Trump has been found guilty of all 34
Oklahoma.
felony counts of falsifying business records in his New York hush money trial. Trump is now the first former president in U.S. history tried and convicted of a crime.
The jury deliberating about 11 hours before reaching that verdict this afternoon. We have team coverage for you with reaction from Oklahoma lawmakers and from Oklahomans.
Disgraceful trial. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the
We
people.
heard this.
And you're hearing there from Donald Trump continuing to proclaim his innocence in his first statements after today's conviction. The
I just
former
wanna
president
say-
blaming his
so, like,
prosecution on the current president, Joe
Importing
Biden.
the
Wanna bring in
asset of
KFC.
Hillary, it turned the project into a premium where it's like you can't export this. which I'm not going to anyway. But it's like, that's so funny because it's like, all those stock images that have, that you imported directly from Shutterstock, those aren't hitting you with a premium. But Hillary Clinton flagged.
That's really funny.
Evan on stop now. And Evan, Oklahoma's top Republicans are saying many of the same things.
The reaction has been very similar, and no surprise, really. The governor, every Oklahoma lawmaker in D.C. is a Republican. They
basically have all been saying the same thing. There's no originality.
Represents northern and western Oklahoma, and he
the
said,
state
quote,
is dead.
"No one can be surprised by the political decision from the court in New York today. Thank goodness," he says, "President Trump is a fighter. He will not let this stop his efforts to save America." And Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt saying, quote, "This is the weaponization of our justice system, plain and simple. Regardless who's in power, this disrespects the office of the president. This creates chaos and leads to a lack of trust in government. I'm glad Trump will appeal. I hope another judge brings some sense to the matter." Coming from the governor there. And coming up here in just a few minutes, we are...
Somebody just put Oklahoma in the Aztec history tier. What was that?
What else we got?
Huh?
What else? Who else we got to rank?
I put Gutfeld on here. Judge Benini almost got it into this tier, but then it was like, it's the, something cringe. She said, Rubicon. Rubicon is a trigger for me, right? And then she was also like, and Hunter Biden. Cuck. You have to fucking bring up Hunter Biden. Gutfeld. Functional. I don't really have an opinion. Great. Thanks, Greg. That's why you get on. That's why you get the big bucks. That's why you're here. All right. Who are these people?
Can I just say also that seeing those remarks from Trump live in the hallway, obviously the circumstances are now different. He's now the first ever American president, former president, to be convicted of crimes. He's now a different type of figure in history than he was half an hour ago. And yet he walks up to the camera and he just says all of the same stuff that he's been saying all of this time. It's all
Rachel.
He's like a chatty Cathy.
You don't say.
Words come out. They're pre-programmed. His saying that it's
almost like
so are you.
You're fucking pre-programmed too. Like. This is the shit, like people are like, Trump made comedy great. No, he didn't. We literally had nothing else. Every day, same shit. Every day, same shit. Okay, moving on. Enough of Rachel. Speed run it.
God save America.
All right, Fabs, what do you think?
I mean, I can't believe Levitt's missing this right now. You have a convicted felon running for president. He is currently leading the race. Hopefully that changes, but that's what the American people are dealing with right now. Convicted felon, the man charged with executing the laws of the nation, has just been convicted by a jury of his peers for breaking them. So that's where we are right now. Good stuff.
Cringe.
Okay.
And your third, so that we're beginning now with the guilty verdict.
Okay, we got locals.
I mean, I know there's Jenk yelling at the camera in there.
We know. We're getting reaction from the State House. Our Walker lost.
No. Calm down. We already know what it is. It's not fucking breaking news, guys. Mark Hamill.
Guilty. And it's kind of like the Republicans will have a side to say and the Democrats will have a side to say.
They do. You're correct. What state is this?
Because he is. The stuff he did is not okay at all. Like the people I don't know, it's just bad at all. Like
you don't know what you're saying. Anyway, what state was that?
Texas.
Stop making Hassan jack off. Texas?
Go, baby. Let's go, baby.
I'll figure it out.
Texas is going down to functional, I guess.
Moment like this where like the criminal justice system just works. You know what I mean?
Oh my God, bro.
Damn, bro, that's got to be like the gayest shit I've ever heard.
No, I don't think so. But doesn't matter. It's still fun. I mean, he could technically, like that is in the rules. It is a part of the sentencing guidelines. If he got the maxed out sentence, he could go all the way up to 22 years in prison. It would never happen, especially because of the type of crime that he's engaging in, especially considering that he's a first-time offender. And also beyond that, the fact that he is like was the president, will most likely be the president.
Blah, 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 blah.
4 years, isn't it? I think the max sentence is like, technically it could be 34 times 4 years. Yeah, it's not
What's
going to
that
happen.
in
It's his first time
karyology?
offense. It's like the type of offense like is what 70%.
It was South Carolina. It was Columbia, South Carolina. Yeah.
Texas moving back up to where it was.
South Carolina's staying in regular, was it?
Regular schmegula.
Epic. Okay, that's good. And I can't believe it. I looked into the actual page, and the skyline is their banner photo. I'm like, I should have recognized that. I spent long enough fucking living there.
All right, let's get a take from Hassan.
With that exact type of felony, actually don't see any prison time. Like he at the most will get like community service. I don't think it's 34 times 4, by the way. Those things don't stack in the same way. So can he be a first-time offender to the 30th time? Community service would be such an insane PR stunt for him. 4 is the max. I think he can get it more. He's trumping it up to make himself
Community
look like
service
smarter.
would be
Is so
funny
dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, there's a lot going on in the world.
Making him pick up rubbish on the freeway would be funny.
Yeah. This is
We're
so
gonna
far
get to
not
all of
even
it,
worth
okay?
rating.
Community service would be more humiliating. Vote restoration was actually voted for. It was serving their
There's too much.
sentences.
It's too much Hassaning and gobbledygooking going
As
on.
American presidents.
Been good.
Let's see if he pulls up any takes that we can steal.
All right, guys.
Oh boy,
huge,
Kyle.
huge breaking
What the
news.
fuck?
We just got the verdict in for Trump's criminal trial in New York over the Stormy
No
Daniels
offense, but it sounds like
situation
some
and,
fucking
fraudulent-
commie gobbledygook.
As I'm talking to you right now, the results are still rolling in. We have something we've talked about, and your whole attempt to nip it in the bud, well, then it's not going to work out for you now, is it? And so their plan massively failed here. Now, obviously, the biggest question
Right.
here is, well, what the hell is the punishment going to be, right? We don't have the answer to that yet. We do not have the sentencing yet. This was just they delivered the verdict. When will we get the sentencing? I don't know, probably relatively soon. Look, obviously, if there is prison time on the table, that is gigantic. This is, Joe Biden's old ass is doing fucking cartwheels because on the list of reasons why he may still have an outside prayer of winning,
you definitely
one of
have
them is Donald
a really,
Trump
really large
becoming
dick.
an
Your
absolute
pee-pee
criminal,
is
getting convicted
giganto.
of felonies.
Okay, boring.
Boring. Not even worth rating.
Okay, where we rank?
I said not even worth rating.
Excellent. Throw him out.
Falsified those damning Crossfire Hurricane Russian collusion records.
What is all this shit?
And
Oh, God.
now they're voting for Trump to stop Marxism and to stop communism in
Cringe.
this country. Now the Trump vote has become a protest vote against a rigged system.
Oh, fuck
and
off.
this is the worst possible result. And this is why I think, Mike, you haven't seen the kind of squeeing, psychosexual, orgasmic joy from the
Right.
left. There's something that's been strangely missing from my timeline, which is what I
Predator
thought would be
drones.
the
You will never see it
cringe
coming.
cavalry of people celebrating this. That hasn't. I think
Wow.
like
You mean they don't care?
Crazy, right?
You know, it's really weird. It seems like people just don't care about this. I'm not going to come to a rational conclusion from this data.
clear-eyed, sober moment right now where Democrats realize, at least the sober ones, realize what they've done here.
Yeah, President Biden and his aides and allies have executed a terrorist attack.
Yep.
Oh my! Who is that guy? He needs to go on there too. Terrorist
They
attack.
know that Trump.
What
He
is it?
says lawyer, Trump lawyer.
All right,
Okay,
guys.
don't care. No, I don't
They
fucking
know
care.
that Trump
I
declassified-
lied. He doesn't need to go on there. I don't fucking care.
Oh no, New York.
Jesus and Lord.
These gotta be the fucking cultists, right? These are fucking like either Korean or Chinese cultists, right? Like the Moonies or something, or what are the Oregon harvest people that have a compound in New York?
Falun Gong.
Yeah, Falun Gong. Gotta be one of the two, right?
Maybe.
The crying, you know, it's not. I'm not saying it's like, hey, North Koreans cry. It's not that type of thing, right? It's like this is cult behavior, the crying shit, the way they're doing it. Like,
yes,
I could see it coming. Like the compound is in New York.
Yeah. We need you. You need you ahead. We need you ahead.
It is very culty.
The grandma just crying while she's on her phone.
Hold on. We've got a flag.
They're singing a song though.
It's just a Trump flag. I got excited.
Yeah, they're singing though. You just have to identify the
No, I know.
song.
This flag looked different. I thought it was something more.
That's Chinese.
Are they singing?
They're Falun Gong.
National anthem?
They're 200% Falun Gong.
Right? Has to be.
Motherfuckers!
All right, Falun Gong has to be.
Okay, we can put Falun Gong on there. Why not? I'll find them. I gotta find them. I gotta get a logo for him.
Back to the gay dude.
Piece of shit! The judge is a piece of shit! James is a piece of shit!
They just killed our country. You just fucking let them.
I love this shit.
We're all owned by China! Welcome to China!
Can we just put the gays on the list? And this guy represents the New York gays.
Oh, you're Alvin Bragg. You're Alvin Bragg. Mr. Rodriguez. Officer Dillon is rolling in his fucking grave. Rolling in his grave. Officer Dillon is rolling in his motherfucking grave. Wait until we start spitting on you like Columbia University. You just fucking wait. If they convict him,
Holy shit, he was found guilty. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. Motherfuckers! Motherfuckers! You suck! You suck! There is no justice in this country!
Guilty!
Not guilty! He's not guilty! You pieces of shit! WandaCon! These shit die! You're fucking corrupt,
your
motherfucker!
fucking kids are all dead. Your kids are all fucking shit.
You know, so like people have been giving. So I need to give this guy some credit where people, and it's not credit, just benefit of the doubt, right? People are like, he's like threatening to kill everyone's kids. No, he thinks World War III is now about to happen and everyone's children are about to die. He's that dramatic. He's not saying he wants to kill anyone's kids.
No.
I'm guilty!
They're all fucking dead.
Yeah, motherfucker! Motherfucking piece of shit!
Do these two fuck each other? They're the two gays for Trump.
They have to be.
Meth.
No justice in this country! Corruption! It's all fucking corruption! I have a message for you! Fuck you, WandaCon! WandaCon! I'm fucking pissed!
Fuck you and fuck Joe Biden too.
Fuck Joe Biden!
All I know is this.
Fuckers! Fuckers!
It's okay, sweetie.
Yeah!
Nobody can hurt you.
Made a whole nother animal and a whole new way.
You must have known you were wrong. It's a lynching. It's political interference. It's over. It's over.
How do you feel?
Bastards. Watch, we are not communists anymore. They're a federation of independent, liberated states. Don't make me hurt you, Mikey.
Corruption, Judge Steinman. 1776, baby. I'm fucking pissed. No, you're not. Calm down. No, I'm not going to calm down. The people who are on the ground, the minority,
Is one of us. He's one of us. And now they have only made the poll numbers go higher.
White guy in the back goes,
"What? One of us." The polls are going up. Donald Trump is going to win even harder. They're going to have to bring in
Michelle Obama. They're going to have to bring in Michelle Obama, Big Mike,
here we go.
In August
My mom
to try and
Obama's
fix
running
things.
the White
But
House,
that's not going to work either. The numbers are
When
going to
you're
go so
tweeting
high for
about
Trump
we don't
right
need
now
gun control, we
that
need
it's over.
cracker
It's
control,
over for Biden. It's
are
over for
you
the
meaning we need to get to white folks under control? And
you. There is no justice in this country. We want a democracy. This is America. You railroaded this man.
Hey,
he
the
committed
jury
no
actually is
crimes.
extremely democratic.
Fuck
They actually
you.
vote
Yeah.
based on
I'm
an
mad as
educated
hell.
decision. It's like
Yes,
really
exactly.
democratic, actually.
It's very democratic.
As they say, I'm mad as hell. Let's take to the streets. Let's take to this fucking street. I'm pissed.
Calm down.
pissed. Let's
We
take
already
to the
are.
fucking
You hear
street.
that?
Good. Let's block traffic. Corruption in this country.
Let's block traffic.
They're convicted
Okay.
an innocent man.
Go ahead.
He committed
Let's
no
go to block
crime.
traffic.
Try it,
That'll be
yeah.
hilarious.
Looking forward to the baloney
What's going on here? Gorilla Man?
sandwiches.
No, I want cheeseburgers.
Do you have any idea how much prison is going to actually suck?
I don't even know what they charged me with.
You hope to be imprisoned at
Mar-a-Lago? He does
It's all
this.
a scam. I'm telling you, it's a scam.
You're a terrible Trump impersonator. You do it. You're not. It's not. It's this.
Which nobody can deny.
Oh my God.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Trump is guilty. 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 Yes, he is.
It's cringe, but I also like how much it must make that one diva angry. This is more cringe, though. I think the fact
This
they
is
got
cringe.
like they got how many people out here?
John the malignant narcissist.
At least they're having a good time, I guess.
Yeah. It's really cringe, though.
Ivanka!
It's
Okay,
so
enough of
cringe.
this.
Where's my stupid?
All right. All right. New York.
Okay, first, hang on.
What-
We got
what
the
has
case for
happened?
Trump specifically, right?
I'm gonna. It's kind of embarrassing, honestly.
I don't know. Just like the ass kissing on somebody who doesn't care about you.
It's pretty pathetic.
Okay, and then we got the Falun Gong compound. There it is. That's the real place.
Cuck.
They were fucking crying, bro.
Yeah, cuck.
Should probably wait a moment or two, but Donald Trump found guilty on 34 of 34 counts of falsifying business records and fraud. At this point, it's frankly.
Take
I'm
some
a little bit
notes,
shocked.
Sam. Come on,
I was not anticipating
This is embarrassing for you. Embarrassing.
this type of
We're done here.
Total.
Sam, you can do better. You're really too many us from a Sam.
So
Cedar,
less than an hour.
Wake up a little. You know.
A couple other for E. Jean Carroll, and he's obviously appealing the verdicts in the 3 civil cases. Let me share with you what he said when impact. That's what we're hearing. Now go to the market. Let's see what some people are saying.
Yes, let's see.
Rob,
some
start off
people.
with the people on the left and go to some people on the right, whoever you have.
Let's get some nonpartisan coverage.
Keith Olbermann, bingo. Obviously, he's a sweetheart.
Yeah.
Next, Jeff Tiedrich. Trump is guilty as F. Ha ha ha. Oops, I meant how terrible as guilty as F. Donald Trump. Now go to his profile so people know who he is and what his profile says.
Oh my
Look at his
God,
face. It
bro.
says, "Don't blame me. I voted for the email lady." Okay, you know who he's talking about. You know where he stands.
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real
Brian
place.
Krasenstein. The verdict is in guilty on all counts. Trump is officially convicted felon. You're either now planning to vote for convicted felon for president, or you're not. Stop pretending that the side that is not voting for the felon is a crazy one. If I ask any American in 2016 whether they would vote for convicted felon, 99.9% would have said, heck no. You change, not the American justice system. Go to the next one, Rob. Brian Tyler Cohen, guilty, guilty, guilty. Go ahead. Let's see what Don Lemon has.
Lord, man.
What's Don Lemon's got, Rob? Breaking news, guilty on 34 counts. He is now a convicted felon. Notice the key words, convicted felon. That's the marketing. Lincoln Project. They have a clip if you want to play this clip. Is this the same clip, Rob? You just had the clip. Yeah, watch this clip from Lincoln Project. Obviously, these guys are amazing.
Yeah. Donald Trump found guilty on all 34 counts of falsifying business records in the first degree.
You're a criminal, Donald.
This
That's what the
branding
jury
is
said.
coming. Pay attention.
Not the deep state, not the Democrats, not the Biden administration. A jury. Regular people who saw the evidence and felt sick.
Oh, no.
You're a criminal, and you did it to yourself.
Nobody's ever seen anything like this.
Shouldn't you not be showing your viewers this?
Your defense was weak because you
Because
were
they're
weak.
actually, even though this is cringe,
They
they're
had
right.
no argument.
It was
Admit,
just they're right. You shouldn't show your viewers this, buddy.
All right.
Okay.
He got beta
Let's see-
because he's
hang on.
showing.
He's in ass kissing right now, so he's gonna go down to beta. I
There
want to see
is
some
no
more of those
argument.
tweets though. The rapid fire tweets. I don't care about this video. Let's see who else he pulls up.
Fidelity we're about to see from the Republican elected
I want to
officials
see
for the
like
convicted felon.
how
Go
many
to the
white
next one,
supremacists,
loser.
like like
Biden
I am you
immediately.
and
There's
you are
only
me
one
or
way to keep
whatever that
Donald Trump out
account
of
is
Oval
that has
Office
the
at the
rhino
ballot box.
picture.
Mm-hmm.
I am yes and you are no.
Donate to our campaign today. Go to the next one. No one in this country is above the law. This is the same guy that Rob said pulled the
Fire alarm.
the fire alarm, and then he got away with it. So being
course he
convicted for falsifying business records with
Okay.
hush money. Go to the next one. You need to see all this stuff, guys. Now go to what Tucker and some
So
of the
he
people on
wasn't
the
above
right
the
are
law
saying, Rob.
either, right? He
Important,
got convicted.
The third
you said?
world become the third. Import
We
the
got
third world. Become the third world. That's what we just saw. This one stopped Trump. He'll win the election if he's not one who defeated Kelly guilty on all counts. The country is disgraced. Alvin Bragg should be disbarred. They will rue the day they unleash this lawfare to corrupt presidential election. Go to the next one. What an effing scam. F all these commies. Go to the next
Epic.
one.
Ken
This is a dark
Bongino.
day for America. Go to the next one. It's who is this? Ron
Jesus.
DeSantis. I'll read this one to you because it's Ron. Today's verdict represents the
not
culmination of a
necessary.
legal process that
Not
has been,
necessary, Pat.
judged by
No, thank you. I am not
Never
value
have
pained from this.
the political
You are
the
not
freedoms
value
guaranteed
painting
there.
me.
Law turning our go to the next one. Biden guilty of abuse of
Okay,
power.
I just wanted
Biden
to see-
guilty of
okay, so
turning
just
our
dumb
country
people
into a banana republic.
He couldn't
where
hit
those
pull
abu-
up less dumb sources that I care less about.
Yeah.
Next, angry person. Yes.
Down goes Donald Trump. Down goes Donald Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Okay, so now, is it really over? Well, he's guilty on all counts. 34 counts. Convicted felon. First time that a U.S. president has been convicted of a felony. His sentencing is set for July 11th. Will he actually go to prison? Well, that is a great question. Will it actually affect the election at all? Great question. So in terms of getting him for those things, that was not the point of this trial,
Again,
nor should it have ever been the point of this
we
trial.
didn't need the
But in
same
terms of
fucking
the
tweet from everyone. This is, I got to do my low effort vlog. I got to wake up off. And Sam Cedar didn't even fix his hair. At least Chunk was like,
No.
I'll go outside and get some nice light. Hey, Chunk has
and they're
something else
coming
to
in
say.
from
You know,
mental
if we get Patreon subscribers, we can actually move to a platform where we can actually start producing our own segments. And, just like how this is kind of its own segment, but, bringing on more analyses and scheduling and actually making a show every day instead of just reacting to news and stuff. So if you actually want to grow independent, affiliated, nonpartisan news, go to that Patreon, patreon.com, 5th Gen IW. Here's Chunk to tell you more.
We might have people watching this show, but you can be the difference maker because we just need our audience to be paid members, and then this show can be around forever. So you can make that difference. Click join now.
Wow, thanks, Chunk. Back to you, Chunk.
Down goes Donald Trump. Down goes Donald Trump. Ladies and gentlemen. counts. 34 counts. Convicted felon. First time that a U.S. president has been convicted of a felony. His sentencing is set for July 11th. Will he actually go to prison? Well, that is a great question. Election in 2016 by doing campaign finance fraud, definitely guilty. We will have all of the details for you guys. And
what to say after this?
Maybe there is more Young Turk segments.
Prisons, and they're coming in from mental institutions and
okay,
insane
Trump.
Asylums.
This is his press conference. All right, I've heard enough of this one. Speed running.
And we have a president and a
Donald Trump was given every opportunity to defend
Saying
himself.
that when the president does it,
State case,
that means it's
on a
not
federal
illegal.
case, and it was heard by a jury of 12 citizens, 12 Americans, 12 people like you, like millions of Americans who served on juries. This jury is chosen the same way every jury in America is chosen. It was a process that Donald Trump's attorney was part of. The jury heard 5 weeks of evidence, 5 weeks. And after careful deliberation, the jury reached a unanimous verdict. They found Donald Trump guilty on all 34 felony counts. Now he'll be given the opportunity, as he should.
You wouldn't believe this. I
appeal
heard that from
decision
200
just like
other
everyone
people
else has
before
that
you, Joe.
That's how the American system of justice works.
Cuck for the system. I get it.
Reckless.
Someone has been moved up to cuck tier.
very much. I would say,
heard this.
Listening to the charges from the judge who's
So the president talked for about 40 minutes.
What's her name?
We were expecting the former commander-in-chief,
I'm
Donald
not
Trump,
sure.
to take questions. This had been billed as a news conference,
Black
and that
lady on Fox
reporters would
News.
be at least available. There would be the former president for their questions. So we didn't see that. He did range a lot in topic. He spent a lot of time on the case against him. He did mention the gag order that he's still under, and he was careful at times, very careful to mention that and,
Okay,
and why
we know
he was
what
saying
Trump
things
said.
the way that he was. And there were some names, references to people, but without their names, that sort of thing. But for the most
All right, where's she going?
I mean, she's not even relevant. She was just reporting at that point. What about junk, though?
Cuck. Because now he has to do nothing but Trump reporting, and that's funny.
And also, he lost his own primary.
Yes.
And I want to bring in now Brett Baer, Chief Political and Special Report Anchor. So, Brett, what was really fascinating to me about this very first
Do we care?
lengthy time, because New York...
No, we got time to make up.
Former President Donald Trump
Yes.
is a convicted felon. Those are the words you're going to hear over and over again between now and November's election.
Yeah, that's what we've been
He's
saying.
the first former president in American history to be criminally convicted. He may soon be the first sitting president in American history with a criminal conviction, in no small part because of what happened last night. Trump's enemies were, of course, quick to dance on his legal grave.
A miracle is too strong a word, but a really a day for celebration.
Your defense was weak because you're weak. They had no argument because there is no argument.
Okay.
Said there during his testimony, a bigger offense than the one that Trump was on trial for. Cohen himself is a convicted felon. His compulsive lies are a matter of public record. But the fact is that Trump was found guilty on all counts by a jury of his peers, and now America has to face up to the consequences. And the biggest casualty may be public faith in their judicial system. This time, many people will agree with the former president's own assessment.
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man. Our whole country is being rigged right now. This was done
Always
by
said by the most innocent people.
I did everything right, and they indicted
Donald Trump's
me.
unfounded election denials undermined the American people's faith in the democratic process.
And
something I
empowered
criticised him to his face
fascists
for.
and dictators
But the
around the
hush money
world.
trial will be no different, and the scale of its impact on the public's trust in their institutions, and I suspect it'll be no less
Okay, that's
damaging.
monologue.
This verdict doesn't show that everyone said there is,
Data.
I think, of all the...
Ah, Chunk!
That's what's up.
4 cases that he was facing.
Is that
This was
George
by far the
Santos?
weakest. I think it was a massive.
It fucking is.
Stretch to try and turn it into a felony.
What is
And I
happening?
think because of that, because
The other
Bragg
guy is Valuetainment.
Emily just said, I remember Bill Clinton having sex with an intern in the.
Of course you do.
So I'm now going to end for the treated this
establishment target people that challenge its power.
God, I don't care about this.
I want to hear George Santos though. I want to hear Junk and
Even
George
if you were
Santos.
right,
That's
American
it.
trivial that would.
They had to trump it up. Well, look, Pierce, it's very clear. This is nothing more than a misdemeanor type of a case. They had to trump it up, no pun intended, in order to even bring the case to create relevancy. I've heard, and we've heard from pundits on both the left and the right for the last 2 months that this was the weakest, the most full of flaws. The fact that the process alone that the judge set forward was so convoluted, we still don't know what crimes President United States.
Thank you, George. Just bring in Vincent. You've been waiting patiently.
Biden is
out of any way, and then Republican fail.
It was about the
Don't know who you are.
I don't care about white women.
Vincent.
First.
We done?
Huge
Chunk. Come on, Chunk.
I think that
He's
isn't
saying-
wrong. Jokes from digging down. In this case,
side were never treated this way.
Yeah, Pierce, I'm bilingual. I speak both populist and establishment. So in this case,
Oh my God, shut up.
I think that both sides have a point, but often misstated. So first of all, does the establishment target people that challenge its power? Yes, it does. So it'll go against populist left and populist right. It'll try to do cancel culture. Whenever it wants to target someone, it'll dig and dig and dig. So I've been the victim of that. A lot of people have been the victim of that. But in my case, for example, they dug and found absolutely nothing. So they had to go to jokes from 19 years ago, jokes. So that's when you know someone's as clean as a whistle. But the minute you dig under Donald Trump, just a giant number of crimes spring up because he's a lifelong con man and he's a lifelong criminal. So I think that but at the
You
same
are
time,
garbage,
MAGA
okay? You're
has
garbage.
an instinct that isn't wrong.
I'm fucking
so let
better
me
than
explain that because the people in the establishment and Democrats can't understand this for the life of them. Look, guys, and MAGA gets a part of it wrong too, which is that Donald Trump actually wasn't going to be charged with any of this stuff as long as he didn't run for president again, even though he did all of these crimes. Taking those top secret documents home is mental. It's insane.
Okay, you're kind of more beta than
course, his
cringe. We
biggest
can move on. What do
Yeah,
you think?
yeah,
Beta?
yeah, moving on.
Okay, someone is now a beta. His name is Junk.
And I want to believe that Americans believe in justice. And I think that in their gut, they realize that there is something that is very wrong here. We have gone over a cliff in America. This verdict is a verdict of someone who was forced to fight a 1,000-pound gorilla with both hands tied behind his back. We have convicted a former
You have been upgraded to ass kisser, ma'am.
president of the
He had to
United
fight a
States of
gorilla.
America.
President.
We've gone over a cliff.
Former President Donald Trump's supporters are not having a great day. They're having a rough go at things following the verdict out of Manhattan, finding him guilty of all 34 felony counts, accusing him of falsifying business records to cover up another crime. And of course, in this case, the crime was hush money payments paid to the likes of Stormy Daniels in the lead up to the 2016 presidential election. Something that his former fixer, Michael Cohen, actually served time in prison for. Now, with that in mind, why don't we go to some of the individuals who immediately reacted, including Charlie Kirk, who on X wrote, breaking, a Manhattan jury has found Trump guilty on all counts. We knew from the start this was the most likely outcome. This case was engineered for years from the very top of the Democratic apparatus to bring down Trump using a rigged law and a rigged courtroom with a rigged jury.
I'm fucking better than you.
There's absolutely no indication that the jury is rigged. We don't even know who the jury consists of. Now, let me continue. Trump will appeal and this will eventually be overturned. It is true that the Trump legal team is planning to appeal this, by the way, but this is a scar on our nation. For today, at least, this country looks more like Venezuela or China or Russia than the United States of America. Now we must be ready to maintain our resolve. There will be an unprecedented push to say that Trump can.
She sounds like she's against them.
Bert says that it was election interference. I have more.
We got some more twits.
Lauren Boebert says that it was election interference.
Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Have more reactions, including from Vivek Ramaswamy and Tucker Carlson, who, by the way, in text messages to producers over at Fox News, said that he couldn't stand Donald Trump, but publicly, of course, pretends like he's a supporter of his. We'll get to all of that in a moment.
Pausing here to deliver some honest truth as we do it. Maybe shit flag for peace or something. Here now.
You see what now? All right, let's place. Where we going? Nice picture. That's good. It's almost as good as my little screenshot I have of her. I have a really good one that I used to use as my profile picture on Discord. There's got to be a better one of her.
I just grabbed one that was hideous. It was the first one I saw. The first one was actually her in a bathing suit, and I decided, okay, maybe I won't torture people. I fucking everything up. Big booba fish. Okay, we got Miss Bobart.
I think she's only saying it to save her job, so beta.
MTG.
Same. Oh, actually, no.
No, she fucking put the whole upside down flag.
Yeah, true.
Anna.
Dunce. Always dunce.
I'm fucking better than you.
Super chat, lock them up. Haha, love you guys. Keep doing what you're doing. A lot of people chimed in the same way. Gabriel saying love.
Survey, for instance, from CNN SSRS found that while 76% of Trump supporters said that they would support Trump regardless, which by the way is kind of surprising. 76% is not 100%, but 24% said that they might consider or reconsider their support for him if he was convicted.
Trial and about Trump's,
Oh, I agree that the verdict was the correct verdict. So we'll see how this all transpires, but I do think that there might be some truth to Vivek Ramaswamy arguing that this might backfire. I suspect that we mean.
Oh my God, it's just speculative bullshit. Okay.
God.
And that's what the problem was.
I swear to God, if we get claimed at the end here by the View.
Why he was in court, because he did that. He did that. And then, of course, he played the victim outside of the courtroom. Take a look.
No.
So you're the leaker?
I'm the leaker. Well, wait, this is what I want to say about it, seriously. Because they're going to say it's rigged. This is rigged. That's rigged. Brian's rigged. We're rigged. Everything's rigged, according to him. But you know, there was a jury of 12. Yes. They all.
Joke's on them. It was rigged. We're the libs.
I rigged it myself.
To a person said he was guilty on all 34 counts. One of the jurors, juror number 2, I was reading, he only watched or read Truth Social. He did not watch Fox. He did not watch.
The only person to bring up one of the most important details was the fucking View.
The View.
Wow. Somehow because of that, they're sitting down at the bottom. They got to fuck this up from here.
Watch us. Now, if a person who only gets his news from Donald Trump's, what do you call it?
Social media.
Social media. And he even thinks he's guilty. Excuse me, Donald, it's not rigged, okay?
Yeah.
It's not rigged.
Okay. Let's see what else we got.
Any idiots?
I was speaking at the Ford Foundation at an event about polarization, out of all things, and my phone starts, coming up with all of these currents, and I really felt and still feel like I'm in a surrealist Fellini movie. Is this really happening? And I was schizophrenic because part of me was like, yay! And part of me was like, you know what? This is really serious. Yay! This is really serious. Now, this is a man, yay! This is a man who made my life a living hell for 4 years, has made the life of our country a living hell.
Doubt. I doubt he even knows who the fuck you are. Or has he got like some special relationship of hatred with her like he does with Rosie O'Donnell?
He calls people out who hate him specifically by name. Fucking child.
For 6 years, and so he deserves to be accountable. He has been Teflon Don his entire life. He has been getting away with cheating and lying.
Teflon Don isn't like that's a fine. It's fine. Like you don't hear it too often. You used to hear it a lot more. So
I saw my phone, it popped up on my phone, and it was like guilty. And I remember feeling like something punched me in my chest. And it wasn't because this isn't a binary
reaction. It's because I just got punched in the chest.
Happy. It was so somber. And
I just had my purse stolen.
Yeah.
They did not take my phone because it buzzed.
sober to get that news because we're living.
Oh my God, Brother Spider-Man is wanting to saving me from crazy Iblis.
Reminded me of.
Are we leaving him in normal, or are we going to bump him up to
I think they're going to stay at the bottom. That was pretty good, especially considering it was The View.
No, I was trying to teach him that you need to read in on your own. You need to.
I haven't seen from some of my favorite guys like
asked me on Saturday or Sunday.
Tim Pool.
Sit here as a parent or a teacher or an auntie or any other leader in this and try to explain to your child that someone who could not vote in this.
And Dave, how can I forget Dave? Of course, I want to hear what Dave has to say.
Who disagree on almost everything, but are trying to figure out how we can restore America. He retweeted. I'll read the Geiger Capital tweet first, and then I'll read.
Oh God!
The first felony conviction of a former U.S. president for the Iraq or Afghanistan wars, illegal CIA coups, drone strike weddings, or spying on Americans. It was because Trump misclassified a $130,000 payment for a porn star's blah, blah, blah. You get the point. And Elon retweeted that and wrote, "Indeed, great damage was done today to the public's faith in the American legal system. If a former president can be criminally convicted over such a trivial matter, motivated by politics rather than justice, then
Elon,
anyone is at risk of a similar fate." Now, again, guys,
are you saying that
most
you don't care
people,
about the crimes you're committing because you're probably committing those types of felonies right now? Is that what we're learning?
Venture to say about 90% of people that you're going to talk to at the dinner table tonight or at the store or at the gym or wherever, they're going to have no idea what they got Trump on. It is over a misappropriated $130,000 payment to the porn star for the hush money from over a decade ago, okay? And that it was listed wrong on the taxes. That's the basics. That's the basics of it, okay? Do you really, let's say that really is a crime. And then what they try to do, because it's 34 counts, you get all these other subsequent crimes that are related to that.
No,
let's say Trump really did
election
do that.
interference.
Let's say the $130,000 payment really was classified wrong because it was
every single video is Tim Pool coping.
Oh, I know. I know.
This is incredible. This one is my favorite. Leftists threaten civil war if Trump is elected. Vow to hunt down MAGA people.
That's just like that Jreg video.
What's the account?
We have a name for
Reddit
fantasy
account.
realized. It's called
the thumbnail.
Nightmare.
Amazing.
Way to avoid taxes or something to that effect. Let's say 100% you nailed him on that. Do you think it's worth not allowing the guy to run for president right now because of that? Do you think that is good for our republic? Do you think?
Shut up, Dave.
I put him in cuck.
But yes.
Where he obviously objectively
all
belongs.
historical norms in a move that really does put the republic on the precipice of serious constitutional disorder, chaos, and disaster. A jury in New York found unanimously that Donald Trump was guilty of 34 separate felonies, all stemming from hush money payments that were made to Stormy Daniels all the way back in 2016. Now, the legal case is an atrocity. It's a ridiculous, ridiculous case. We're going to go through all the details in a moment. It was a political put-up job by Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, who came into office pledging to get Donald Trump, not pledging to find his criminal behavior that was actually criminal, pledging to get Donald Trump under any circumstance. And that, of course, mirrored the language of Attorney General Letitia James, who was elected to her position in the state of New York on the basis of, quote-unquote, getting Donald Trump. It was a put-up job by the judge, Juan Merchan, who clearly wants Trump behind bars, which is why I believe he's probably going to sentence him to jail time.
Hey, Ben, facts don't care about your feelings. Show me proof.
I do not think that Chekhov's gun can sit above that mantelpiece for the entirety of the second act here. This was a put up job by the Biden administration, which has been attempting to brand Donald Trump a criminal and a felon since literally the day that they got into office, and the Democratic Party, which has been attempting to label him everything from a Putin cat's paw to a traitor to the country since 2015. Yes. It all culminated yesterday in a jury finding in the most ridiculous possible criminal case that Donald Trump was guilty of 34 felonies.
From the trash can all the time.
Sure, let's just let Donald
It's an absurd
Trump
case,
come right
according to the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah, go
Trump
ahead. Come on in, buddy. All right, fine.
Found guilty Thursday by a New York jury on all 34 counts in his hush money case, including the first ever criminal trial of a former president. Now voters will render their own judgment as Trump, the presumptive GOP presidential nominee, barrels ahead to the November 5th election, using the trial and other prosecutions he faces as a rallying cry for his supporters. President Trump, for his part, responded to the verdict. He responded precisely the way that you would think that he would, with absolute sheer outrage, as is appropriate. Here was Donald Trump's statement in the immediate aftermath of the verdict.
What an ass kisser.
Disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt.
Okay.
A rigged trial, a disgrace.
Okay. Do we need more Ben Shapiro?
Nope.
No, great.
Trump guilty.
Oh my God, no way.
You famously said that the name Fredo was like the N-word for Italians.
Yes, that was a mistake. Project.
I need to do this again. Hold on. It'll be funny.
I'm Chris Cuomo.
You famously said that the name Fredo was like the N-word for Italians.
You're like
that
a
was
DMX grunt.
To the Chris Cuomo Project. Now that we know the outcome of the Trump trial, what does it mean? Okay, we got to look at it through the eyes of the law, the policy that's supposedly being served here.
Why? I'm so confused. Why this exists and why he has 260,000 subscribers.
And then, of course, the politics. All right? That's what matters. I'm Chris Cuomo here for you. Let's get after it at the Chris.
I hate this.
The for dummies version of reality. What's happening with media? No, not exactly. Not exactly. It's not as direct. It's not as intentional. It's not as driven.
Not as.
Because they want to feed off that. They want. Now, why did that happen? Primarily because Michael Cohen is a dope. That's why. Michael Cohen came up with this convoluted construct of how to pay these women.
We used to play stickball together behind the Olive Garden.
Fact was different than the way they had paid people in the past. Because this catch and kill with the National Enquirer had been going on for a while.
Okay, I'm
okay. I got Tony Lasagna here.
Dunce. Boring. Not reaction enough. Dunce. Information, not reaction. Bad.
I got.
You're not looking for information. Wait till you see what's next.
Okay.
You cannot become.
Crowder, how do I find this guy? Steven Crowder's boyfriend?
You can't do that and destroy the thing that you love in the process.
Hang on, I got.
Now you're going to say, "Well, he hit it first." It's like, "Well, he hit me."
So is he just gone now, Steven Crowder? He doesn't host it at all now. He's
I think
gone?
he does.
Look, we've got to get better in how we fight. 100% agree with that. We've got to charge people with crimes that commit crimes. 100% agree with that.
But
we agree on a lot of those things. But we do not need to do what the other side is doing. They are not following the rules. I get it. They're breaking the rules. It's time to tear down the system that they have built on top of the country that we love. Do that.
Given by a court, and they are in total conjunction with the White House and the DOJ, just so you understand. This is all done by Biden and his people.
Yeah.
And maybe his people, more importantly. I don't know if Biden knows too much about it.
Yes.
I don't know if he knows about anything.
Shut up. You fucking moron.
But he's nevertheless the president, so we have to use his name. And this is done by Washington. In other words, you could go into every single thing that I ever did. Was he a bad boy here? Was he a bad boy?
I did everything right and they indicted
Well, listen,
me.
What you need to go through, and all you wanted to do is testify simply on this case, is brag. Brag.
I thought you were going to go.
Hey.
I was impressed by that. Just the fact
Check
that
out this interesting picture. What do you think of that?
That's a great picture. Boy. Who is this guy?
Oh, he's the other gay
Why
lover.
are you gay?
Yeah, a little more direct. Sure, that would have been great. But I mean, I'm not, and I'm yeah.
splitting hairs here a little bit, but I
And
just
all
really
the way
want.
skirting his gag order the whole time.
Well, yeah, that was
I
the
mean,
funny part
yeah.
because he's dancing around it.
He's angry. He
It's
wants
funny,
to
'cause you know these guys are just the biggest pieces of shit.
Okay, ass kisser. Moving on.
Yeah.
To you by Brilliant.
All right, this is the last one.
Today, Donald Trump is found guilty on all
Oh,
counts.
these people are just going to be normal.
No, I know this is just a rap video.
Tim
because
Pool.
it's like what happens now. So we're finishing on information.
One Tim Pool. One Tim Pool.
One.
We need a Tim. You
Where
know,
is it?
you know, inside you, we cannot leave without Tim Pool. Should hear from Vaush too, unless we did and we didn't care.
Donald
We
Trump,
did.
hush-
And we didn't care.
This is about De Niro.
Yeah.
No, we didn't care.
I saw an interesting argument.
No, you didn't. No, we'll do AI.
It's time for some white pill moments. Trump's winning. Trump's probably going to win. There's probably a
This
shadow
isn't about
campaign.
the verdict, though.
The latest news is Trump leads Biden 54%
There
to
isn't one. That's what I'm
42%
telling
among
you.
He didn't make a video about Trump being guilty.
No. Like there isn't one. Unless it's in the live and we just thumb through one of the lives.
Well, let me type in Tim Pool Trump verdict real quick.
Yeah. Says Trump has surrendered.
There's no special counsel. There's no investigation. You couldn't infer when the State Department gave special favors to foreign countries and took hundreds of millions of dollars from the same countries. You could not infer a benefit being transmitted to the Clintons using our government as their vehicle to do so. It's funny. When Hillary Clinton lost the election in 2016, Clinton Foundation donations dried right up.
This is so much.
No inquiries, no complaints. Nobody cares.
I
They care
got
about
it.
Donald Trump though, because they're insane, and that's why I think that
This is what this is. What are you talking about?
This is literally them reporting it.
NBCnews.com. Donald Trump found guilty in historic New York
Look at the
case.
Listen to what I'm telling you.
Thursday.
Look at the title of this. This would be. Wait, what the fuck?
Okay, so we can go back to me because I knew what I was doing.
This time a former U.S. president has been convicted of a crime. The jury reached its verdict in the historic case after 9.5 hours of deliberations, which began Wednesday. He'll be sentenced July 11th, 4 days before the Republican National Convention. Reporters afterwards. Now, as for his sentencing, he's not yet, but I wonder if there's a possibility. I don't think prison is within the realm of possibility, but I wonder if they try to house arrest Donald Trump to Trump Tower right before the RNC so that he cannot be present for the nomination.
I mean, I think there's a very good chance of that. The other thing that, from what I understand, the gag order is still in effect until sentencing is over, and his team can't formally appeal until he's been sentenced. And so, the final, let's say, 6 weeks until the RNC
Gargoyle
convention,
woman
is not able to formally fight back, and he's also limited on how he's allowed to discuss this case. It's hard not to think of the worst outcomes right now. Like maybe a fine would be good. Obviously, one of the things that goes into sentencing right now is the fact that it's a nonviolent crime. He's older and he has no criminal history. But if he is convicted and sentenced, he does have a criminal history, and that will affect sentencing in any federal case going forward. So it's a rough time.
Can I just be here tonight to provide the doomsday opinion, like through the entire show?
Great.
Yeah, because I mean, like I was listening to people's opinions on the drive over here on Newsmax and Fox, and everyone.
Convicted, and it was something like 52% said no, 48% said yes. Out of, I think it's like 65,000 votes. And most people said no, he won't be convicted. A lot of people thought it was going to be a hung.
Right.
When they do say, Trump, you're going to go to prison for, we'll call it 18 months and then 2 years of probation or something, the response to the media is going to be like, he was convicted on 34 felonies. Of course he's going to get locked up.
Not to mention that, but the reason why so many people are saying, oh, he'll never spend time behind bars is actually the reason they will put him behind bars. The fact that he's a former president is not going to help him. It's not going to save him. What the judge is going to say, and again,
that there is a crime, falsifying business records. It is a misdemeanor, and it's beyond its statute of limitations. It can be, through extenuating circumstances, they can upgrade it to a felony.
Are they
if it
cuck or
was,
beta?
falsifying business records to conceal a secondary crime. We still do not know what that secondary crime is. There were 3 potential unlawful acts that may have occurred. The judge instructed the jury that of those 3, they do not need to be unanimous. We can surmise then that all the jurors agreed Trump did falsify these records or direct someone to be defeated. In their closing arguments, this is a federal election violation. That's a fact. And when it was objected, the judge said, shut up. This should never have been allowed. The judge did not allow expert testimony on whether or not it actually was a federal election violation.
Too bad. Boo-hoo.
The prosecution just asserted it was in closing arguments.
It was.
But get this. The judge actually said in these instructions, this is probably why the jury was confused. If you believe that...
Okay.
To you by Brilliant.
This is also the same
Today,
guy who
Donald
said
Trump
war.
is found guilty on all counts.
How
There's
does
a
the
historic
media reaction?
election result in South
Where do we want
Africa,
to put them
and
for?
the US allows Ukraine to use American
The final
weapons.
guy. Oh my God. Everything's highlighted. Thank you. Okay, here I can see.
I don't know.
again.
It's either cuck or beta. It can't not be. Like, did you see him wanting to put his dick in his mouth while he was interviewing him?
I think
This
ass kisser can
guy-
also be cocksucker.
Yeah. Sure, yeah. Let's go A. That's good. Let's do that.
All right. So there it is. 3 hours of continuous opinions on opinions. The ultimate tier list of political opinions on this pointless thing that happened today that everyone had to talk about.
And now to wrap up with what does it mean?
Your daily
Let's hear from
briefing
the
for
British
Friday,
people.
the 31st of May, 2024. Yesterday, Donald Trump
I
became
got
the
a lot
first
of
president
uploads.
or former president in U.S. history to be convicted of a felony
50
charge
today. I
on
think
any
I put in.
federal or state level.
50.
Trump was found guilty
like
on
some I
34
could have
counts
cut
of
up way
false.
further than they already were.
Yeah, yeah.
I got like 9 out of like 2 clips.
Are you cutting them down further? Are you?
Yeah, because they just
Yeah,
were
okay.
too miscellaneous to stick together.
Okay. I think there were a few together there that were a bit like that.
Yeah.
Falsifying business records. These records were connected to a 2016 hush money payment towards adult film actress Stormy Daniels during the 2016
Does she have nice
presidential
tits?
election. The reason for paying off Daniels was the fear that if the affair between
Show 'em
her
on
and
screen.
Trump in 2006 was made public,
Doesn't look like it.
it could harm Trump's election chances in the 2016 election.
Titties.
Trump has been found guilty of classifying payments towards his former lawyer, Michael Cohen, as legal expenses, when in actuality they were for reimbursing
Coffee!
Cohen after he paid off
You
Daniels.
seen Rudy's coffee commercial yet?
Now, many
No.
people in Trump's camp had hoped for a hung jury,
Okay.
which under New York state
That's a
law
real
can
ending
happen
video.
even if one juror refuses to go along on an otherwise unanimous
None of
verdict.
this mumbo jumbo.
However, with the speed of the verdict, the odds of that happening seem to be very slim. After the decision, Trump stated to the press that it was a rigged trial, pushed by the Biden administration, and said that the real verdict would be delivered on Election Day. Many of Trump's operatives and allies have also pushed this notion, doubting the motives of the prosecution and the overall seriousness of the case. Nevertheless, sentencing for Trump will happen on July the 11th, just days before the Republican National Convention. The question of whether Trump will serve a day in prison remains a very open one. Previous convictions under these charges have seen only fines and sentences of probation. However, it should be noted that the felony Trump was convicted
Blah, blah,
of
blah.
carries
Shit we
a
already
maximum
know.
of
Let's
4
get to this
years,
one.
and the
Here
number
we
of
go.
counts could
This video is so good. First of all, look at it freeze framed right here. All digital. He's barely in focus, right? If he's actually not in focus, you can't even see his eyes. There's a glare on his glasses. That could be anyone there, you know? The effort this man has already put in. Astonishing. Okay. I love single knife block with 2 knives in it. Okay.
You all know I stand by the truth. And if,
No, you don't.
if I put my name on something, I truly believe in it. Today, I'm
You attach your name to Donald Trump.
thrilled to introduce you to something I'm incredibly
Look at this tiny cup.
proud of. My own
Big
brand
bag of coffee.
specialty coffee root.
Oh my God, this cup literally changes
I'm
perspectives.
incredibly proud.
Yeah,
of.
it does.
My own
As it
brand of
zooms in.
organic specialty coffee, Rudy Coffee. Believe me,
Rudy Coffee!
my own brand of organic specialty coffee, Rudy Coffee.
Rudy
Believe
Coffee!
me when I say it's the best coffee you'll ever try. It's smooth, rich, chocolatey, and gentle.
Chocolatey!
on your stomach. It's so good, I even recommend drinking it black. It comes in 3 varieties.
Oh my God.
Best decaf you'll ever have. You can order now by scanning the QR code on your screen or by visiting rudy.coffee. By supporting Rudy Coffee, you're not just treating yourself to exceptional coffee, you're also supporting our cause, the cause of truth, justice, and American democracy. You'll also be supporting the Call to Action nonprofit, which is devoted to helping veterans and first responders. So you can make a difference.
Translation funnels money into your pockets.
By ordering today at
$30 a bag.
Wow.
That's like $60 for you, right?
Mm-hmm. Pretty much 55, something like that.
How much is a good
I don't
bag
drink
of coffee?
I'm not the one to ask.
Okay.
A cup of coffee is about $8, I think, for a big one. $6 to $8, something like that.
Let's see. Here we got.
I don't know.
One of our standard bags is about $10. 45 ounces, $10.
Expensive.
Yeah, this is like good coffee. Like some of the bottom line of the good is what I looked up. The Yingling. Nobody knows what that is except for specific people. And the ones who understand what I'm talking about understand exactly what I'm talking about. Am I right? People who understand what Yingling is? Yinglings, it's like a Beck's or a Stella Artois, but like cheap.
Sure.
So and it's like a local northeastern beer, but they're like really good for how cheap they are. King of beers, my ass. Fuck off,
I believe
Budweiser.
I believe we're done.
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
The Western territory that is mainland China belongs to Taiwan.
Too simple. Sometimes naive.
Did you give us some of your political beliefs?
Hell